So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice to welcome you all here in Prague in person. Some of you are online, but we are very happy that we could organize this conference after 2 years in person, at least partially. Again, it's a huge honor and joy to have you all here. First of all, before we start, I would like to thank you all for respecting the COVID rules that we have here. Essentially, we are thankful if you could wear your respirators apart from the time that you are either eating, drinking, or speaking at a panel. With that, we would be very happy. Our hostesses may remind you if there is anything that needs to be corrected in that sense. Now to the upcoming 2 days of the conference. As you can see behind me on the panel, and as you know from our program, the topic of this year is what now? Building back democratically. Under this theme, we plan to discuss how to face the growing challenges to democracy, the ongoing weakening of democracy, the deterioration of the internal situation of democracy, as well as the growing external threats. And we would like to think together of how to make democracies work together better, more intensely, what structures could such a cooperation have, in what way such a cooperation could be conducted. For that purpose, we have a large number of speakers and participants from all over the world, and we are very much looking forward to hear from all of you. But before we proceed to the conference itself, we have a special occasion today. To celebrate the fact that the Forum 2000 conference is already meeting for the 25th time, the Forum 2000 Foundation is establishing the International Award for Courage and Responsibility. The award is to be given to citizens, group of citizens or institutions in recognition of extraordinary civic courage and for actions that put responsibility to the wider community, the defense of democracy and the promotion of human rights and civil liberties above self-interest. In its creation, we have been inspired by the lifelong work of our founders Václav Havel and Elie Wiesel, as well as by the legacy of Olda Černý, a long-time dissident advisor to Václav Havel and also former director of the Forum 2000 Foundation. And now please allow me to give the floor as a host of this opening session to the member of our International Advisory Board and former Prime Minister of Slovakia, Ms. Iveta Radičová. So Iveta, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me say really personal feeling. I'm so happy we are together, personally, not online, really great. Sometimes we know what is important only when we miss it. And I really missed personal, normal attitudes, normal communication, normal human touch. What does it mean, love through computer? Please. Virtual love is not real love. We have very important issue and topic today, and if you do not mind, as an opening for discussion, only few hypotheses to be nearer to the answers. There is no doubt we are facing crucial changes, but democracy has two pillars, not only economy, but more, also legal state and human rights. Cleavages based on socio-economic discrepancies and inequalities are natural, but there are totally new cleavages, and these are based on human rights, equality of chances, and justice. Look how many effort and billions we are putting to the plan for recovery of our economy. Have we planned for recovery of democracy? How many billions we are prepared to pay to keep human dignity, human rights, and legal state? I think it's time to prepare a common plan for recovery of democracy. Politics is changed. No more it's based on attitudes. It's based on mood fluctuation. It's based on emotions of public. Ideological changes are not consequences of poverty or economic crisis, but new types of disasters. Factors of such a change, I will only mention them. We are living in digital wild, total chaos and anarchy. We are facing communication revolution together with attraction of conspiracy answers to chaos, insecurity and questions. The way how we read, how we think, how we listen and how we understand the world has disputant character. Social cohesion is more organized in virtual life and world than in reality. A major democratic instrument, dialogue and debate, is totally changed. The former debate, the aim of debate was to find a compromise or consensus and connect people based on same rules for debate, not same opinions, but the rules for debate. These rules were totally killed. Today, people has no different opinions, but they have different facts. So the basis of debate is redefined. This hyper-polarization meant that there is no chance for existence of neutral institutions. Therefore, the trust towards such institutions is lower or very weak. So, if there is a real disruption of the basic premise of freedom and dialogue based on the assumption that there are people with the competence and we agree that these people knows more than I, then we can build the real democracy. What to do next? What to put to our plan for recovery? We all know out of 75 states living in democracy, only around 20 have really full democratic systems. The only indicator which has increased are the protests. Citizens are on the streets from different reasons, and the major reason is not socio-economic, but political, but mistrust to democratic institutions, but the atmosphere in the society, but the political culture. So what we need to do is to change the language, to change communication, to change the symbols, and to start to talk on crucial issue, and it's the issue of democratic identity. I remember several messages of Mr. Karl Gershman, and one was, we have to build real democratic functioning infrastructure. And this is not based only on formal institutions today. This is more built on understanding what people are saying, to be nearer to their language, to be nearer to their way of reading, to be nearer to their way of thinking. Otherwise, the gap is fulfilled by liars, machos, and people who promise the heaven without concrete steps how to do it. And then the gap in between expectations of the citizens and reality is deeper and deeper. I wish us to discuss all these issues and questions, and please try to think together what kind of plan we can have to keep the principles of democracy. Thank you very much for your attention. And now is time, and I will kindly ask President of Senate of the Czech Republic, Mr. Vystrčil, for opening remarks and more few words on our hesitate host today. Please.
Vážená paní Radičová, vážený pane Gershmane, vážená paní Jourová, vážené dámy, vážení pánové, vzácní hosté zde v sále i u obrazovek nebo monitorů. Na úvod mi dovolte, abych poděkoval za pozvání na 25. Fórum 2000 a také řekl, že jsem velmi rád, že tentokrát mohu mluvit tady odsud a nikoliv z monitorů.
Dear Madam Jourova, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is a great honor to be here in the hall with you. And let me actually reiterate by way of introduction that it is also my pleasure to be able to actually be here. And I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to the 25th Annual Forum 2000. And believe me, for me it is a great honor and privilege to be speaking to you in person rather than only online on your screens.
Fórum 2000 se koná po 25. a zabývá se svobodou, demokracií, aktivitou lidí, kteří svobodu a demokracii chtějí. A shodou okolností je to letos také tak, že Český senát, který tedy reprezentuji a zastupuji, také funguje již přesně 25 let a pokud se něčím v poslední době zabývá, tak je to také právě sílou a stabilitou demokracie, její propagací a vzájemnou podporou demokratických zemí. Toto máme společné, já jsem tomu velmi rád.
As I have said, this is already the 25th annual Forum 2000 conference, which deals about freedom and democracy, which actually unites people who fight for freedom and democracy and who want it. And I happen to be representing the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, which coincidentally also celebrates its 25th anniversary from its reinstatement. And basically the main purpose of our institution is to actually debate and protect the power and the status of democracy. And this is actually something that we are actually trying to do, and this is actually something that unites us in our efforts.
Tématy, kterými se dnes máme zabývat, je jednak spolupráce demokracii a potom také aktivní občanství. Já jsem velmi rád, že v tuto chvíli nad rámec toho, co jsem původně chtěl říkat, mohu říct, že jsme dneska v Česku svědky toho, že se demokracie spojily v rámci voleb, které proběhly, a že věřím, že dokážou ustavit a dohodnout se na společné plně demokratické vládě. Mám z toho velmi dobrý pocit a myslím si, že to je dobrý příklad pro všechny ostatní, že pokud děláte politiku poctivě, tak potom můžete vyhrát, aniž byste byli populisty nebo lidmi, kteří neříkají pravdu.
Well, I'm actually moreover very much pleased by the fact that besides of the issues related to democracy and active citizenship, over the framework of what I wanted to say, I can also add that here in the Czech Republic, we are actually right now witnessing, following the elections that took place in the weekend, a reunification of democracy, because the two winning coalitions have merged their powers, and they are willing to actually compose a government that will be able to rule the country. And this is a very positive feeling for me, because this is a clear and living proof of the fact that if you do politics in an honest way, it can actually pay off, and then you can actually win.
Když jsem přemýšlel, co bych vám konkrétního měl říci o spolupráci demokracii, tak jedna z možností byla, že bych vám přečetl svůj 8stránkový projev z univerzity v Čenži na Tajvanu. Protože na to nemáme čas, tak to dělat nebudu, nebojte se. Ale musím říci, že jsem přesvědčen, že jedna z našich rolí je pomáhat izolovaným demokraciím, těm, které žijí a v zádech mají takzvaného velkého bratra. Věřím, že aspoň někteří rozumí tomu, o čem mluvím. Rovněž tak bych chtěl říci, že pro nás, pro všechny, bylo velmi důležité, pokud jsme cítili podporu demokracii v okamžiku, kdy se stalo, že u nás v Česku ve Vrběticích došlo k akci s velkou pravděpodobností, k akci cizích zpravodajských sil z totalitní země. A rovněž považuji za velmi důležité, pokud se demokracie angažují například na úrovni krymské platformy, aby ukázali, že anexe Krymu je nepřijatelná. To jsou všechno věci, které je nutné dělat, kde je nutné demokracie v jiných zemích podporovat, a státy, které mají historickou paměť, k tomu mají lepší předpoklady, a patří tam i Česká republika. Máme svou historickou paměť, ať mám na mysli například rok 1938 nebo rok 1968.
We'll be talking about the support and cooperation of democracies, and when I was thinking about what to tell you in this respect, well, one option was to read you my 8 pages long speech I have had last year at the University of Chengchi in Taiwan. But no worries, I'm not going to do that because we don't have time. But I think it is actually very important for the democracies to actually support the democracies and countries that are actually living in the shade of their big brothers. And I think that this was actually quite clear, and I understand that some of you might know what I mean by that. And it was for us utterly important when we actually received support from the other democracies at the moment when there was this horrific attack committed in Vrbětice, which was actually done by the foreign intelligence, most apparently. And it is actually important to receive this support from other advanced democracies, because we do have our own historical memory, and we do appreciate how important it was for us to receive support from other democracies at the moments in time which were very difficult for us in the past. And you probably know that I'm referring to our historical heritage and history from 1938 or 1968.
Můj první závěr, mé první sdělení vám všem ostatním je tedy, že demokratické země by nikdy neměly ustupovat totalitám, protože pokud tak učiníme třeba s důvodem toho, že nám to přináší v daném okamžiku určité ekonomické výhody, tak za to jednou mnohokrát a mnohonásobně zaplatíme, protože není tomu tak, že by totalita něco dávala zadarmo. Vždycky si něco následně vezme a vezme si víc, než dala. Proto prosím, neustupujme jako demokratické země totalitám.
So my first message to you today, being democratic countries, we should never actually succumb to totalitarian regimes, even on the account of temporary economic advantages, because remember, totalitarian countries and regimes never give something for free. Even if they do give something for free, they take back much more or multiple in multiple of scales more. So we should never succumb to totalitarian regimes.
Když vzniklo svobodné Československo v roce 1918, tak se říká, že náš první československý prezident Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk řekl, že demokracii už bychom měli, tu demokratickou infrastrukturu. Teď bychom potřebovali ještě ty demokraty. Já si dovolím říci, že to platí opačně, že k tomu, abychom vytvořili demokracii, tak potřebujeme ty demokraty, protože ty potom vytvoří demokracii.
When Czechoslovakia was first established in 1918, the first Czechoslovakian president, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, once said that we now have a democracy and we have the democratic infrastructure. All we're left with is, and all we need, is the Democrats. But I would like to say that it also works the other way around. We need the Democrats because they will build the democratic structures afterwards.
A k tomu, abychom byli dobrými demokraty, tak potřebujeme odvahu, nebo chcete-li statečnost a vůli, protože jedině potom budeme mít možnost uplatňovat a prosazovat základní lidská práva a svobody a prosazovat zásady dělby moci, prosazovat svobodné volby. To znamená, tou první vlastností demokrata musí být odvaha.
And of course, in order to be good Democrats, we need to have courage. One needs to have courage or to be courageous enough and to have the will to respect the human rights, the division of power, and to actually make things functional.
Tou druhou vlastností je odpovědnost, neboli my v Česku říkáme také někdy zodpovědnost. Zodpovědnost za něco a za někoho. Zodpovědnost vůči druhým. Ono se totiž říká, že my dneska tady jsme a můžeme existovat, protože některé fyzikální konstanty mají přesně takové hodnoty, které umožňují člověku existovat a rozvíjet se. A to je dar a závazek najednou. A my bychom si měli uvědomit, že to, co je pro nás důležité, je, že my nyní, protože jsme dostali ten dar tady být, tady fungovat, tady žít, třeba i v demokracii, bychom se měli chovat férově, skromně a šetrně. Jak se někdy moderně říká, trvale udržitelně. A k tomu patří i boj a pomoc ostatním demokraciím, k tomu patří i zodpovědnost.
The second trait you need in order to be a democrat is actually responsibility. Responsibility for something, responsibility towards someone, basically something that you actually need to do. And as we know, there are certain physical constants that actually allow us to live on this earth, and we should actually consider this to be a gift and a responsibility at the same time. We then need to be actually able to act in a fair and modest way, in a sustainable way, which is basically the buzzword of the current times. And this is something that we need to bear in mind when and while trying to support the other democracies as well.
A tou třetí vlastností je potom, že musíme být, každý demokrat musí být aktivním občanem, musí mít v sobě energii, kterou předává dál, musí mít schopnost projevovat tu odvahu a tu odpovědnost, protože pokud tak nebudete činit, tak ty vlastnosti, že jste odvážní nebo zodpovědní, vám budou k ničemu. To znamená, je potřeba být aktivní, je potřeba působit na ostatní, je potřeba prosazovat ty myšlenky, které přísluší odvážným a zodpovědným lidem.
The third trait you need to be, a democrat needs to have, is to be an active citizen. You need to be able and willing to actually pass on your two traits, which is courage and responsibility. Because if you don't have, if you are not active, I mean, these two traits that you have as a democrat will no longer be available for the others.
No a já jsem skoro u konce, protože k tomu, co potřebujete, aby jsme to dokázali, abychom byli odvážní, zodpovědní a měli jsme energii, tak je dobré mít příklady, mít před sebou lidi, kteří už tou cestou šli. A já jsem dnes velmi rád, že mohu být u toho, kdy vlastně první cenu za odpovědnost a odvahu, mezinárodní cenu Fora 2000, dostane Karl Gershman, člověk, který je přesně takový. Je odvážný, je odpovědný a má energii. A já mu za to moc děkuji, protože to jsou ty příklady, které potřebujeme slyšet, vidět a kterým bychom za to měli dnes poděkovat. A já jsem moc rád, že se tak dnes stane.
Well, and this actually leads me to the end of my speech, because in order to be courageous, to be responsible, to be energetic, to pursue what we want to pursue, we need examples. We need people who are courageous, who are responsible and energetic. And it gives me a great pleasure that we actually can welcome here today with us the person who is a sheer example of all these traits. The recipient of the first ever Forum 2000 International Prize for Courage and Responsibility, which will be awarded to Mr. Karl Gershman. And it gives me an enormous pleasure that I can actually welcome this person here, the person with courage, responsibility and energy to promote those values.
Takže na závěr děkuji Fóru 2000 za odvahu a zodpovědnost, za cenu, kterou vypsali, a děkuji Karlu Gershmanovi, že je nám příkladem. Díky moc.
So by way of conclusion, let me express my thanks and gratitude to Forum 2000 for actually having the courage and responsibility to introduce this prize, and to Karl Gershman for actually being here and to embody these virtues. Thank you.
We have to learn how to preach what we practice. We practice democracy. How do we defend democracy? How do we understand democracy? How do we talk about democracy? And we're going to have to do that anew. I think it's important to remember that there is a kind of world movement against democracy, and it really makes it incumbent upon the democracies to unite and to work together more. It's just a very, very important point.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
The floor is yours.
The floor is yours.
Wow. This is just, as I told Jakub when he told me about this, I'm overwhelmed and extraordinarily humbled because, because of the respect I have for Forum 2000, for so many friends and comrades in the Czech Republic. I see Martin sitting over there. We were talking just last night about how we met. We were together in October of 1989, wandering the dark streets of Prague, not having a clue about what was to come, but talking about the common struggle. And of course, for Václav Havel, who has been a model and an inspiration to me for as long as I can remember. This meeting is focused on how we can strengthen and broaden democratic cooperation at a time when, as we all know, democracy is in peril. We know very well the external threats to democracy coming from China, Russia, and other places. But democracy also faces very grave and serious internal threats as well. And in his New Year's address to Czechoslovakia in 1990, Havel said that while Czechoslovakia continued to face, obviously, the external threats and also what he called the home mafia and the international mafias, in plural, he said our worst enemy is our own bad qualities. And he spoke of indifference to public affairs, selfishness, and so forth. And I want to just convey to you this morning my concern that my own country today faces internal problems that are, in my view, even greater than the external threats that we face. I am talking about the very deep polarization that has made us a gravely divided country. I'm talking about the decline among both leaders and the general public of a commitment to making the effort and the sacrifices that are needed to achieve and preserve a liberal, rules-based international order as opposed to being committed to America first. I'm talking about what could be a grave threat to our democratic stability and constitutional order in the next presidential election that we'll have in 2024, and I won't elaborate further on that. At the very least, that we face the role of the United States, the leader of the United States, is going to be uncertain in the period ahead. And our old friend at the NED, Sam Huntington, used to say that a world without U.S. leadership would be a much more disorderly, violent, and dangerous world, and less democratic and with less economic growth than it would be if the U.S. exercised that leadership. And I think that's where we are today, or at least where we're headed today, and it worries me greatly. And so that leads to just a few thoughts that I want to convey to you this morning. The first is that the theme of this conference is more relevant than ever. We need to redouble the effort to strengthen and broaden democratic cooperation and democratic unity in the struggle to defend and advance democracy, and that this means that other countries, smaller countries, mid-level powers are going to have to assume a larger role to help make up the deficit, to fill the vacuum. And it also means that the leadership in the struggle to advance and defend democracy is going to have to come from civil society and from the grassroots, meaning that civil society, and here I'm revising a phrase from the Obama period, is going to have to lead from the front, and that the world is increasingly, and democracy is increasingly going to have to depend on the power of the powerless, as Havel said. And of course, we're going to need more democratic solidarity, which will be more important than ever in the period ahead. The kind of democratic solidarity that Havel showed to His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who was the first international visitor here when Havel became president, to Aung San Suu Kyi when she was in opposition and under arrest, which she is again today, to Osvaldo Paya, the martyred Cuban leader who was murdered by the Cuban regime, and to Liu Xiaobo, the martyred Chinese Havel, who also was murdered by the Chinese regime, died in prison, but in effect murdered by the Chinese regime, and unable to certainly to receive in person the Nobel Peace Prize in 2010. And I'm also talking about the kind of moral and political solidarity shown by Havel when in his last letter sent on December the 15th, 2011, it was sent at the encouragement of Alexander Lukashuk, my good friend. I don't know if he's with us this morning, but he was the one that told me about this and prodded Havel, that he wrote a letter to 8 political prisoners in Belarus, December 15th, 2011, in which he said that I express solidarity with your struggle, and in the future, we'll be using, in the future,
he said 3 days before his death, will be using all possibilities together with my friends, Forum 2000, and others here in the Czech Republic, together with my friends to attract international attention to the violations of basic civil rights in Belarus. And 4 of those 8 prisoners are in prison once again today, including Alice Bieletsky. With the election that took place here over the weekend, the Czech Republic, in my view, is once again in a position, in a place to resume what Havel called in his message, New Year's message in 1990, its place at the spiritual crossroads of Europe, and to renew what Jan Patočka called the great history of the Czech people, which Havel explained was great when Czechs independently and creatively engaged in matters of universal significance, and certainly the fate of democracy and human freedom in the world today is a matter of universal significance in our troubled world today. And that great history is being advanced today by Forum 2000, by people in need, by the Civil Society Center, the Czech Civil Society Center, which is aiding people still oppressed in Russia and elsewhere to the east. And it was advanced when Miloš Vystrčil, echoing John F. Kennedy in Berlin, went before the Legislative Yuan in Taipei to declare that I am a Taiwanese. Ich bin ein Berliner. Wo shi wan ren. And so let me say, as we rededicate ourselves to renewing democracy throughout the world, I am a Czech. Ja jsem Czech. Thank you.
Thank you, Karol.
Thank you very, very much. It was a high pleasure for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce briefly 2 next honorable speakers. First of all, online, President of Moldova, Madame Maja Sandu, and after, immediately, President of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, 2 ladies. So please, I am giving them the floor.
Good morning. Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be back at the Forum 2000 conference, even though virtually this time. Thank you for the invitation. The hardships of the pandemic, the rise of populism and authoritarianism, the challenges brought about by the digital age, all these issues make us raise the question that you put in the title of the conference. How do we build back democratically? And our answers will shape the future of our communities and the future of our world. No country, weak or strong, big or small, is exempted from the challenges of the day. Liberal democracies are most affected because they stand most to lose. Often these challenges cannot be handled by individual countries and need joint efforts and cooperation. But most importantly, in the face of danger, democracies must be guided by integrity and trust. My country, the Republic of Moldova, learned this firsthand. In 2019, I spoke on this platform about Moldova's struggle to build a democratic state. We passed good laws, but they were poorly enforced. Institutions were weak, inefficient, and prone to abuse. Corruption and monopolies stifled the economy. The weak state could not provide adequate services to its citizens. As a result, our people fled in flocks, looking for a better life elsewhere. But Moldovans didn't give up on democracy. They resisted attempts at oligarchic rule, rejected authoritarianism, and denounced corrupt practices that depleted the wealth of the country. People demanded freedom, justice, and economic opportunities. In the last 10 months, at the presidential and parliamentary elections, Moldovans managed to eliminate from power an entire class of corrupt politicians. Our citizens voted to end corruption, to ensure a fair trial for all, and to have a clean government determined to work for the people. My team and I were elected to make this vision a reality. The strategy that got us victory: honesty, integrity, and trust. We built trust by ensuring total transparency of the party and campaign financing. We put integrity at the core of our team and election program. We rejected divisive messages and used direct speech and unifying agenda most people could support. We worked closely with civil society and the international partners whose agenda mirrored our own, a stable and democratic Moldova. This strategy worked, and this experience gave us valuable insight into the shortcomings of democracy in the modern age. First, we learned that democratic processes are not irreversible. This is true for young democracies like Moldova, but also in consolidated democracies, as we have all seen in the wave of populism that swept the globe. The solution to this problem lies in stronger, more resilient institutions. The second issue, building institutions takes time. Moldova spent 30 years in that process, and they are still not enough. Although democracies operate in a time frame of dictated by election cycles, politicians must be able to set and follow long-term objectives, building independent and accountable institutions, investing in education, growing new generations of leaders, teaching citizens to think critically, and encouraging innovation and research. Then there is the problem of corruption, a plague that erodes democracy at its core. A sign of misaligned expectations and poorly functioning laws, corruption can be very damaging to a state built on trust and a social contract with its citizens. It weakens institutions and it makes countries poorer. Over the past 30 years, corruption has lost us billions in illicit financial flows through graft, smuggling, and money laundering, while the trust in justice and in state in general have been steadily declining. Fighting this scourge and rebuilding trust is our priority now. More broadly, democracy cannot thrive in an insecure environment. We are very concerned with the conflicts arising around the world. In particular, in Moldova, we are concerned with the deteriorating security situation in the Black Sea region. Peace in our neighborhood is very important for our sustainable development. We also learned that democracy is vulnerable to disinformation, which makes it fragile in the digital realm. Social media platforms have helped democratic mobilization across the globe, but they have also been increasingly used to spread disinformation, which went so far as to interfere with the elections in some countries. Moldova was also harmed by this issue. Disinformation campaigns orchestrated by malevolent actors are a real threat, and the platform's inability to counter it is a real concern. We must work together to prevent information abuse and teach people to better deal with manipulation. This makes media education a must. The most important lesson we learned so far is that democracy is a process, not a destination. Defending it and making it work requires consistent effort and dedication. And rebuilding trust is a must if we want to succeed. A resilient democracy must be based on a citizen-driven agenda anchored in integrity. It must have strong institutions that provide services, ensure development, ensure rules, and effectively prevent abuse in a carefully constructed system of checks and balances. It must be protected from abuse by nurturing independent media and a vibrant civil society. And it needs good cooperation with international partners to handle issues that go beyond their borders. Moldova counts on this cooperation with our international partners. We are particularly interested now in working together to counter illicit financial flows. Many of those who stole from my country for years recently fled Moldova along with the stolen assets. Many of these individuals settled in well-off countries where they lead lavish lives. We need our international partners' help to bring these people to justice and recover what they took from Moldova. A closer cooperation between law enforcement bodies, joint operations, and relevant information exchange will help bring more justice to our region and to the world. The complexity of the world is not lost on us, but honesty and integrity still count. And because of that, Moldovans trust and value democracy. We are committed to make it work and to make it resilient by listening to the needs of the people, by acting with integrity, by teaming up with energetic Moldovans who believe in our country, and working closely with those in the civil society and international partners who share our values. Congratulations to Karl Gershman for the award that he just received. And I wish the conference and its participants very useful discussions in these 2 days. Thank you.
President of Moldova, Maia Sandu, President of the Senate of the Czech Republic, Milos Vystrčil, former Prime Minister of Slovakia, Iveta Vladichova, Executive Director of Forum 2000 Foundation, Jakub Klepor, distinguished guests, democracy advocates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to join you all virtually at the 25th Forum 2000 Conference. First, I would like to thank the Forum 2000 Foundation for inviting me again to take part in this important event. I also want to express my appreciation to Executive Director Klepor and his colleagues at the Forum 2000 Foundation for their persistent support for Taiwan. I sincerely treasure this friendship. Second, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate former President of the National Endowment for Democracy, Mr. Karl Gershman, on receiving the inaugural Forum 2000 International Award for Courage and Responsibility. For more than 3 decades, Mr. Gershman's unwavering dedication to promoting democracy and facilitating democratic unity worldwide has set an example for us all. Karl is also an old friend of Taiwan and a staunch supporter of Taiwan's democracy. With his support and assistance, Taiwan established Asia's first democracy advocacy and assistance foundation, the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy. And the TFD will celebrate its 20th anniversary next year. The last time I saw Karl was in 2019 when I recognized him with the Order of Brilliant Star with Grand Cordon for his exceptional contributions to democracy and the Taiwan-US relationships. I recently learned that Carl retired this year, so I want to wish you a happy retirement. I also want to welcome you to Taiwan again when the pandemic recedes. Now, even as efforts to prevent the spread of COVID-19 remain, we are slowly approaching the post-COVID era. With that, there are important new issues that require our attention and joint efforts. Issues such as how should the global democratic community recover and be better and stronger? How can democracy cooperate to face the challenges of rising authoritarianism? And how can democracies facilitate active citizen participation? I am glad to see that this year's Forum 2000 conference is dedicated to facilitating discussions between democracies and their advocates to deliberate on these pressing and vital issues. Our friends from Central and Eastern Europe know all too well how precious democracy and freedom are. Emerging from the pandemic, authoritarian regimes are now even more confident that their alternative model is more adaptive than the democratic systems. Through gray zone activities, military threats, and information manipulation, authoritarian regimes aim to erode our citizens' confidence in democratic institutions and polarize our societies. Taiwan stands on the front line of this assault, and we have been working diligently to combat such coercion. We will share our experience and continue working with like-minded countries to safeguard the liberal democratic world order and to tackle the unprecedented challenges from authoritarian regimes. We'll also keep striving to be part of the solution for the international community's efforts to tackle issues such as economic downturn, climate change, and emerging diseases, non-proliferation, terrorism, and secured supply chains. Last month, European Commission's President von der Leyen announced the launch of Global Gateway, a connectivity grant strategy that supports investments and quality infrastructure, as well as connects goods, people, and services around the world. In addition, the EU has proposed the Europe-Asia Connectivity Strategy, which advocates for a sustainable, comprehensive, and rules-based approach to connectivity. Taiwan is ready to be an indispensable partner to Europe, not only in democratic renewal, but also in sectors such as biotechnology, renewable energy, data protection, ocean governance, and the semiconductor industry. Taiwan's high-tech sector will also play a crucial part in creating a secure global supply chain that protects critical technologies from exploitation. In addition, Taiwan has an innovative role to play in high-precision manufacturing, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, biotech, and many other sectors, which can help create a more diverse and resilient global supply chains that can withstand interruptions. We also encourage the European Union to establish a bilateral investment agreement, that is BIA, with Taiwan. Such an agreement will strengthen our mutual interests and solidify our shared values. Taiwan is ready to shoulder its share, and we will not take our partners' support for granted. As Foreign Minister of Lithuania, Landsbergis said, freedom-loving people should look out for each other. Despite the pandemic, the past year and 10 months have been exemplified by resilience, strength, friendship, and partnership. Taiwan donated material and provided assistance to Europe at the onset of the pandemic, and our European friends came to Taiwan's aid with life-saving vaccines. Before concluding, I want to take this opportunity to reiterate my deepest gratitude to our like-minded friends from across Europe, particularly Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic for coming to our assistance during such a critical time. I also want to express appreciation to Lithuania for its determination to establish mutual representative offices with Taiwan by the end of this year, despite tremendous pressure. The world has changed considerably because of the pandemic. While there are still many challenges ahead, I see democracies working together to help each other, to safeguard our shared values, and to serve the interests of the international community. While we will surely face great challenges again in the future, I am confident that by working together and believing in the values of democracy and freedom, we will always triumph. Lastly, I want to thank Mr. Klapoor again for the invitation to address the participants of this important conference. I wish this year's Forum 2000 conference great success, and I look forward to seeing you all at Forum 2000 in Asia in Taiwan next year. Thank you very much.
President Tsai, President Sandu, President Vystrčil, Iveta, Karl, thank you all very much for your participation in this opening session of the conference. And now I would like to ask the moderator of next panel, President of RFE, Jamie Fly, to take the floor together with his panelists. Okay. So what time do we need to end then? 11:40.
Great. Well, that was an inspiring opening to the conference that we'll look to continue with this first conversation on a new reality, democratic world in a post-COVID era. We have a fantastic group of panelists to guide us through this topic. I'm going to introduce them in a minute, but first we have a keynote address from Vera Jourova, Vice President for Values and Transparency at the European Commission. Ms. Jourova became the Vice President in 2019. Prior to taking that position, she was the European Commissioner for Justice, Consumers and Gender Equality, and she also served as the Czech Minister for Regional Development in 2014. And I think we'll get into this during the conversation, but as Karl Gershman was saying earlier, now is the moment for the Czech Republic to lead. I was thinking, well, the Czech Republic has already been leading to a certain extent in Brussels through Ms. Jourova's work. And so I think we're going to hear her talk more about this, and then we'll get into the panel conversation. So, Ms. Jourova, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I want to thank Forum 2000 for inviting me and also for giving me the opportunity to take part in the discussion. I sometimes have the advantage of speaking the first, then I usually use my speech. But after listening to the speeches before, I am so inspired and provoked even that I would like to maybe deviate a little bit from the original prepared speech and have some reactions. First of all, it might have happened that we met with Mr. Gershman in the dark streets of Prague in the late 80s, what he described here. I was in my early 20s, full of frustration, I was aware that the dream about democracy will remain the dream, and that maybe it would be better to escape, to emigrate, than to live in the country without a perspective. And we didn't escape, we were here. We are thankful to the people who had courage to fight against the totalitarian regime. And here we are, 30 years after the revolution. And again, the same questions. Are we living through just some temporary changes where we see that the democracy and the rule of law is under threat, or is it a tectonic shift? Is it something bigger, something which will require stronger action? I would say that we have to take action, and I'm here as the part of the European execution, somebody who has the portfolio which is called Values and Transparency. I have to take care of the Holy Trinity, which is fundamental rights, rule of law and democracy. And believe me, it's not the agenda, it's a mission, it's not ticking the boxes, this and that has been done. So we have to work together every day to protect democracy, and to, especially in the times of big changes. I will come to the changes later, because also here I want to react on what Mr. Gershman said. Still several years ago, we were convinced that we live through some kind of end of history, that democracy is perpetuum mobile, something which will last forever. We were caught by surprise by changes in several member states, which resulted in weakening the principle of rule of law, democracy, and also media freedom, and so on. We believed that we, liberal Democrats, are offering the best solutions. Everybody must understand that we are the ones who have the only alternative. What arrogance! I think that we made a lot of mistakes because we didn't pay attention to what the people were signaling for a long time, that they feel a lot of injustice, insecurity, uncertainty, that they are ceasing to give trust to democratic institutions. And I speak about justice, judiciary, I speak about state administration, I speak also about media, independent media. When there is a low trust of people, then it's easy to attack it. And we see these attacks in many countries of the EU. And let's not be mistaken, not only in the Central and East European countries. It doesn't cost anything to attack democratic institutions from the perspective of demagogy and from the perspective of somebody who is offering the best ever solutions, at the same time fueling those sentiments of fear and distrust. So, ladies and gentlemen, we were caught by surprise. Forum 2000 was alerting us a long time before the first signals came. It was around 2013-14. And today we simply have to deploy all our capacities, including humility, to offer the people perspective and communicate with them better. As Iveta Radičová said, we live in digital era. So we are not in communication face-to-face or through some official media. Václav Havel said, the world we live in is made of an immensely complex and mysterious tissue about which we know very little and which we must treat with utmost humility. Again, his words are still valid now, and especially in the era of big changes we go through. Yes, the current crisis and the uncertainty is partly imported. There are crises and events which we cannot influence from Europe. We just have to face them and be prepared to react. External crisis, financial crisis, pandemic, security threats, and so on. Hybrid threats, which is a new phenomenon. But let's be honest, we have a lot of our own production. When I speak about own production, I don't only mean Europe, but also what we saw in Capitol, in Washington. Well, this was the attack on democratic institutions and democratic values at the same time. And as Iveta Radičová said, we live in the time of digital changes and digital revolution. It's my everyday topic. I always say we cannot ban social networks or social media. We cannot ban internet. We cannot censor what we read. We have to be able to adapt to the new era, to stop the jungle on internet. That's why the EU started to legislate. And we have to do that while keeping the values. And the freedom of speech is the, I think, basic value we have to protect. Because otherwise, the process, which I call democratization of digital and digitalization of democracy, will not be successful. I spoke about the Holy Trinity. I spoke about democracy. Democracy is under threat because, as I said, the people stopped trusting. Now we go through big changes in the EU. We have 3 big parallel processes which will change lives of every person in the EU. Green transition, digital transition, and recovery after COVID. Each of these changes, each single one, is causing a lot of uncertainty in our society. That's why the era we are now entering will require a lot of efforts to protect our democracy, but at the same time to speak to the people, explain, and help them also by means of EU funding. And here I have to be a little bit technical, and the money has to be mentioned. By means of European recovery funding, to help them to get through this era of uncertainty and to start to believe again that there is a good perspective for them in democratic Europe. I have to speed up because I don't want to swallow more time than I have. We also have to protect the rule of law as a basic principle, something which sounds so academic, theoretical. When I come to a pub in my town of Třebíč, believe me, the people do not want to speak about the rule of law. The people share with me that they have a trouble to pay the bills. And so I think that also here we have to do much more to explain why the rule of law principle is so heavily needed. Because we have to count with the voters, with the citizens, because they are in the steering, at the steering wheel. And they showed us 2 days ago in the Czech elections. I cannot resist, I have to give you 1 or 2 reflections. The Communist Party is gone. And the extremists, the self-declared patriots, did not gain more in spite of the campaign, which was panicking people, fueling frustration, fear and hatred. And I think this is a very good news. So I wish the Czech Republic, after the elections, to have the representation from the perspective of Brussels now, I have to say it, to be self-confident, very strong in the pan-European context, and the representation which will keep the pro-Western orientation, which means to be reliable and predictable partner for the European allies, but also on that transatlantic line where also the EU now tries to connect again or create a new positive wave of cooperation. Coming back to the rule of law, so how to explain what it means? For me, this is the main thing, that nobody is above the law. No new government can privatize the rule of law. No new government can declare that the winner takes all. And this is what we see in some parts of the EU. That's why the EU and the Commission and I myself, we are rather tough about that. We are rather tough also by introducing the connection of the EU budget and the rule of law principle, which has to be respected in the member states, because too much is at stake. Rule of law, besides the other purposes, is about the limitation of powers. This is the holy principle the EU and our member states are based on. And now, after the ruling of the Polish Constitutional Court, I have to say that if we do not keep the principle in the EU that the equal rules are respected in the same way everywhere in Europe, the whole Europe will start collapsing, because the whole thing is as strong as its weakest part. And so that's why we will have to react on this new chapter, which Polish Constitutional Court started to draw. How many minutes do I still have? Okay. As much as I can. Believe me, I can speak a long time. No, I will try to come to the end. Here we are in the center, Europe, and I am very often seen in the EU institutions as the representative of the East, or of Central and Eastern Europe. And I am proud of it, because I believe that all our countries, I think 10 countries entering the EU in 2004, that we didn't do it for the money. And this was Václav Havel again who said, if we are to enter the EU because of the money, it's better we don't do it. Because this is about the shared values. This is about the common perspective based on the rules. And of course, also it is about the strong single market, it's about the freedoms and so on. And sometimes I hear from the West that we were supposed just to enter and imitate, to become the maybe imperfect copy of the West. I don't like this either, because I think that we have a lot to offer, we, the newcomers to Europe, and also thanks to the historical experience we have. Because all of us who experienced totalitarian regime can now say, this must not happen again. We have to work every day, all together. It's not about some agenda of the European Commission or of some government. We all have to work together, including active citizens, which Mr. Vystrčil spoke about, to protect democracy and protect the rule of law principle, and also protect fundamental rights. I think this is the basic instinct we have. We, the people who know how it tastes and how it feels, that there is one only doctrine in the society. That's why, if I see my maybe legacy for the future, after what I am doing now in the Commission, is that we will be successful in protecting the freedom of speech. Because when we now are regulating the digital space, I belong to those who always say the freedom of speech, the right of expression must be primary. There must not be any official arbiter of the truth. I will not be the commissioner of the truth, nor anyone nominated by the EU institutions, and nor some minister in some member state, or even Mr. Zuckerberg as the boss of Facebook. Nobody will gain this omnipotent power to be the one to decide what is the truth and what is the lie. By saying that, I don't want to say that we are naive. because we have to come back to the respect for the facts. That's why our way of dealing or fighting against disinformation, which has the potential to influence elections, it means decrease the quality of democracy, our fight against disinformation is based on fact-checking, on a whole-of-society approach. We are focusing on the producers of disinformation, channels and targets, so our strategy is more sophisticated, far from introducing censorship. And I think one day this will be seen as a very important input from us, the people from Central and Eastern Europe, who remember how censorship tastes. I don't know if I said everything. I will conclude. I will conclude with the quote of Elie Wiesel, who gave his famous speech in 1999 in Washington, D.C., titled "The Perils of Indifference." He argued that the Holocaust happened because too many countries and too many people chose to be indifferent. He defined indifference as being neutral between two sides, which in this case amounts to overlooking the victims of the Holocaust. I think the indifference is the biggest enemy of democracy as well. We will either treat it like something that belongs to us, nurture it and fight for it, or it will be taken away from us. And I don't want to be indifferent. This is also why the EU, for the first time, has a program to support civil society, something that Václav Havel pointed out is so much needed in the Czech Republic and other new democracies as well. And still keeping with Elie Wiesel, I heard these words also from Marian Turski last year in Auschwitz in January. Marian Turski, one of the survivors, he had a fantastic speech. You can find it on YouTube. And he didn't speak at all about the war. He spoke about the presence. He gave us, all of us who were sitting there, including sometimes arrogant liberal Democrats, he gave us a very big lesson. He said that if we are passive and if we are indifferent at this moment, in these difficult times, we will see that these things can be happening again. Nobody here wishes this to happen. So we have a common plan. I would like to invite you all for going in the direction of protecting democracy and protecting fundamental rights and the rule of law. I am fully at the disposal and happy to cooperate with all of you. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Vice President Jourova. So we've got a sprawling topic to tackle in a very short amount of time. And I'll warn my panelists that I think the clock is actually off because I think it's set to our old time. We got started 15 minutes late, so we'll go a little bit beyond the clock. But we have a fantastic group of panelists to help us tackle this issue about the fate of global democracy facing the new authoritarian challenge. We're going to start off with Shanti Kalatil, I believe, who has a recorded statement that she sent. She's the coordinator for democracy and human rights at the National Security Council in Washington. Was not able to join us in person, so we'll hear from her via video in a minute. Then we have Gilles Keppel, a political scientist and professor at Sciences Po, and coming from France. We have Reinhard Bütikofer, an MEP from the Greens in the European Parliament from Germany. And then via video, joining us online, Maika Ichihara, who's an associate professor at Hitotsubashi University in Japan. And so we can cover this topic looking not just at the debate here in Europe, which we've already started to touch on in the opening session, but also assess the fate of democracy globally and how democracies across the globe are tackling this challenge and what more can be done for democracies to work together. So I think we'll get started with Shanti, if the video is queued up to run.
As President Biden stated recently before the UN General Assembly, we are at an inflection point in history. We must decide how to move toward a more peaceful, prosperous future for all people. That's true regarding the global effort to defeat COVID and prepare for the next pandemic. It's true concerning collective steps to address the existential threat of climate change. And it's true when it comes to the question of whether the future will be defined by democratic governance that respects the will of the people and upholds human dignity, or by systems that do not. In many ways, these core themes are inextricably linked, because healthy democratic institutions are essential to building resilience to climate and public health threats, creating equitable and inclusive economies and societies, and fostering peace and security. At the same time, we must confront the evolution of complex border-spanning threats to democracy itself, including issues like digital authoritarianism, corruption, disinformation, and transnational repression. The only way to confront these threats is for everyone, governments, civil societies, and the private sector, to work together and develop solutions based on the democratic norms that undergird the international system. That is why democratic renewal, resilience, and defense are at the center of the Biden-Harris administration's foreign policy agenda. We must meet the challenges of our time by collectively adapting and strengthening our institutions and showing that democracies deliver. This requires a democratic agenda that is multidimensional. First, we recognize that democratic renewal at home and abroad are inextricably linked. This understanding is at the heart of the Build Back Better agenda. We must demonstrate that democracy can respond to today's crises in an equitable, sustainable manner and meet citizens' demands. In doing this, we set the foundation for democratic rejuvenation and reinforce that democracy can only function when people are fully included, their rights are protected, their voices heard, and their votes counted. Second, we acknowledge that democratic cooperation and solidarity are essential to strengthen the impact of our efforts. It is through such cooperation that we will be effective in shaping rights-respecting rules of the road on vital issues like trade, cyber, and emerging technologies. Thus, the United States has recommitted to engaging multilaterally, including through the UN Human Rights Council and in advancing an ambitious agenda with our close partners in the G7. And we recognize that democratic cooperation must take place not just between governments, but across every segment of society. This commitment and the wider democracy renewal agenda is why President Biden announced that in December, he will bring together a broad and diverse group of world leaders, civil society, and private sector leaders for the first of 2 planned summits for democracy. Through this first virtual summit and the year of action that will follow it, we will come together, learn together, and work together to contest authoritarianism, to defend human rights, to fight corruption, and to commit collectively to our shared project of renewal. We are also approaching the challenge to democracy in new ways, recognizing that the danger to democracy exceeds the sum total of individual country contexts. Our networked world presents challenges that require fresh approaches. This means making sure that critical and emerging technologies work for and not against our democracies and our security. We see that corruption hollows out societies and that kleptocrats are increasingly exploiting the strengths of democracies, our rule of law and strong financial systems, to safeguard their assets. So we are working to close loopholes in the US financial system and empower anti-corruption activists and journalists on the front lines. Cognizant that foreign actors have stepped up their efforts to influence and subvert democratic institutions, processes, and integrity in open societies, we are organizing to detect and respond to malign influence. Relatedly, we are focused on countering and building resilience to the undermining effects of mis and disinformation, while simultaneously working to shore up the increasingly tenuous position of free and independent media in many places around the world. Likewise, recognizing that authoritarian governments are increasingly emboldened to silence activists and critics not only within their borders, but globally, we are working to build awareness around and raise the costs of transnational repression. Make no mistake, this work will not be easy, and it can't be accomplished by any one government alone. This agenda requires the robust participation of civil society, the private sector, academics, journalists, and many more. It must also elevate the voices of those most long disenfranchised, including women, LGBTQI persons, and persons with disabilities. I am grateful to you all for your independent research, innovative policy development, diplomacy, and commitment to strengthening the democratic architecture of the international system. I look forward to a robust exchange of ideas throughout this forum in the spirit of democratic renewal. Thank you.
So let's get the conversation started. Reinhard, I thought I'd start with you. We've heard a lot of descriptions this morning about the pessimistic outlook for democracy around the globe, but then also Karl's reminder about wandering the dark streets of Prague in October 1989. And I think all of us involved in anything close to the democracy business, that's the hope that we hold out, that change is right around the corner, that the regimes that continue to maintain their grip on power are incredibly brittle, like their authoritarian forebears of the past. And so I guess my question for you is, given how much time you spend working on China, helping to craft EU policy on China, especially with Asia in mind, where do you fall in this debate? Should we be ultimately optimistic about what might loom ahead, or are you incredibly concerned that this new challenge, especially manifested in the Chinese Communist Party, is fundamentally different than the challenge that we've met successfully in the past?
Well, thank you, first of all, Jamie, for having me. I'm totally rejecting any version of declinism or defeatism. I believe that there are clear signals that there is a movement of awakening that you can see in the general public and also in many parliaments that can make us all more optimistic than we might immediately tend to be when we look at the dimension of the challenges. I would point out that around the European Union, with very few exceptions, the awareness of the challenges to our democracy and our freedoms in particular from the Chinese authoritarian and totalitarian regime is clearly increasing. And for instance, in my own country, Germany, this was reflected in the recent election campaign when most of the major democratic parties pointed out in their electoral platforms that there was a need to support Taiwan's democracy. That wouldn't have been a topic 4 years ago. And the European Parliament is just about to vote its first ever standalone report on Taiwan. And as this is being supported from the Conservatives, the EPP, the Socialists, the Liberals, and the Greens, it is certain to gain a major majority. And also, for the first time ever, the European Parliament is sending an official delegation to Taiwan to inquire there about their work against disinformation. So clearly, there are efforts, and I believe that there is a growing understanding that we need to internationalize our efforts to defend and develop democracy. And in that regard, I would like to highlight the work that is being done by a group of parliamentarians from 20 different countries, including most recently also India, the US, many Europeans, Japan, Australia, in the so-called Interparliamentary Alliance on China, where we do internationally coordinated democracy work. So I am on the positive side. Obviously, the challenges are huge. And the way in which China reacted to the modest sanctions that the European Union imposed on them because of the human rights atrocities in Xinjiang against the Uyghurs, the way in which they reacted, basically signaling to the European Parliament and European institutions that they were not willing to continue a dialogue unless we allowed them to set the framework conditions for that dialogue. I mean, that signals that this is not going to be a short sprint. This is going to be a long and arduous cross-country trail run. But I'm optimistic also because this is not just reflected in some civic groups or with some political groups. This is increasingly also reflected in the business community, and that's, I think, also something that should not be ignored. We have more coherence vis-à-vis the authoritarian Chinese challenge at the moment in the European Union than we ever had.
Maiko, maybe I'll turn to you. Reinhard obviously rejects the declinist critique, remains optimistic. What is the perspective that you hear, especially in Japan right now, and more broadly in the region? So I think we can't hear Maiko's audio. There we go. Now we can hear you.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. At this year's Forum 2000. Asia, I have to say, is a very diverse place. Not only during this pandemic, but since before then, in terms of regime type. And also in terms of the protection of human rights, and even the economic development level has been very diverse, which has been partially influenced by the diversity in terms of culture, history, and language. When it comes to the state of democracy in Asia, I think we are kind of seeing two extreme types of cases in the region, especially during the pandemic. One is Northeast Asia, which has experienced relatively good protection of the human rights and democracy, and also relatively fine tackling of the COVID cases, which can be seen in the cases of especially Taiwan and South Korea, but also in Japan as well. But on the other hand, we have two sub-regions which suffered one of the worst cases in the entire world during the COVID. Which are Southeast Asia and South Asia. The two regions suffered politically, and we had terrible political changes and coup d'etat in countries like Myanmar, Hong Kong, and Afghanistan. And some governments weakened checks and balances during the pandemic, which include, for example, the case of Indonesia, which created the cyber criminal law to censor criticisms against the government. And civil society and media has been under serious pressure in many of the countries, which, for example, created anti-fake news laws and anti-fake news task force, which include Thailand, the Philippines, and India. And some of the countries also violated privacy to tackle the COVID by forcing people to implement, to download a mobile phone and tracking app, such as in the case of India. And And one of the worst thing is that we are seeing the rise of nationalism in many of the countries, most of the countries in Asia. Well, for example, in India, they have this, Hindu nationalism, which the government has been sort of utilizing to mobilize support for the governing party and also the government. So I have to say that while the public has been hoping to have better protection of human rights and democracy, there has been a very strong will and longings for that. But democratic, backsliding is a real thing in Asia.
Gilles, if I could turn to you, what's the perspective from the Middle East? I mean, you're a Middle East scholar. Over the last 20 years, we've had multiple democracy projects tried to mixed results. We've had the Arab Spring, which 10 years on didn't really lead to all that much change. And even the democracy, Tunisia in particular, that emerged is now facing a lot of significant questions about its own future. So how do you tackle this question of whether, I guess, to be optimistic or pessimistic, and what the fate of democracy is in a region that has been part of so much U.S. and European focus over the last 2 decades?
And still is, probably. Well, thank you, first of all, for having me here. I'm, as a Frenchman whose origin traces back to the village of Nadiejkov in southern Bohemia, it's always a pleasure to be back in Prague post-COVID or pre-post-COVID. I would also like to follow up on Vice President Jourova's statement to say that for all of us, and this is also in light of what you just asked, Jamie, this new year, 2022, is going to be an important issue for Democrats in Europe, and also our relation to democracy in our environment in the southern and eastern shores of the Mediterranean and European frontiers, because, as you know, France will be a president of the European Union in the first half of the year, and the Czech Republic is going to follow suit on the 30th of June, a very important day. It is my birthday, but it's not that reason, because this was the anniversary of the day when the cornerstone of the French, of the Czech Republic, of Masaryk's Republic, was planted in Darnay in the Vosges region when President Poincaré gave its flag to the Czech legionnaires. And therefore, I believe this is going to be a big challenge, and I would also like to commend the results of the last elections in the Czech Republic, which definitely go in this very same direction. One of the reasons why we have to worry about what is happening in the Middle East is not only that COVID was not very well tackled in a number of countries, but it was also used as a means for a number of authoritarian regimes to try to take the lead, particularly on the issue of representation of Islam and of political Islam. Like, for instance, last year, when the Hajj, or the pilgrimage season, came, in the end of July, the Saudis would not have the pilgrimage because they would not take the risk of having 2.5 or 3 million people gathered in Mecca for obvious reasons. And in the meanwhile, President Erdogan decided that he would re-Islamize Hagia Sophia, so that the images of the crowds chanting religious and political slogans would be in Istanbul and not in Mecca and Medina. And by the same token, this was an opportunity for him to make an onslaught on Europe, and in particular on France, but not only, in order to push his own agenda for his penetration, the pressure of his ideas into Europe, and particularly through our Muslim communities in Europe, in which he wanted to exert so much influence. So I believe that this is a big issue for us. I mean, how to make sure that we can rebuild at a European level relations with our environment in the south and the east, particularly in the Muslim world, whether it be North Africa, Turkey, Western Asia, and the like. And for that, definitely, many in Europe today are a little worried about the commitment of our American friends. I do not know whether it's an issue of leading from behind, from front, or from Southeast Asia, but the succession of the hasty in terms of implementation, even though it was planned way back by the leading from behind person, the pullout from Afghanistan sort of send shivers in Europe, and particularly when it was put in perspective with the new AUKUS alliance in Southwest in the Southwest Pacific. So what we wonder, and many in Europe wonder, is to what extent NATO is still as relevant as it was before for European security, and in particular in terms of relations with our non-democratic or pro-authoritarian southern and eastern neighbors. Now, if a big country east of the EU suddenly feels hungry and looks at Estonia with appetite, what will happen if we call the White House and somebody answers, "Hi guys, please call me later, I'm busy with China." So not to say that being busy with China is not something important, as Reinhard would say, but for that I believe that we have a big challenge in front of us as Europeans, i.e. that we have to be more proactive on our own behalf in order to build a security and a defense policy which is far more cohesive than it was in the past. Because if we want to boost democracy, both in our countries and in our environment, we have to have the means to sort of repel the demagogues who, as Vice President Jourova mentioned in her earlier speech, fan the flames of xenophobia and fear if we are not able to deal with the coming of migrants in the region, and instead of being passive recipients of waves of migrants, which in their turn facilitate the growth of the extreme right and of xenophobic movements, then we are at risk. So I believe that this is a big issue in front of us, that issues of democracy within the EU also have to do with the fact that we are able to have a cohesive US policy vis-à-vis our neighborhood, particularly in the Middle East and North Africa, and because for the time being, definitely, the post-COVID reassertion of this region is very challenging to us.
Vice President Jourova, feel free to reflect on any of our other panelists' contributions, but I'm also picking up on Gilles' last point there about the need for Europe to perhaps take more responsibility, not just in its immediate European neighborhood, but also in the Middle East. How does the EU do that at a time when you also spend a lot of your portfolio focused on democratic backsliding internally, and both having that internal conversation about democracy in the EU while also being an exemplar for others in the EU's immediate neighborhood?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will, I think, quote Angela Merkel from the time when we started to understand what Mr. President Trump's era will mean for Europe. She said clearly that we have to take it back to our hands, or into our hands. And what she meant to deploy such policies and strategies which will make us more resilient and more ready to address the threats from outside. And this has been reflected in many policies. You can read in many strategies which we produced yes, I speak about the paperwork, but we try to implement the strategies together with the member states. The China strategy, I think it's very clear, there is a very clear description that for some things we need them as partners, for many things they are competitors, and when it comes to many basic things, especially the governance style, and China is clear rival, which appetite to play a stronger global role is something which Europe has to react on. At the same time with the United States, those who say America is back, I also said it some time ago as an euphoric reaction on the elections. Europe is somewhere else, and so we started to write new chapter. Now the Technology and Trade Council, which started in Pittsburgh at the end of September, was resulted in a very ambitious and optimistic plan forward, where we might be strong partners, but at the same time we have to react on varying signals like Afghanistan or Caucasus. Yeah, so the same. Let's trust, let's work, but let's check whether this is still fine for Europe. The same with defense. We will, at the end of the year, we will have a new declaration of on European Union NATO cooperation, where we will clarify the division of work, that everything Europe wants to do in the field of defense, including big investments, does not mean that we want to weaken or replace NATO. So piece by piece, I think in everything we are doing, we showed that we want to, and we existentially need to be more resilient and play a more important role in the world.
So we're actually already almost out of time, and maybe we'll do one final, what we would call a lightning round. If I would just ask each of you to contribute an idea. This is a fascinating conference always for me because of the representation from across the globe, people from a variety of democracies. There will be other settings. The United States, I believe, is planning to host its Democracy Summit in December in the next several months. And I know that they are also, the Biden administration is hoping to come up with tangible ideas, ways that democracies can cooperate. And so I guess I'd just ask each of you, reflecting on either the regions we were discussing or more broadly, what is the one suggestion that you would make to the global democracy community about how democracies can work more effectively together to combat this current authoritarian moment? Reinhard, maybe I'll start with you.
Rather than proposing a measure, I would want to describe an attitude. To do that, I want to borrow a phrase from Antonio Gramsci, who once said that even though there might be pessimism of reason, there has to be optimism of will.
Fantastic. Maiko, how about you?
Yeah, well, it's kind of, it's pretty hard to focus on just one. So briefly, three related points. One is that, well, when it comes to the case of Asia, well, there's lesser recognition compared to Europe that, well, the U.S. hegemony is unfortunately over, and middle powers have to step up and will become more proactive in defending democracy and creating infrastructure and regional frameworks for it. So in Asia, well, those Northeast Asian developed democracies have to be aware of it. Secondly, we need multi-stakeholder, multilateral approach, especially in Asia, where there's no weak dynamo in governments to defend democracy. So we need 1.5 track approach, which includes civil society, which can tackle rising issues in Asia, including the protection of refugees from other Asian countries. And third and last, we need sort of two layers of democratic cooperation. One is core democratic countries creating the framework for democratic principles, corporations, protections, and so forth. But at the same time, we should not exclude other non-democratic countries. We should try to at least maintain a route to have conversation with those non-democratic countries, and we should not create ourselves as democratic alliance, so that we can hopefully spread the norms of democracy and institutions of democracy, not within the democratic regions, but also to outside of it.
Gilles, I'm getting warning about time, but one quick recommendation to global democracies.
Well, I'll just follow up on what Europe should stand very strongly by its values. It is now, still a rather rich place, a wealthy place. There is a shortage of workforce, as we know, in the post-COVID period. When we receive immigrants, we should be keen that they are socialized in a democratic way, and we should stand up to our values within this relation, particularly with our neighbors in the southern and eastern shores. And I think that this is something that we should not compromise, particularly in the post-Kabul and the post-AUKUS world, where we cannot benefit from much of a shelter anymore from outside. And we should stand for our values in a cohesive and responsible and security-wise way.
The last word goes to Vice President Jourova.
Yeah, I will stay in Europe. I think that we should really try hard to clearly define and make the distinction between those things which are principal ones, where we cannot make compromises. I think that you just mentioned some of them. It was, I think, a Czech philosopher, Jan Patočka, who said that, who was thinking and writing about what are the things which are worth suffering. I would say this is the definition. And so to define what are the uncompromisable principles, and not to micromanage everything else, because I think it's also one of our problems in the EU that, sorry, you are sometimes also in Strasbourg, but that we in Brussels know everything best. And the second thing, the dialogue has to go on. And in spite of the fact that in some member states we have some deep misunderstandings, I think we have to try again and again to try to open the honest dialogue and keep explaining to each other what we mean by different things, and try to keep it together. It's not easy, because now we already see some disruptions on several places.
Well, despite our limited time, I think we covered a lot of territory. Please join me in thanking our panel for their contributions. And I believe that the panel is now going to be followed by some messages from spiritual leaders about Václav Havel and global responsibility.
Firstly, I want to express my greetings, your conference. Now, meantime, while I express my greeting, in my mind still sort of very clear the face of President Havel, wonderful person. So, you see, we as soon as we met, it's automatically, you see, come some special feeling. So, now Havel, as a person, no longer, but his idea, his commitment, every people who respect him, who love him, have the responsibility to carry, you see, his ideas, his loving kindness. So, world need that. So, like past, many great teacher, but the teacher themselves, mostly passed away. But their teaching still continue. So similarly, the President Havel's, you see, the thinking about also the well-being of whole world. Person no longer, but idea still very relevant. And therefore, the people who admire him, myself, his great, also very clear friend, trust friend. So we have the responsibility to carry continuously, you see, his loving kindness and commitment for universal responsibility. Thank you.
Dear friends, distinguished forum participants, it is a pleasure and a privilege to be asked to address a personal message to this year's 25th Forum 2000 conference, which tackles the question, what now, and reflects on the challenge of building back democratically. We would like to assure you that we are with you in common spirit and fervent prayer. Allow us, therefore, to respond to the kind request of the organizers to share some modest thoughts with you. More specifically, let us deconstruct the title of your conference in order to reconstruct a proposal for a potential response. First of all, it is important to underline the significance of the adverb now in the title of this year's forum. The word now, nin, is a sacred word in the liturgy of the Orthodox Church, because no matter what earth-shattering events take place, no matter how groundbreaking our theological pronouncements and spiritual declarations may be, including resolutions in momentous conferences and summits, such as ecological assemblies and United Nations COP meetings, nothing meaningful, fruitful, and impactful can be achieved unless we are prepared to act now, unless we are prepared to make changes now, unless we are prepared to make sacrifices now. The current problems, the current pandemic is rightly called a global crisis, from the Greek word krisis, inasmuch as this word etymologically also signifies that we shall invariably be judged by our reaction, our response to the present challenge and defining moment. Our response is that matters. It is true that COVID-19 revealed the best in human nature, as well as exposed the worst in human indifference. Equally ambivalent responses are given with regard to another great threat, far more persistent to our planet, the climate change. However, the harsh reality invalidates such pseudo-dilemmas. The growing but neglected toll from rising global temperatures will eclipse the current number of deaths from all the infectious diseases combined if climate change is not constrained. Similarly, in the wake of the pandemic, even the World Economic Forum called for a great reset of capitalism, arguing that sustainability will only be achieved through drastic lifestyle changes. Secondly, it is important to underline the significance of the phrase building back. The concept of building is also vital in the Christian understanding of the Church and for the way of the description of its growth. From the earliest Christian sources, every believer is considered to be a precious and irreplaceable stone in the splendid edifice called the body of Christ. Of course, the cornerstone of the Church is Jesus Christ himself, but without the apostles as the pillars, the Virgin Mother as the apse, the martyrs and saints as the fortifications, and every individual as the rocks, stones, and pebbles, there can be no church at all. The symbolism here is simple and clear. Every person must also contribute to the rebuilding of the civic community and of the world. We have learned this lesson all too well through the pandemic, just as we have appreciated it through the climate crisis. As we highlighted only a few weeks ago in the joint statement that we signed with our beloved brothers, Pope Francis of Rome and Archbishop Justin Welby of Canterbury, quotation, for more than a year, we have all experienced the devastating effects of a global pandemic, all of us, whether poor or wealthy, weak or strong. Some were more protected or vulnerable than others, but the rapidly spreading infection meant that we have depended on each other in our efforts to stay safe. We realized that in facing this worldwide calamity, no one is safe until everyone is safe, that our actions really do affect one another, and that what we do today affects what happens tomorrow. End of quotation. And finally, dear friends, the last term of your conference title refers to democracy. The Forum 2000 conferences have persistently emphasized the significance of democracy over the last quarter of a century. During this period, you have discussed the vitality and fragility of democracy throughout the world and in specific parts of the globe. You have analyzed the primacy and priority of democratic renewal and the respect of human rights before and against expressions of autocracy and oppression. While it is sometimes difficult to discern or perceive, the truth is that democracy and human rights are essential and crucial gifts to all human beings, created equally by a living and loving God, who shaped all people according to the divine image and likeness. This means that everyone has a role and a responsibility to fulfill in maintaining a peaceful world and sustaining a balanced planet. Rebuilding democracy is hard work because, again, as we have learned from both the pandemic and the environment, human beings are vulnerable and human institutions are fragile. Still, the source of our hope and optimism lies in our conviction that all of us, whoever and wherever we are, can play an imperative part in changing our collective response to the unprecedented threats to our democratic structures and environmental integrity. Permit us to cite here again a relevant part from the above-mentioned joint statement. If we think of humanity as a family and work together towards a future based on the common good, we could find ourselves living in a very different world. Together we can share a vision for life where everyone flourishes. Together we can choose to act with love, justice, and mercy. Together we can walk towards a fairer and fulfilling society with those who are most vulnerable at the center. Dear friends, let us all act now. Let us all labor to build back. And let us all recommit to the principles of democracy, solidarity, and tolerance. We pray for the success of your deliberations and greet all of you with warm regards and prayerful blessings.
Is it working? Yes.
Hello, and welcome to the Women 4.0 Democratic Equality panel. And yes, it is with a question mark. I have the pleasure to have with me today, virtually and in person, 4 speakers who are going to answer to this ongoing dilemma. And I would like to start and present Nioradzo Mashiamem, women rights activist, founding executive director of Tag Alive International from Zimbabwe. Welcome, Nyari. And
thank you for having me. Hello, everyone.
It's really nice to see all of you. Unfortunately, I don't have the pleasure to give the hand to you in person. But I will make a disclaimer because we will have to be shorter on time, so I will try to be a bit more concise, and sorry if I'm skipping some issue. We will go on. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I just got the news that I have to keep it a bit shorter. Niari, going back. As a women's rights activist and media entrepreneur, what is the situation of women in the global south owing to COVID-19?
Thank you very much. Again, hello, everyone. We cannot talk about democracy without acknowledging the 52% of the population, which is women and girls. And so often we have the challenge of coming to talk about human rights and democracy and forget the enablers, the little things that affect us. So the situation of women in the global south right now, as far as COVID is concerned, is that for the most part, women are burdened with unpaid care work. So for example, there's been a lot of talk about shrinking democratic spaces. When you think about that, just also know that for the 52% of the world or the global south, which is women and girls, it is worse. Because when for example, politics, unfavorable political regimes, for example, when they are frustrating human rights defenders, activists, you know that it is a double burden for women because, excuse me, because they're also, excuse me, because they're also having to contend with religion, things that draw them back. They're also having to contend with cultural practices that are patriarchal, that are taking them back or holding them back. You also have to contend with issues of economic and income issues within the family. As we look at COVID-19, a lot of women, are informal traders and entering the issues of lockdowns. That means a lot of women lost their income. So when we're talking about participation now, it becomes very difficult for a woman who is thinking about feeding her family to then think about participating in public spaces. So therefore decisions are made on their behalf by the men, who sometimes, I mean, not all men, but for the most part, some men who then are inclined to be able to participate in public spaces because women are taking care of the things at home. So it becomes very difficult for women and girls to participate in public spaces. I also want to talk about the issues of corruption that is then making access to basic necessities or basic services for women. For example, talking again about COVID-19, access to vaccinations right now, and also just access to oxygen and basic necessities that are required for someone to fight COVID-19. Corruption within our government have not made it easier for health systems to be stronger. Also, an issue right now that's affecting women and girls, the issue of education. Schools have been closed. For example, in my own country, this is very true for many African countries. Access to education, for example, and worse for the girl child because many girls fell pregnant during the lockdowns. Just poor systems of education is going to make it very difficult for girls to come back to school. For many children also who are just coming from poor backgrounds to come back from school. So we do not have equality within the education sector right now. And yet our governments continue imposing assessments or examinations, pretending that children have been learning when they actually have not been learning. Maybe for the purposes of allowing others, I'll end here for now.
I'm happy that you actually mentioned education, because you are also a media entrepreneur, and I'm actually curious to know about how is media actually helping, you know, in nowadays with all the fake news that we have around. What is the role of media in the global South?
Thank you very much. Actually, there is so much power in media, also as a practitioner. What we learned actually as soon as we started lockdown last year was that for people to continue accessing information, for people to continue participating in public life, for women and girls, we had to use media such as social media, television, radio. So there's been such an increase in the uptake of media. And media has come also with its own challenges, issues of fake news, issues of, unverified news. But for the most part, also as a player, we had an opportunity, even as women who are participating in media, to inform the public, and girls, also our girls and young women participating in informing and teaching others on issues such as COVID-19, how to take care of yourself, as well as how to find services that protect one from gender-based violence, because as a result of COVID-19, there was a spike in the.
Apparently, we have a technical. No, I see the other two panelists that, okay, so it's from Nyari's side. Nyari, thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear us, and because I would like to move.
Can you hear me?
Sorry? You're back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And I would like to take on this occasion, making the bridge and continuing actually with the media. And thank you very much, Nyari. I will get back to you. And I would like to present you Elda Lorena Becerra Mizuno. Welcome. She's the political analyst and head of public opinion research at Reforma from Mexico. And I would actually address you the same question. I would like to start with, like, what's the situation of women in the global South, especially Latin America?
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you. For the sake of time, I'm just going to focus on some issues. I think that initially we have a lot of structural problems, if you allow me this term. Obviously, all the differences in employment, salaries, procurement of justice, access to health and education services, and the conditions of poverty. In Mexico, we have half of the population in poverty. And this obviously affects women in general and all the different accesses that they can have, right? So this has made it very hard for women to access equal rights all over the different dimensions of their lives, and obviously to advance in other issues. We have a terrible, terrible problem with feminicides. Basically, Mexico is one of the leading countries, not only in Latin America, but worldwide in terms of this, and the impunity which they are carried out. And the media here, for instance, has a very important role, and it should have had a bigger role in at least covering these issues, right? And in my opinion, they have really fallen short of what they can do to empower women, to help women claim for justice, right? Claim for empowerment. There is also a salary gap, right, regarding men. A recent study that was published about a week ago from Colegio de Mexico finds that maternity continues to penalize women in the work area. Employment for women who decide to become mothers decreases since the beginning of pregnancy incrementally until birth. And mothers who want to rejoin the labor force after their child is 6 years of age really do not show a recovery in their employment. The wage difference with men in the same positions is around 30%, and with women who do not want to be mothers are 18%. So this is a huge difference, and this really has become worse over time. The pandemic, in my opinion, came to increase all of these difficulties. In the health area, maternal mortality in Mexico increased 40% between 2019 and 2020 to 46 deaths per 100,000 births. So this is a terrible news, right? Instead of moving forward, we have started to move back. In the newspaper where I work, in alliance with the Instituto Mexicano de Competitividad, the Competitiveness Institute, we carried out a national household survey regarding the effects of the pandemic. And this was part of what I'm trying to do as a woman in media, right? To put visibility on what women are suffering. And what we found is that the percentage of reduction in employment for women was 11% between March 2020 and January 2021. For men, it was only 4%. On average, the women disclosed that they make 20% less salaries than men in their same position and with the same level of education. So this is a huge gap. And they are twice as likely than men to lose their jobs during the pandemic, right? Because women have become also the caregivers, you know, as a result of the pandemic.
As always, I might say.
As always, right. So they have taken in roles that are unpaid roles at the household. They have started to abandon their jobs. The economically active population of women above 15 years old went from 75 to 41% between March 2020 and January 2021. For men, it was only 76 to 73%. This is just for Mexico. And in terms of emotional distress, all women indicated having a greater degree of depression, anxiety, stress, exhaustion, and anguish in compared to their male counterparts. So aside from all these structural problems that we already started with, the pandemic came to put a lot of more difficulties and stress in the general living conditions of women, and obviously in how they are being able to solve this, what we have come to know as the she session, right? And obviously there are no improvements in the other areas, like the procurement of justice, guaranteeing sexual rights, because actually the pandemic in Latin America came at a point where the whole feminist movement was gaining more momentum, right? And I'm just going to close with this. I think that in Latin America, we still do not have such a visible dimension in terms of the women vote, as we see in US, for instance, or in other advanced democracies. And I think the potential for this women movement to become a political dimension in itself is huge. But we still have to look at what the other side has to offer, right? Like the political options, the party options. And I think they're also falling short on that. And I think the media can actually start to help bridge those two issues. And I'll close with that.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the statistic is like just frightening. And also being a mother and going through C-section, and it's like, I can relate. And coming also from an Eastern country that now, due to COVID, the abortions are extremely limited last year and also this year. So I will go even deeper and I will go further, not with the statistics, but I would like to present Paulina Nuding, a Swedish editor and publisher. Welcome, Paulina.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here and to be part of the forum and such a distinguished group of speakers.
Paulina, unfortunately, the world is not at rest. And looking at Afghanistan, Yemen, Haiti, South Africa, and this is just to mention a few, as your work focuses mainly on immigration and integration in Europe, what would you like actually the world to know as it relates to women, childhood, children, and their rights to democracy participation?
Well, we have a new reality in Western Europe where we have witnessed the emergence of parallel societies as a consequence of large-scale immigration for the past few decades and failed policies of integration. So, in effect, we have two societies in Western Europe. We have a European society, which is increasingly marked by gender equality. And then we have these pockets, these parallel societies, which are increasingly marked by a lack of equality and female participation. And you can see this from the suburbs of Paris to the streets of Berlin and Malmö in Sweden. And we see it in calls for separate time slots in public swimming pools for women. We see it in a lack of women in cafes, in honor repression, forced marriages, gender mutilation suddenly taking place in Europe. And like Lorena just said, instead of moving forward, we're moving backward. And there has been a fear in Western European societies to address this. I think there has been a genuine fear of not to offend, not to stoke racism, populism, and so on. But there has also been cultural relativism, a fear of being accused of racism rather than stoking actual racism. But the consequence is that this is a huge problem and a huge challenge for Western Europe. And we have to come to a point where we're ready to say that we defend all women's rights in immigrant suburbs as well as in the majority culture city centers. And we have to acknowledge that immigrant societies are part of the majority culture and the majority norms of Western European societies. And I could mention, for instance, I did an interview with a Swedish then Minister of Gender Equality. I invited him to join me at a cafe in a parallel society to Stockholm, where there are only men. There are only men in the cafe. And women who have tried to sit down and have a coffee have been told, you're not welcome because women's place is not here in cafes. Women's place is in the home. And we sat down, this Minister of Integration and his press secretary and I were the only women there. And he calls himself a feminist. And he hadn't realized that there are pockets in Swedish societies where you can go and sit down at a cafe and you will see no women because of this sort of honor logic which stipulates that women are not welcome in public spaces. So I think we're facing a tremendous challenge in incorporating these suburbs, these parallel societies into the general culture of Western European countries.
I would have personally expected, actually, not to hear that we are not moving forward. This is just, it doesn't kind of bring hope. But the whole panel, actually, it's not the hope. It's actually to address the issues until they are going to actually be I'm sorry.
To affect change.
Exactly. Thank you. And thank you for being so blunt, Paulina, for so blunt and so honest, and actually addressing exactly is like the Western society is not, that entity that it's actually saying to the global South or to the rest of the world and being actually a rolling model. And because, yes, we are actually talking about hope or not having, not moving forward, I would like to introduce also Lujain Al-Khatlu, women's rights activist from Saudi Arabia. Welcome, Lujain.
Thank you, dear, and thank you for having me in this forum.
And as Saudi Arabia seems to have been progressive on women's rights, actually, what are your thoughts framing it in the present day situation of COVID?
Well, I'll be short in answering this question because it's quite straightforward. It's undeniable that many positive amendments were witnessed in the past years in favor to women, of course, from lifting the ban of the symbolic right of women driving to reviewing many of the guardianship laws previously imposed on women. When it comes to COVID and women, many elements can be regarded. I will focus today on the women employment aspect, as it has created a dangerous trend, in my opinion. As you might know, Saudi Arabia is dependent on the lower wages workers, mainly from Asia. The pandemic caused an abrupt drop of these workers' numbers due to multiple reasons, of course. To cover their absence, Saudi women were hired in greater numbers. Such transition played an important role in lowering the women's unemployment rate. Of course, seen from a statistical point of view, improvement was obviously made. However, when seen from the ground, the pandemic reinforced the traditional role of women in the working force, which is being offered the lowest paying jobs, subject to financial pressures as well as instability. We need to be careful in applauding these seemingly positive steps for women, especially in Saudi Arabia, as they might entangle more troubling challenges as we are currently witnessing.
Jane, because you also mentioned Asia, I'm just wondering, how do you see actually the MENA region performing on women's rights to democracy and not related only to the employment?
Well, when it comes to democracy, the line between democratic countries and other kinds of governance is blurry in the MENA region, as many of you might have already noticed, of course. Women in both governing types seem, in my view, to be utilized to embellishing the nation's image, rather than have a genuine attempt to ameliorate their situation. I can't stop thinking of Najla Ramadan as the most recent example. She was appointed first woman prime minister of Tunisia, chosen by Qais Said to form a new government. As an outside observer, I can't ignore the worry regarding her appointment, which could be an attempt to defer attention from the president's questionable move in the past weeks that are seen by many as undemocratic. Other than deferring the public focus, the selection of a woman in this historic act was to absorb some of the national and international disapprovals of the president's latest moves, especially moves seen against democracy. I would like to add that we shouldn't settle for cosmetic changes, and we shouldn't tolerate being men's political makeup. To reiterate my point, I think it's crucial to push for more favorable realities for women, while being careful of not falling into traps that will take us years to correct. Of course, the basic statistical numbers shouldn't be our end goal, as seen in the COVID-19 aftermath, as well as the latest moves in Arab democratic countries, as women empowerment should give women the power to influence their surrounding and not only be a number of a superficial chart.
And exactly, it should, this verb. And when it comes to it should, who should actually be responsible and take accountability? And I would like to address to Nyari the question of what would you say it should be the priority in rebuilding Africa as far as women and girls are concerned?
Thank you very much, Alina. I would just possibly just want to start answering that question by possibly us at this conference to say we don't want to come here and sound like we are just crying as women, but I think what we're trying to do with this session is that as democratic participants or as democratic activists or those who are pushing for democracy across women's issues, women's rights, or how can we be more aware, possibly all the issues that we're talking about here at this conference, if we can just pay attention to coming back to some of the roots. If we strengthen our roots, as I mentioned earlier at my opening, that women constitute 52%, women and girls. And often we touch at the macro issues of democracy, and we do not focus on the micro, which is our democratic foundations of including women and girls, as well as addressing all these issues that are happening across Mexico, across Asia, across the world, including in America. So for me, I think it is important that we lay that ground and say we are talking about this because it is an ingredient of the equation of democracy. We must focus on the issues that hinder the 52% to participate in democracy and human rights. And as we come to Africa, what the key issues right now are, out focus on the issues of economic empowerment. As I mentioned earlier on, and as my colleagues from Mexico are mentioning, that it is difficult, for example, for a woman to fully participate when she can't feed her children because the burden of care lies on the woman. It is then very difficult for a woman to go and participate or to leave the children hungry. It is very easy for men to go and participate in public life because then they are depending on women. It is I think as a platform we must acknowledge, as we are talking about democracy, that they are democracy enablers. Women have been democracy enablers. How do we focus? How do we come back as activists and acknowledge this and build and remove the burden of care across? Even as women's activists, I'm a woman, I'm possibly a mother. For me to participate even in leading my organization, in looking for funding for my organizations and initiatives, it's also important for us to also even interrogate the issue of funding in women's organizations that are pushing for these things. They are usually very poorly funded. Why am I talking about this? I think it is again important for us as activists from across the world, democracy leaders, to understand, to be challenged in the way that we view democracy even as people. To be more conscious when we are setting up programs, systems, when we are approaching governments. I want us to begin to normalize putting gender equality, gender equity in our conversations as democracy activists at this forum. And I want to just shout out to give shout out to Yakub, the executive director of the forum at this stage, that he's really been open to allowing the Women's Working Group to push for this, and actually for seeing this this session here at the main conference is quite something that we want to celebrate the forum secretariat. So for me, my encouragement is that every person at this conference must go back and say, how do we, everything, whether we're talking about China, with whatever country we're talking about, let's think about the women, the children, whatever the problems are, maybe we are leaving out the 50% voices that should be part of us tackling the problems of democracy and human rights. And when it comes to Africa, really, it's about the same thing. Let's acknowledge women and girls. Let's acknowledge the challenges of the burden of care. every woman here has spoken about how we have been pushed back. Whatever the gains, even United Nations Women has reported that whatever the gains of democracy, of human rights, there's been a pushback on women and girls' rights because of the pandemic. So I think I want to invite Africa, I want to invite every participant here to begin to be more sober in realizing that whatever we're talking about, women are worse, women and children, and also the youth, because they do not have jobs. As a colleague was sharing that there's been more than a 20% loss of income that is also affecting our youth because for the most part in the global south, youth don't have anything to do. They depend on informal trading, which is 95%. And when there are lockdowns, there's desperation. There's been a lot of increase in crime as well, increase in gender-based violence. There's been a conversation around a lack of access to justice. That's very real.
Indeed, Nyari, indeed. And
yes,
as much as I love you being really furious and being outspoken. And yes, this is about, with this conference, and actually, yeah, I could see over the years also the progress that Forum 2000 made towards women and tackling more and more equality issues. I'm really sorry, but apparently our time it's up. But I would like to mention that even we were saying that things are not moving forward. This is our duty, and as you also mentioned, Nyari, that's why the global leaders that they are here in this room or they are watching and participating in Forum 2000, it is theirs and our responsibility to be sure that we are taking this agenda and we are putting it on the agenda, the feminist issues, all the time. It's a restless fight, but me personally, I'm grateful to see as little progress, and actually I'm honored to meet you all, and I would like to continue this conversation in the closest future. Thank you very much. Last note, if Paulina and Lujan would like to, and also Lorena, if you would like to add something.
Well, I would only say, I don't know if this is working, yeah. I would only say, and I completely agree, I think that a lot of the reforms that we have seen some reforms in my country, the quotas, you know, the gender quotas in participation in Congress, etc. They're not enough. They have ended up being cosmetic measures. But I do see hope, at least in the younger generations. As I mentioned before, we usually measure trends in public opinion. And what we see in differences in the younger generations is a change in mindset. And they are more towards equality. They are more towards women's rights. And you see this in the men too, right? In the younger men. And so I think this is a movement that is inevitable. It's going to change. And yes, it is our responsibility to make it change deeper and faster. I would end with that.
Thank you, Lorena. Paulina or Lucian?
Sure, Alina, I understand that the time is up, so thank you very much for having me on this panel, and I sincerely hope to see you all next year in Prague. I really hope that will be possible next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paulina.
I just have one last comment about the imperative of constantly pushing for change in favor of women. But we also need to understand the position of women in more vulnerable societies. The fear is real, the danger is real. And I can't stress this more. Like, you know what happened to me the past 3 years. So we need to be careful about pushing youth in making that change.
Thank you, Lujan. We will, exactly, this is going to be, and this is going to be our battleship, let's say. And I will end with a really short poem for all the females, women, and girls out there. You have no mind to be unkind, said Echo in her ear. No mind to bring a living thing to suffering or fear. For all that's bad or mean or sad, you have no mind, my dear. Lewis Carroll to Janet Merriman. Thank you very much for your attendance and enjoy the next panels.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, from wherever in the world you're joining us today for this Forum 2000 discussion on the topic Corruption, Human Rights Abuses, and Citizen Activism in Africa. I am Fonte Akum, Executive Director of the Institute for Security Studies. Joining me in this recorded conversation are three tireless crusaders for political freedoms, accountable and legitimate governance, and liberty in Africa. Our first speaker is Gladys Changachirere, founder and director of the Institute for Young Women Development and the coordinator of the African Women Leaders Forum. She is also a recipient of the 30 Under 30 Democracy Award from the National Endowment for Democracy for her pioneering work on young women's political participation in Zimbabwe. Good afternoon, Gladys. Our second speaker is Farida Naburema. She is a writer and political in 2018, and in recognition of her pro-democracy activism, she was awarded the Young Advocate of the Year and Female African Youth of the Year by the African Youth Award. In the same year, Time magazine listed her as one of the 4 crusaders of democracy in the world. Welcome, Farida. And last, but certainly not least, and respecting courtesy of ladies before gentlemen, is Jeffrey Smith, founding director of Vanguard Africa and the Vanguard Africa Foundation. He has over a decade of experience in human rights advocacy, pro-democracy, and research work in Africa, including at the Robert F. Kennedy Center for Justice and Human Rights, Freedom House, the National Endowment for Democracy, and the Institute for Democratic Alternatives in South Africa. You can also follow Jeff's podcast, which he co-created and hosts at the Resistance Bureau. Hi, Jeff.
Hello.
Now that the introductions are complete, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to plunge straight into the conversation, turning our attention first of all to Farida to help us set the scene. Farida, how would you describe the state of corruption and human rights abuses in West Africa against the backdrop of almost a year fighting COVID-19?
To my opinion and observation, I believe that the situation has only worsened since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, the difficulties that come under the COVID-19 restrictions can only enable a terrain of authoritarianism. I once wrote an article dictators loved lockdowns, and seen governments across the West African region instrumentalize the COVID-19 against citizens in terms of forbidding them from exercising their freedom of assembly or even speech by in conflict like we do not arresting citizens when they organize private gatherings for events like weddings or funerals, but then when you have as little as 10 activists gather for a film screening, they get arrested and they might be confiscated. So since the beginning of the pandemic, we have only seen a worsening of authoritarianism in the West African region. There has also been a lot of corruption scandals documented and highly televised in many countries like Nigeria, Ghana, where the government bodies in charge of administering government aid or even managing the COVID relief fund have embezzled the resources. In other countries, you have seen governments embezzle not only the resources that were given by foreign institutions to fight COVID, but also steal from the supplies that were given such to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. So in democracy, things have only been getting worse. In a span of 2 years, we have already had 3 coups in the region, 2 in Mali, 1 in Guinea recently. We have seen dictators force themselves for a 3rd and a 4th term, managed to get a 4th term in 2020. There was a 3rd term that was also forced on the people of Ivory Coast by Alassane Ouattara, and the people of Guinea by Alpha Condé, which unfortunately ended in a coup. So there is come down the civic space as well, and there is a huge decrease in the West African region at the beginning of the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Farida. You argue that governments like lockdowns. At this point, I would like to turn to Gladys for perspective from the Southern Africa region, and this time speaking to how citizen activism has actually shaped the response to COVID-19 and how they have engaged with some of the government responses which have been put in place. Gladys? Gladys, I think you're muted. We cannot hear you.
Sure, thanks. Building on what Farida has said, COVID-19 has definitely contributed towards the closure of democratic space, for activists as well as opposition politics in Zimbabwe, but also even other parts of the Southern African region. And indeed, that really shaped how, citizens have responded to the shrinking of the civic space, and also, in turn, actually influencing, government measures in some instances because of how they responded to the shrinking democratic space. In Zimbabwe, we did so, our government jumping onto, massive lockdowns and, serious curfews immediately after only 1 case was detected in Zimbabwe early in 2020. And that shows you how, hungry they were, to be able to have a space and an opportunity to close out the space for everyone. Because while some countries, had big numbers, of COVID-19, South Africa had, the biggest of numbers that were recorded on the continent at the time, but they were still, somehow open in some aspects of how they were, responding to the pandemic. But in Zimbabwe, we actually had a national shutdown that was followed by serious curfews, for, frontline workers. And they went on also to ban immediately, any political activities, including elections. So even up to today, by-elections remain banned in Zimbabwe, despite the fact that we actually have a lot of vacant posts for elected officials, some who died, in between 2020 and up to where we are now, some who have been recalled by different political parties, some who have been forced, to step down, but still elections remain banned. And this is despite the fact that other countries in the region have actually, continued to actually have national elections against, huge numbers of COVID-19. And then we have also seen a lot of arrests taking place because immediately after the lockdowns were announced, which were announced without any specific measures as to how government was going to provide safety nets, for the different populations whose businesses were definitely, affected by COVID-19, including your informal traders, large groups of women who relied on informal trade and vending. So citizens took to the streets to protest against the lockdown, and that was actually followed by massive arrests, of citizens and the opposition activists who were participating, and more than three of them, were abducted in the same period, with 3 young women, having suffered sexual assaults as a result of the abductions. And we have seen, the trend actually continuing, and it was continuing under the guise of, we are trying to enforce lockdown restrictive measures so that citizens don't spread COVID-19. And yet it was very clear that, this is a tactic by the state to really close out the space for activists as well as opposition political parties, because they actually, as the ruling party, also with the majority in government, continued conducting their activities. They met, at a Politburo level, they met at cabinet level, and sometimes without even complying with COVID-19 regulations. If you also look at what happened in Malawi, it also jumped into imposing a lockdown, without also putting in place the necessary safety measures. And so we have seen these things really happening in South Africa as well when it then imposed the lockdowns. These were things that were being done without even consulting even civil society, They may not have been able to consult the entire citizens, but they could have consulted, human rights organizations, civic organizations that were working with people in communities on a day-to-day basis. But there was no consultation that happened. We just woke up, with imposed lockdowns. And in Zimbabwe, it was actually, a lockdown enforced within less than 48 hours. And so that's how really, the space closed out for civics, as well as opposition parties. But I think it's also important to highlight that while the state took advantage really to weaponize COVID-19, citizens were also, they didn't take it lightly, and hence the protests that you saw in Zimbabwe, protests that you saw in South Africa, as well as the protests and as well as litigation, that happened in Malawi, which eventually actually overturned, the government's imposition of a lockdown without, putting in place the necessary safety nets. And that has definitely, also shifted the conversation around COVID-19 early in its stages, because civic society was trying to really push back against the weaponization of the pandemic. Of course, we have continued to see the situation worsen, because autocrats do what they know best. They continue to take advantage. And I think in Zimbabwe, they've actually adopted this command culture where everything will be considered, command elections, command kind of stuff. And as a result, they've continued to really win against civic society and activists. And really the situation continues to worsen, even if, cases of COVID-19 have been, changing over time, but still the repression continued.
Gladys, you raise really important issues related to governance in moments of crisis, particularly in Southern Africa, and the contestation between government measures and social and economic livelihoods, and the different ways in which there is dissonance between those that actually creates the kinds of friction that we have seen, to the extent that Africa might have escaped through the different waves, grave implications from the health side, but it's not yet escaped the political and economic consequences of COVID-19. And I would actually want to move now to Jeff, and we might seem to be moving in reverse. But Jeffrey, over the past, say, year and a half, how would you describe the challenges and opportunities to effective governance in Africa emerging from the COVID-19 context?
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. I think, certainly as you've heard Frida and Gladys expound upon here, authoritarian actors have certainly grown bolder over the past year to 18 months. And that's, I think that's been caused by two major conditions. And Gladys highlighted one of the major ones in the context of Zimbabwe, is that autocratic leaders were hungry for an opportunity to crack down, and they really capitalized on this. Zimbabwe, of course, being a prime example of that. But also on the global level, we saw major democracies, namely the United States, turn inward. We had our own experiences here with an authoritarian wannabe president and the challenges that arose from that. So even before the COVID-19 pandemic, organizations, including ones I used to work for, Freedom House, for instance, had shown through their research that there had been 15 consecutive years of declines in global freedom, but also specifically for Africa too. If you look at the latest Ibrahim Index of African Governance, that found that the average score for overall governance on the continent, including the North Africa region as well as sub-Saharan Africa, that overall governance scores had declined, and that followed a slowing progress since at least 2015. So this has really been a continent-wide issue predating the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think undoubtedly, as we've already discussed here, government responses to the pandemic exacerbated this already evident democratic decline, and perhaps most especially in Africa. As Frida herself wrote last year, and she mentioned this article that I encourage everyone to read, dictators love lockdowns. But the important issue here is that once governments, police, and the related security services gain those extra powers during a crisis event, whether it's public health related or not, they don't give those up without a fight, right? We know this from history and from past experience. And we've seen this manifest in a number of ways. For instance, repressive regimes and populist leaders, they work to reduce transparency, to promote false or misleading information, to crack down on the sharing of unfavorable data or critical views. I think concerning for me is we saw many examples of this in Africa's biggest democracies, or so-called democracies, depending on whom you're speaking to. And this has included Nigeria, South Africa, that Gladys was speaking to, but also Kenya, where activists in that latter country have been proclaiming for months, for the past year, that the police there have killed more people than Corona itself due to their violent crackdowns. Secondly, many of those who voiced objections to their government's handling of the pandemic faced harassment or criminal charges. One example that hasn't gotten much attention at all that I've been particularly concerned about has been in Guinea-Bissau, where private radio stations have come under increasingly intense political pressure. Several journalists have been targeted. They've been physically beaten and arrested by state authorities. But also on the other side, it's been concerning because we've also seen this play out in some of the region's more democratic countries, including in Ghana, where the military has lashed out at journalists who have critically covered their activities during the COVID-19 response there. Third, lockdowns were often excessive. They were politicized. They were brutally enforced by security agencies. Gladys gave the great example of Zimbabwe, where activists have long been claiming that the ruling regime has used the pretext of COVID-19 to push political agendas. As Gladys also mentioned, you saw the targeted crackdown on women, opposition activists and leaders there, which also points to another issue that this has really had a profound impact on women activists especially. We saw the crackdown in Zimbabwe, but also in Uganda, where women activists were particularly and ruthlessly targeted, Dr. Stella Nyanzi among them, who now lives in exile, but also in Egypt as well. And I think Uganda is another primary example here, where the government very clearly used this as an experience to grab and to consolidate power. Fourth, anti-democratic leaders worldwide, not only in Africa, use the pandemic as a cover to weaken the political opposition, especially. I think, and Frida spoke to this a little bit, I think to me the most glaring examples have been evident in Central and West Africa. This included Cameroon and Guinea, where elections in both countries were effectively and ruthlessly stolen under the guise of COVID-19, the latter of which in Guinea laid the foundation and provided the very pretext for this month's military coup. And just to close really quickly, more worryingly, I think, many of these developments that we've seen and that we're discussing here today will have lasting effects, right? And this means that the eventual end of the pandemic, when and if we get there, will not necessarily trigger an immediate revitalization of democracy in Africa or elsewhere. These new powers that are being exercised by oftentimes repressive governments, but also democratic governments, and the innovative technologies that have been used to enforce them, these are rarely reversed. They're not curtailed when a crisis inevitably recedes. And consequently, the measures that appear to be legitimately needed at this point in time to protect the public, they slowly erode our freedoms over time in the long term. And this ratchet effect, I think, is something we should all be increasingly concerned about.
Thanks, Jeff, for setting the scene for us as well on the different means that have been deployed by governments around the world, and particularly in Africa, to enforce their power and control against the backdrop of a pandemic. I would like to go in reverse now to Gladys and raise a number of issues. The first is, if you look at Africa demographically, we are hitting 1.4 billion by within the next 2 years. The majority of the population are youth. And if anything, hasn't the COVID-19 pandemic shown the limitations of the repressive approach to governance in most of Southern Africa as well? And what means are left to civil society organizations to actually counter some of the repressive approaches used?
You raise a very fundamental point, around the demography of, the African continent, which is bulging at a time where the environment, for youth to explore, their potential, to explore and start actually providing the leadership that they need to do, is actually closed out. But I think what it does is, this is happening at a context where the increasing, exploration and use of technology, in Africa is also growing. And I think with technology, we have actually seen a lot of, young people in particular, utilizing social media in ways that has not been like before COVID-19. There's a lot of organizing that is going around. And I'm also happy to say, from a community organizing and mobilizing perspective, it has also COVID has also provided an opportunity for us to think outside the box in terms of what community organizing should look like. We have started exploring ways around strengthening, communities' access to technology, including in rural areas. Yes, it's a trajectory that will take time, but the baby steps have taken, have started happening already. And that is actually contributing towards an opportunity, for young people in different regions of different classes to be able to utilize, social media for their community organizing. I think in Zimbabwe, there's one popular journalist by the name Hopo Chingono, who, he's been doing his activism over time, but I think he really gained popularity, during the time of COVID, where he produced a song called Demlut, where he was basically, trying to talk about corruption happening in Zimbabwe and how that is actually, affected organizing by communities, but also limited, people's access to healthcare at a time when they needed the most. And that has continued to happen, where we have actually seen lots of pockets of young people organizing and mobilizing on social media. And I think because now the majority of young people are on social media, you are therefore not limited to your geographical boundaries of your own countries, but you're actually able to see what's happening next door. You're actually able to see what's happening in other countries. And when you look at what has happened in Zambia, recently, it has been a huge inspiration to a lot of young people who are on social media. We've been able to interface with what has happened on social media. So that is already one opportunity, that as young people we do have, in terms of trying to really fight back this increasing repression by authoritarians through online organizing. But also, I think it's very important for us to appreciate that in as much as we talk of a huge bulge, of young people on the continent, we're also talking about, young people who are finding themselves unemployed. They do not find themselves fitting proportionately, to the current, economic situation on the continent. And that means that those young people are definitely going to be compromised and disenfranchised in terms of jobs. And so there is really a huge need now, for civics, funding organizations, different agencies to really think about mobilizing citizens in ways that also, include or rather integrate the socio-economic rights. Because currently, when you look at the situation, we are faced with organizing demobilized communities, demobilizing constituencies of young people who have lost their jobs, but some who have also not even had an opportunity, to get their jobs. And some who may not even, because the situation is worsened because of COVID-19. So when you're dealing with such a disenfranchised, huge population, you really need to be able to, think about ways of organizing that integrates and provide holistic ways of mobilizing, so that you're able to capture these young people and make sure that they do have the right message, but they also have the right political consciousness on the need for them to use their own agency and actually contribute towards fighting repression, where the repression is usually coming from, corrupt systems, corrupt authoritarian systems. So for me, I think I see vast opportunities for young people, and Africa needs to really harness those opportunities, because this is the only one of the few hopes that we have in terms of deconstructing, the cancer that's on the continent in terms of corruption as well as dictatorship, but actually rebuild a young people who are prepared to carry forward, a democratic, a transparent, as well as an accountable continent.
Thanks a lot, Gladys, for raising three important issues, which I think are actually mirror effects of some of the repressive systems that are used by states as well. The first being technology, which could be used for organizing, but is also used for repression. The second is organizing at the grassroots level, which we have seen used by those in power as well to counter civil society movements. And the third is a results-based approach towards the different organizing and technological uses that we deploy. Time is running away from us, but there's an interesting question I would like to ask for Farida, given the region in which she is at the moment. Two constitutional wrongs definitely do not make a right. And we have seen a lot of we have seen populist coups in West Africa, whether in Mali or in Guinea. This populations coming out of the streets to support the military taking power. Where does civil society position itself in context where the civil society space shrinks in the aftermath of coups? And how do civil society organizations actually function in such spaces? I think you're muted as well, Farida. Farida, we can't hear you.
Yes, thank you for the brief. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thanks for that. The in West Africa is a dilemma in terms of having to, I wouldn't say choose, but having to accept that a coup could be a solution to authoritarianism and could be a way out for leaders that continuously abuse their powers. However, every human rights defender in Africa does understand that bringing militaries into politics doesn't solve problems, it only makes it worse. Far from being one of the people who will say that when a populist coup happens, like you have described it, we have to completely accept it and hope that the military will do good. I would like to kind of like remind us of the times where the military were brought into politics to do what they seem to be doing again 20 years down the line. In the early 90s, we have seen such coup being carried. And unfortunately, those who carried the coup ended up being worse than the governments they have removed. We have seen that with the Gambia, similarities with Charles Taylor's in Liberia. We have seen the same thing happening in Nigeria and many other countries across the world. So the militaries are not trained, nor equipped, nor willing to lead democratically. They don't have the ability to rule with accountability. The manner in which they are trained, they are not questioned when they make decisions, and they don't tolerate questioning, they don't tolerate transparency, and they want citizens to obey instead of be citizens that are active and that participate in their government. As a result, accept the takeover when we want democratic change. However, when that happens, and it's continuing to becoming a trend in West Africa, the civil society now has to be prepared for that possibility and have a set of checklists on what to do when the military surprise at all and they remove a dictator from power. The citizens in the short term only see the short gain, which is the end of a long, of decades old or years old military, not military regimes, but authoritarian regimes. But how do we prepare the citizen for understanding that when the military come to power, they have to mount pressure on them to ensure that those militaries yield the power to civilians and they allow civilians to organize free, fair, and transparent elections. It is when citizens and the civil society actually drop the ball and withdraw, waiting for the military to take the right actions, that we end up being in situations where those military refuse to leave power and they actually consolidate the power and make things even more difficult for both the opposition and the civil society. It is in terms of developing preparedness tactic, also continuing, and that when the military come to power, the revolution hasn't even started. We are just continuing to fight for democracy, and we might not at any point think the military can bring us democracy, because military and military rule and armies don't work together with democracy. The way they operate is totalitarian, and that can only be devastating to the country as a whole.
Thanks a lot, Farida, for bringing a much needed dose of realism to the issue of militaries actually righting constitutional wrongs, which would almost never happen. I would like to swing back to Jeff here, and I think, Jeff, you would have sort of 2.5 minutes to touch upon this. We saw a Trump administration which was very nationalist in its approach, and we have waves of nationalism actually taking over around the world. How do you then work with African civil society organizations to create a global movement and not be accused of being the new face of colonialism on the continent?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think it's really great to end on a positive note, because I think despite all the negative consequences from the pandemic that we've been discussing today, its effects on governance and democracy, there have been some bright spots. And one of the bright spots that I've certainly seen, and this is evidence of it today on this call and hearing from these amazing speakers, is the growing solidarity of activists across borders, across traditional boundaries, to start pushing back against autocratic encroachment. So I think, despite the many losses for freedom that we've seen, citizens across Africa especially, I think, have remained committed to fighting for their rights, and pro-democracy movements have showed remarkable resilience. And the way in which they've done that is to build these links of solidarity. I think the pandemic has certainly catalyzed new forms of civic mobilization. I think we saw this, for example, in Tanzania, where activists and media professionals, they were fighting disinformation at a time when the president, who ultimately died of COVID, was dismissing its existence and its effects. We've also seen this across West Africa. The West Africa Center for Democracy and Development, for example, has been working incredibly hard with their allies across the ECOWAS region, a 15-country bloc, to explain how we contain COVID-19 misinformation and fake news across the region. Several African countries, we discussed this today, for example, they held successful elections despite the myriad obstacles in their way. Independent courts provided checks on executive overreach, and they were doing this with lessons learned from countries across the region. Journalists in even the most repressive environments, Gladys mentioned one in Zimbabwe, have investigated government transgressions and have successfully exposed corruption in the handout and distribution of COVID-19 relief, for example. And activists like Farida and others have persisted in calling out these undemocratic practices online and elsewhere. This new space in which citizen activists have been able to gather and to mobilize support. Two examples I think deserve a special highlight here. Malawi, following a marred election in mid-2019, the judges there withstood and stood up to bribery attempts and pressure from an incumbent regime to call for new elections. An opposition presidential candidate, as we know, ultimately won in a rerun by a huge margin. And just in Zambia, last month, a nationwide pro-democracy movement led and inspired by the country's youth that Gladys was talking about, and civic actors as well, propelled another opposition challenger there to a momentous upset victory. So I think it's this growing solidarity across borders that's been really, really special. And seeing these lessons learned implemented in places like Zambia and Malawi, seeing activists like Rafael Marques in Angola, for instance, signing and promoting a call to defend democracy in Africa, arguing that, you know, at stake are the freedom, health, and dignity of people everywhere, not just in Africa, but these are issues that affect us everywhere. And finally, you know, just to wrap up, I think since COVID-19 meant that there was a need to reorganize and to rethink and to think outside the box about democratic processes, this has really created the possibility to build back better, I think, to introduce new innovations that lead to stronger political systems. We've already seen how the COVID crisis can spur new anti-corruption measures, for example, some of which we've discussed today. In Nigeria, for example, civil society has really come together to urge government authorities there to institute corruption safeguards. And I think possible additional measures, too, on a global scale could include concerted diplomatic pressure, for example, for greater oversight over aid flows and how COVID-19 relief is distributed, or increased adoption of recommendations. And I think with President Biden's upcoming Summit of Democracies, it might be a very timely event in which to discuss all these issues and measures to build back better.
I'm really sorry, Jeff. The tyranny of time has us end here. I mean, we could have a conversation over days. But I would like to underscore 5 issues as we wrap up. The first is activism across borders. We need to build better networks to actually achieve the impact that we seek. We also need to look in a very disaggregated manner within the different countries on the continent to take activism beyond urban spaces. And the role of women activists is very important in some of the struggles that we have, not just protecting women's rights, but also putting women at the center of our activism. And the issue of technology is key because we, as activists, ought to represent the same values that they hope to generate within the state. And so activists have to maintain ethical and creative use of technology. And finally, given the current context, activism needs to be adaptable, resilient, and in for the long haul, because it's not a short-term initiative. So I would like to thank you very much for your contributions, Farida, Gladys, and Jeff, and I hope that we would have an opportunity to engage again on these very important issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, welcome to another edition of Democracy Dialogues at Forum 2000 conference. I'm Ramin Jahanbegloo and a member of the Program Council of Forum 2000. The general theme of our debate for this year's Democracy Dialogues is, can democracies commit suicide? And this is in reference to a letter which was written in 1814 by John Adams to John Taylor, reminding him that, I quote, democracy never lasts long, it soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. And Adams adds, there never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide, unquote. Well, modern history reveals that democracy, time and again, has proved to be very fragile in the face of global threats. But there are also times when the central pillars of democracy, such as free election, the rule of law, and the idea of legitimate dissent are damaged by the malfunctioning of democracy itself. To develop and discuss these issues, we have invited three distinguished speakers from India, Poland, and France. Professor Ashish Nandi, who is a political psychologist and social theorist from India. Professor Carolina Vigura, who is a sociologist, and she's presently a Richard Weizsäcker Fellow at Robert Bosch Academy in Berlin. And Professor Nicolas Tenzer, who is a professor at Sciences Po Paris, a writer and a publisher of Desk Russie and foreign and security policy analyst. Welcome to Democracy Dialogues, dear colleagues. With your permission, I would like to start our debate with a question from Professor Vigura. Professor Vigura, since the end of the Cold War, most democracies, democratic breakdowns have been caused by elected governments. Elected leaders like Viktor Orban in Hungary, Vladimir Putin in Russia, Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey, they have all subverted democratic institutions. Could we say that democratic suicide begins today at the ballot box?
Thank you so much for this question, and also thank you for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure to take part in this discussion. I have been reflecting for a while about this question because I think it's quite strange that the ballot box would be the guilty one in this situation, whereas I believe we live in a situation in the times when it's not the democracy itself is guilty, but the responsibility lays at those people who use the democratic costume in order to install either illiberal populism or soft authoritarianism, as you wish to call it. So basically, it's the main challenge we are facing is that democracy itself is being used in order to install a completely different regime. So this poses a serious challenge because democracy is based not only on institutions and on the rule of law, but also on certain trust. So it very often doesn't have enough weapons to defend itself from those people who would like to kidnap democracy, because this is kidnapping. Now, the question is then perhaps not about the suicide and the ballot box, but I would like to ask another question. Why is it happening in some countries and in some countries it's not? So here is a work hypothesis. I would probably guess that it has something to do with habits and with the fact how long a certain democracy has functioned and existed in a given country. So when you look at the countries that you have mentioned, like, for example, Russia, Putin's Russia, or Erdogan's Turkey, or Hungary, or Viktor Orban, or my country being Poland, of Jarosław Kaczynski, you can see that democracies, those democracies do not have long-lasting habits. They do not have a long-lasting tradition. So my hypothesis would be that in such situations, old habits which are not democratic simply take over. And if you look into the history, we also would see that such similar examples have already happened not only in 20th century, because if you look, for example, at France, the 19th century France, and how the revolution of 1848 ended with Louis Bonaparte, coup d'etat, then you can say, again, this is a situation which is connected with the fact that the democratic habits were not enough grounded, they were not old enough. So the question is, of course, how we can, how optimistic or how pessimistic we might be. And my very brief answer would be that it all depends on how long such democracy has existed. So I'm more optimistic about the US, for example, after Donald Trump, than I am about certain countries in Central and Eastern Europe, which didn't have the chance to have a long-lasting democratic system.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Vigura. I'm going to turn to Professor Tenzer and ask him to comment on what you said, I mean, about habits and leadership and not necessarily democracy itself per se and in institutions. Professor Tenzer, do you think that this might happen also in the European Union? The thing that we see today in Hungary, in Belarus, in Russia, could a similar scenario happen in Italy with the neo-fascists or in France with Marine Le Pen, or this is particularly not going to happen anywhere in European Union?
Well, I think that it could unfortunately happen everywhere. Even if we cannot compare basically Italy, France with Russia, as it has been said rightly, I think basically Russia, for instance, or Belarus are not democracies at all. You know, Russia especially is a dictatorship turning in some point totalitarian even, and France and Italy do not have those traditions. But I think that it's absolutely possible, probably not for Marine Le Pen right now, but for a far-right leader to win in France. Yes, absolutely, even if there will be a lot of resistance. But still, given, I think, the lack of education about history and the fact that the dark pages of history have fallen into what Hannah Arendt called, you know, the holes of oblivion. I think everything is possible. So exactly for Italy, because I think that we already experienced some democracies turning into dictatorships. Because only I think people sometimes do not realize what happened. Just see, for instance, some demonstrations that we are witnessing right now in France. We have a lot of people saying, well, we live in dictatorships. And of course, all these narratives are completely fueled by Russian and sometimes Chinese propaganda, because they want to make absolutely no difference between democracies and real the dictatorships, such as, of course, Russia nowadays, etc. So I think there is no perception exactly among a lot of people about what democracy is really. And democracy, rightly, I think it was already said, are not only about institutions, but also about public mind, public spirit, about the traditions, about free speech, about dignity, about decency, about the respect that we put each one to each other. And I thought that those elements are really, really broken, you know, in the democracies. And I think it's also for my country. When I saw that Marine Le Pen in 2017 already reached the second round, and so her father, you know, in 2002, I think that's quite a threat. That's not normal in democracy to have the far right able to compete for the second round of a presidential election. What does it say about my country? What does it say also to have in Italy, as you recall, someone like Salvini? And you have also a very important, as you know, empowerment of also Frans Belang. I mean, the far right in Belgium. You have also far right, you know, in the Netherlands. You have in Finland. You have in other countries, in European country. And so, do not say it won't happen again. Yes, it could happen again. And you have the social conditions, and also I think the vanishing of the democratic values that could make this yes, possible, very unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me turn to Professor Nandi and more to Asia. I want to extend geographically the question to Asian countries, especially to India, which is considered as the largest democracy in the world. Professor Nandi, 5 years ago in an interview that you gave to Indian magazine Outlook, after Modi was elected, you said that the election of Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister of India and the rise of power of BJP is actually bringing Savarkar as the father of the Hindutva, as the new father of the emerging India. And Mahatma Gandhi is now the stepfather. Would you say that the 2 times win of BJP in the Indian elections has been a democratic suicide in India?
I wouldn't put it that sharply, but let me make it clear that this game started long ago. This is not a post-World War phenomenon and is not confined to any continent. In the 1930s, two of the most murderous autocrats entered the scene through proper democratic elections. This is because I believe that democracy has a built-in double bind. On the one hand, we allow everybody to compete, as one of the participants have already mentioned, but there is also the problem that in every society there are ambitious individuals waiting in the wings to enter the stage and then occupy the whole of the stage and not allow anybody else to enter it. Now this double bind, I don't know how to handle it. It probably requires a different kind of constituency, a different kind of approach to democracy, where this double bind could be handled. Democracy itself has this built-in ability to throw up the Trumps and the Erdogans and so on and so forth. I don't have to name all of them. There is also the other problem that this particular style of leadership, this particular style of authoritarianism has acquired new forms of legitimacy. You have mentioned that you wanted to hear something about Asia. Well, for the last nearly 50 years, I am hearing applause for the so-called Asian tigers, the ones in East Asia who have made remarkable, dramatic advances in their development and have become prosperous countries. But in each of these countries, this has been accompanied by authoritarian regimes. And in some countries, that tradition has not been broken. This is because developmentalism as an ideology, not development, but developmentalism, has become the slogan of these autocrats. In the name of development, real or imaginary, they mount a kind of new public education, or you can say propaganda, that allows them to get away with anything, virtually everything. Each of the East Asian tigers have turned man-eaters in some form or other. And this tradition continues still. My late friend, Herb Feith, an Australian scholar, activist, was the first to notice this particular legitimation of this authoritarian regimes. But there is, till now, we have not really found a strategy which can allow us to handle this problem, because there is always a subtle appeal for this kind of regimes that you tolerate for a few years authoritarian regimes, and that regime will bring you prosperity and perfect governance and brighten your futures. Particularly in the previously poor countries, this is a very attractive proposition. But that so-called interim period never ends. It becomes a permanent feature of the country's political system. Now, that attraction for that kind of propaganda and that kind of regime has increased instead of diminishing. Previously, South Asia had a number of flourishing democracies. People praised the Sri Lankan democracy for its social welfare measures. They said that Sri Lanka has actually crossed the boundary of third world countries and it should be treated separately. It was a very human society, but it was one of the first to fall in love with that new idea of what you might call developmentalism. And now, most of the South Asian countries are afflicted by the charms of East Asia and Southeast Asia. And I do see that this demon of developmentalism has entered India too. Mr. Modi has entered politics, promising immediate quick fix development and excellent governance, in fact promising also that minimum governance, but excellent governance. Anyway.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Nandi. Let me, I have to cut you because our time is short. I will come back to you again. But I wanted to turn again to Professor Vigura and what you mentioned as a double bind of democracy. You know, Alexis de Tocqueville, the political theorist, the French political theorist and politician, he talked about the corruption of democracy at the same time that he did talk about democracy as public opinion, democracy as equality of conditions, but he was very sensitive towards the democratic corruption. Now, Professor Vigura, do you think that since we were talking about also the citizenry, maybe in today's world, the autonomy of individuals and I would say democratic passion are very much undermined in many liberal democracies? I mean, it seems to me that citizens are not as passionate as they used to be in liberal democracy. What do you think about this?
I even found a quotation from Tocqueville writing about democratic corruption, and he writes, everybody feels the evil, but no one has the courage or energy enough to seek the cure. The desires, the repinings, the sorrows, and the joys of the present time lead to nothing visible or permanent, like the passion of old men which terminate in impotence, he writes. And when I was reading this, I thought very much about my own country, which has turned into a kind of an illiberal populism within the few past years. I think Tocqueville has a point to show that it is often connected with a kind of democratic deterioration, that afterwards, after deterioration takes place, the tyrants appear. Actually, it's a thought that is already present in Plato, that first you have democracy, it becomes extremely chaotic, it becomes valueless, and then you get tyrants. So observing this process as an Eastern European, I must say, this is so paradoxical. In 1989, we Poles, we were so passionate about democracy. We so much dreamt about the European Union. And when I see when I have seen how the Ukrainians in 2013 and 14 on the Kiev Maidan, how they were protesting about autocracy and dreaming about the European Union. And again, the Belarusians that are now trying to oppose President Lukashenko, again, the same democratic passion. The question is, why on earth, when we already have democracy and when we already are in the European Union, we simply forget about the passion? What has gone wrong? What has gone wrong? Can we still learn from our own past? Can we still learn from the people who so deeply need democracy and they articulate their need in protests? In Poland, after 2015, there have been many protests against the illiberal populist rule. And sometimes I observe those protests, sometimes I take part in them, and I ask myself, are we going to stay so passionate after this government is defeated, or we just go to sleep? So So it is a great democratic problem, I would say. That you are right, and I think that Professor Tenzer also touched on that. That we truly need more knowledge about what democracy is and what kind of air it creates for us every day, so that we can breathe with this air. We probably stop seeing it or feeling that we are breathing with something, but it's really a great question. What do we do? What kind of education? What kind of treatment of citizens at schools already from the young age, so that the citizens do not go to sleep?
Absolutely. Yes, Professor Tenzer, John Dewey actually used to talk about democracy as a way of life and not just a political regime. And what Professor Vigura and Professor Nandi was saying, I want to ask you also, do we have a loss of democratic citizenry today in European democracies and elsewhere, even in with the Donald Trump experience in the United States of America? Or is it related also with the disinformation? Do you think that disinformation undermines trust in democratic institutions and increases actually the loss of passion of citizenry?
Well, I think there are many things in your questions, Dr. Van Beglu. I think basically there are three things. The first thing is exactly about what you said, citizenry. And I think we have to understand there is a kind of triangle to understand all this. In these triangles, you have 3 points. You have the state, you have the society or community, and you have the individual. And I think the main issue that we have in most of all societies is how to protect the individual, either from the state, that's the case of the dictatorships, or from the society, which is the case of most of the democracies, because we have also a kind of social norm, pressure from the group, pressure from the media, pressure also from all the devices that we all have. We have this kind of fabricated opinion, and that was already stated by Tocqueville, in fact. When he talked about you see the dominance of the general opinion, and when he say he was quoting, during the Inquisition times in Spain, of course the people were prevented to write books against the so-called Christian religions, but finally they published them. And then nowadays we have even not the idea to publish this kind of book. And I think that's a perfect summary of the situation. And then the second question is about, how to defend the democratic values. And I think we have two fights. We have to protect and to defend the democratic values at home against our enemies, the far right, anti-migrants movement, disinformation. I will talk a little bit about that. But also we have to fight, we are committed to fight democratic values abroad and the freedom fighters. I cannot imagine myself as a French person or as an European that we cannot stand to dictatorships abroad and to side with, very concretely, with the freedom fighters, in Russia, the people taking to the streets against Putin regime, the people in Belarus, the people in Syria, the people in Myanmar, the people in Algeria, in Hong Kong, etc. And I think that's a common fight. And if the people, and that's also a question of public mind, do not realize that their fight is our fight, we don't understand the very nature of democracy. Then about the disinformation very shortly. About disinformation, yes, we have a fight coming from foreign powers, dictatorships mostly, that try to undermine this trust, not only towards the governments, but also towards the public institutions, and towards the science, and towards the truth. Just see the anti-vax movement, anti-sanitary pass. And I think that's something, of course, I could talk hours long about, this kind of disinformations. But basically, those kind of powers just do ones that we believe in nothing. We don't see the value of truth because we don't understand what truth is, what truth could be.
Yeah. Professor Nandi, going back to you and India, of course, you can also talk about other hemispheres. Do you think that there is a problem of trust today, social trust, as we say, political trust in relation with the Modi government? I mean, we saw with the pandemic that there was a huge problem of mismanagement in India, and I want to relate that to the problem of democratic trust. I mean, the fact that you know, there was an lockdown, oppressive lockdown, but at the same time encouragement of Hindu pilgrimage with 9 million attendees, which was something I think quite wrong in a time of pandemic. Does that have to do with the dispassionate citizenry in India, or the problem of trust? What do you think?
Well, yes, in one sense, it is a matter of trust. But democracy itself is a game of trust. You trust democracy so much that you allow even the extreme right to compete in elections. You trust democracy even when you know that some of the elected persons will have criminal records. So there is this part of the story. But there is also the other part of the story, that in a country like India, which has a population of 1.3 billion and is enormously diverse, unimaginably diverse, no winning party has ever got a majority in numerical terms, in the proportion of votes they have polled in a winning election. Only once it crossed the limit, somebody got 51%. That was because Mr. Rajiv Gandhi's mother was assassinated, Indira Gandhi was assassinated, and sympathies went for Rajiv Gandhi. So that time, this check was removed. The present regime received only 38% of the votes, and is pretending, and his propaganda machine is shouting from housetops that they have a huge majority, they deserve to run the country without the interference of the opposition. They don't allow the parliament to have much of a say because they have a majority in the house. India's diversity cannot be imagined. 1,200 languages, 70,000 castes, 70,000 castes. No, and there is bound to be opposition, which opposition has always been in the majority. And intelligent rulers have taken that into account. They have tried not to be very ambitious. That fear has not been here in the present instance because this person is a charismatic figure and has, like all authoritarian regimes, his first attempt was to somehow or other monopolize the media. And in a country of this large, monopolizing the media also is not easy, but to some extent they have succeeded. And that perhaps has given them a sense of confidence, which I think is ill-placed, because I'm not very hopeful that it will last. And it is also true that this kind of regimes in Asia, where cultural diversity, language diversity, and economic diversity also, if I may say, add it, is much larger, there is always another ambitious autocrat waiting in the wings to displace the contemporary autocracy or the ruling autocracy and come into power. I mean, some of the East Asian countries have already had something like 30 or 40 changes of regime. And this is, in Indian case, it has not happened up till now, but it can happen. And I don't think also, there is this part of the story also, that even an authoritarian regime in India is actually very, very insecure. And much of their extreme behavior, much of their propaganda, much of their attempt to fiddle with the constitution or with the judges or with the police and other law enforcement agencies is because of that insecurity. They don't trust anybody except their few followers, and they are always trying for it. They fight even the elections in a city government as if they're fighting a national election. I mean, Pondicherry, which is a city, and it's a government, all the, virtually half the cabinet campaigned there. Similarly, in Tripura, similarly in
Let
Delhi.
me turn to Professor Nandi. I'm sorry, I have to cut you again. Let me turn to Professor Vigura, and since you were talking about dissent also, and in the beginning I said that one of the pillars of democracy is legitimacy of dissent. Professor Vigura, do you think that this, I mean, democracy, especially in countries like yours, Poland, but Eastern Europe, Central Europe, European Union, does dissent still play a very important role in democratizing democracies? Let's call it this way.
It's a great question. I just wanted to make a remark that might be also relevant here. That namely, much has been said after the fall of Afghanistan a few weeks ago, that this is a symbolical end of an era. And what era was that? It was an era when the West believed it could export its values somewhere abroad. And in a paradoxical way, Poland and all other Eastern European countries also look in the same mirror. So it is also a question to what extent, even in countries which were very mobilized to join the West 30 years ago, to what extent this has proven as a successful experiment. I think the future will tell us. I mean, the few coming years, the few elections coming in those countries will answer this question, whether this was a temporary crisis, even if a long one, or not, or it's something deeper. As for the dissent, I think we have to touch on the nature of the modern media, because much of what we are talking about today is also connected with the nature of the new media, mainly the social media. So I think you are completely right to quote Tocqueville, and I also agree that he had many insights that are completely up to date. However, under the influence of the new media, we have changed, and also the people who want to abuse democracy changed. We have changed because our nature as political subjects have changed. The hierarchies, the old hierarchies, are not there anymore. The gatekeepers are not there anymore, because that social media give each and every one of us the feeling that we are equal and that we deserve the same. And I think this, in the point of departure, it is nothing wrong, but this need for this need that we get what we deserve may be easily manipulated. This is one sentence, and the second sentence is how the social media changed the assaulters of democracy. For the past couple of years, we have been observing a new type of entertainment. And when I say entertainment, I mean a kind of perverted entertainment that is used by the populist politicians. Namely, of course, they don't want us to laugh, but they want to catch our attention, and they use many scandalous or radical statements in order for us to become completely reactive. In a way, this is indispensable because, given the nature of the new media, the politicians must compete with the pop culture also struggling for attention. But some politicians use it also in order to gain attention and assault democracy. So I think this is a great challenge, because it's not only a challenge for education, namely for the citizens to gain competencies to see that they are being manipulated, but also for the defenders of democracy, who have to become more engaging.
Yes, thank you so much. I want to turn to Nicolas Tenzer, because he's a French intellectual, and he has been a practitioner of politics, also French politics, but also universal politics. And it's interesting that for a long period of time, you know, France and French intellectuals, from Voltaire to Zola, and after later on Albert Camus and others, they gave a very important role to the education of democracy, or democratic education. Now, Professor Tenzer, do you think this is still the case? I don't really see in today's France or Germany democratic educators who can play a role universally as they did. I mean, maybe this is the end of an era also.
Yes, well, probably you're right. Unfortunately, I think that there is a kind of renouncement. And there is also the fact that quite often what we call the French intellectuals either have felt into a kind of perverted entertainment that Professor Vigura was talking about, either have absolutely no knowledge of the world. And I think, again, for me, that's a key point. I think we cannot understand all societies whilst isolating from the rest of the world. And that's, I think, the very center of the democratic fight today. I think those fights are completely tied, they are intertwined, absolutely. And just a remark, because I think that's linked to that. There is also an idea that was discussed just before, that we have to teach others about democracy. And I think that's completely wrong. Because if we see all the people who are fighting for freedom, you know, in Hong Kong, it was with the beginning of the Arab Spring in Tunisia, in Egypt, in Syria, that's also the case in Belarus, in Russia, etc. Some of those people, and especially in Asia, I would say, or in the Arab world, they do not know about, you know, the main Western writers, such as, let's say, Spinoza, Rousseau, Locke. They do not know about the Bill of Rights and the Magna Carta and this kind of things. But they have in their very heart of hearts the sense of freedom. So the question is not to export democracy, but to help those democratic figures to achieve their goals. When I talk to the people in Afghanistan, and I had the debate just last week about the situation right now, and they were reporting about the dramatic case of the freedom fighters in Afghanistan right now. Those people, men and women, they like democracy, not because it was exported from the West, because they are able to discover the democratic values within their own traditions. And I think that when we are talking about the role of the intellectuals, we have to understand that we must not be, we Westerners, self-confident about ourselves. But we have also to learn about those freedom fighters. We had to discover, we have to give them a voice and, of course, support.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me turn to Professor Nandi, who's going to finish our debate. And I wanted to ask you, Professor Nandi, when I look at India, I mean, a country that I know quite well because I lived part of my life there. I see in the past few years you had demonstration of farmers, you had women coming out on the public space, but at the same time, when I look at some students who want to become corporate lawyers, I don't see really this democratic passion among these students of law in India. So is it, how do you see the future of a country like India and also maybe other Asian countries in relation with this democratic education and civic actors? You have 4 minutes.
Well, I would point out that the rule of autocratic regimes in recent years have not been very long. If you compare it with the kind of long rule which somebody like Franco had, or the 80-year rule of Soviet Union, Communist Party in Soviet Union, those days are past. And there is a element of insecurity which makes these regimes take more and more false steps in trying to remedy this. And as far as India is concerned, I think this leadership had not forgotten what happened to Indira Gandhi, probably one of the most popular rulers of India, who after the emergency lost even her deposit, not only her election, but also there's in India, there's a deposit to make for entire, you lose it if you get less than a certain proportion of the votes. Defeat was enormous and distinct. And I do see people asserting themselves after a point, because this is a country which has lived with diversities throughout centuries. You cannot easily convince them to turn against some community and get away with it year on and year off. You know, that kind of mobilization is not possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, you know, we touched many issues. I think that most of us came to the conclusion that democracies necessarily do not commit suicide because there is always hope. I can see hope in what Professor Vigura said about the future of Poland and future of Europe, and with what Professor Tenzer said. And certainly you, Professor Nandi, you're very hopeful about the future of India's, very much related to democratic education, but also to other aspects that we think that might happen with the future of democracies, and also the fact that countries and societies can learn from each other without necessarily making a package of democracy at the White House in the United States of America or somewhere else in Paris, and send it to Afghanistan, and it's not going to work that way. But having hope in the people in Hong Kong or in Myanmar or elsewhere. And certainly, but this is a story that I think is going to continue, and it certainly is not and has not ended with our debate. Again, thank you very much, Professor Nandi, Professor Vigura, Professor Tenzer, and hopefully we will have more debates at Democracy Dialogues at Forum 2000 in the next few years. Thank you very much.
So, should we start? Should we start? Yes? So, let's start. Welcome, everybody, to the next panel on Ukraine, a success story. First, I want again to congratulate Jakub Kripal and his team for composing once again such a wonderful conference with lots of champions of democracy promotion and very crucial topics. As our topic, having a closer look to Ukraine's development, where does the country stand today, 7 years after the Maidan's democratic awakening. This is not an evaluation from the position of an external review board. I guess we are all aware that the external and internal conditions for a successful democratic transition of Ukraine are conceivably difficult. I just want to mention 3 factors. First, the loss of Crimea and the Kremlin's ongoing military intervention. Ukraine is still a country in war. Second, the long-lasting legacy of the Soviet system, among them an imbalanced, widely inefficient economy, the weakness of public institutions and a lack of separation of powers, and the deep-rooted corruption and the oligarchic system, typical phenomenon for many post-Soviet countries. And a third factor we have to talk about this afternoon is the lack of a consistent Ukraine strategy of the European Union, offering the country a reliable European perspective and pushing back Putin's claim for external control over Ukraine. Given that we have only very short budget of time for such a complex task, I would like to briefly introduce our panelists. We are still missing Jan Lipavsky. Maybe he is busy with the fallout from the Czech elections. He's a member of the Czech Pirate Party and member of parliament. And I can imagine that these are very busy hours. So I would like to move next to mine to Alexandra Drick. Formerly, she was the chair of the board of the Civic Lustration Committee in Ukraine, an NGO created during Euromaidan to push for the, I would say, democratic integrity of the government and the public institutions in Ukraine. And she's now a senior expert at the Reform Delivery Office of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. So she knows the scenery from both sides of the angle, civil society and government. Welcome, Alexandra. Next, Oksana Pokalchuk. She's director of Amnesty International Ukraine and previously worked for the European Court of Human Rights. Among other areas of competence, she is a specialist in juridical reform. Welcome, Oksana. And of course, last not least, Jerzy Pomianowski, the executive director of the European Endowment for Democracy since it has been built in 2013. Previously, he had a long political career in foreign policy. Among other positions, he held the position of the Deputy Foreign Minister of Poland. Welcome, Jerzy. So, I would like to start with a very brief round of introductory statements, stock taking of Ukraine's current situation. Where you see Ukraine today on its long and bumpy road towards a European democracy. And I would like to start with Alexandra. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here again. It's ironic that I first participated in the Forum 2000 conference in 2016, exactly 2 years when the previous president, into the term of the previous president. Now it's 2 years into the term of the new president. So I can actually literally compare these two and the progress. And I should say that the change is drastic. There is a big difference. If in 2016 the previous president at this time was basically sabotaging the key anti-corruption efforts of Ukraine, the current president remains on the anti-corruption forefront and has the initiatives on de-oligarchization, judicial reform, and others. But it's important to understand the difference, what happened immediately after the revolution and what has been happening during these 2 years. Immediately after the revolution, the anti-corruption reform that we launched, basically we achieved everything that we planned, but it did not bring the anticipated result. We created from scratch the entire anti-corruption infrastructure, the chain of institutions that prevent, investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate corruption. But what we are seeing now is that most of these institutions require constant, serious adjustments. One of them has been completely rebooted, two others are currently pending the reselection, reappointment of the leadership. Another example is the e-declaration system, one of the most sophisticated and advanced electronic systems of asset declarations for public officials. As soon as it has brought the first results of verification of these declarations, it has been basically called unconstitutional by the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. And that led to dismantling of basically everything that has been achieved. This has happened due to the absence of the judicial reform, obviously. So what happened during the last 2 years is that the new president and the team that he has brought to the parliament, which is completely new people to the politics in general, they rushed into taking those decisions that have been sabotaged for a very long time. But what seems to be missing is the strategic, systematic approach to how to address certain questions, including anti-corruption, in the mid and long-term perspective. So what has been done, an overarching anti-corruption strategy has been developed. And this is especially important in terms of relations between EU and Ukraine, because the association agreement between EU and Ukraine addresses the, fighting against corruption as a cross-cutting priority, meaning it's not enough to just have anti-corruption infrastructure. It's important to address corruption risks in those areas which are most prone to corruption. So this is exactly what the anti-corruption strategy and the strategy that the government is currently taking to address these corruption risks in those areas like defense, judiciary, taxation and customs, social care, medical care, education, state regulation of economy, including the operation of anti-monopoly institutions and so on. But what we currently see, and one of the questions that arose during the last years, is whether we and our partners see the success of Ukraine in the same way. And this question actually arose with regard to the question like issues like Nord Stream 2, like the absence of the clear roadmap to Ukraine joining NATO. So my key point is that it is extremely important for Ukraine to see a clear pathway towards its aspirations towards the EU and Euro-Atlantic integration. Because the positive signs that we see now can only bring the results in the fact that we anticipate if there is this clear pathway.
Okay. Thank you very much. Clear conclusion. Oksana, do you share this, I would say, overall optimistic assessment concerning the developments in Ukraine?
Yes and no. It depends on the place where you are speaking from. I'm speaking from civil society part, so and I'm speaking from activist side. And be honestly, in the context of the prolonged armed conflict in the east and occupation of Crimea and the crisis caused by the coronavirus pandemic, Ukraine is in a very limited position for the full development of the economy, social sphere, and the European integration, of course. And recent years, the Ukrainians have been facing the problem that the government is striving more to demonstrate the facade of successful reforms than they implement real, significant changes in multiple spheres. Crimea and Donbass are undeniable challenges because we are systematically documenting serious human rights violations, but the government don't do nothing or not enough to protect those who are living there. And we observe the facade, such as the Crimea platform, which was an initiative President Zelensky to create an international coordination mechanism for resolving the Crimea issue, but we don't see a real plan and action to protect those who are under pressure and were arbitrarily sentenced to a term. Territories in eastern Ukraine, controlled by Russia-backed separatists, remain beyond the reach of many civil societies and humanitarian actors. The coronavirus crisis showed a total crisis in the healthcare system. Lack of equipment, medicines, funding led to the fact that thousands of Ukrainians simply could not get medical care. Regarding economical development, on the one hand, we have seen a certain desire of the authorities to support small and medium-sized businesses, organizing a program of affordable loans of 5 to 8 and 9%. Unfortunately, the program did not justify itself due to the crisis caused by the coronavirus, and internal banks opposed the continuation of this initiative. Besides of this, the main financial flows, of course, and resources still remain in the hands of several Ukrainian oligarchs. Ukraine has made a real progress in recent years in digitalization. There is an opportunity to receive many public services online. A number of state registers have been earned, including the Register of Income Declarations, which has dealt a real blow to corruption. However, with the extension of big data, we face the problem of protection personal information, which would occasionally leak. So, to sum up, I want to say that we see some progress in various areas, but we must not turn a blind eye to the challenges, shortcomings, reforms on a paper and declarative promises, and that continue to keep Ukraine on the move for real and sustainable change.
Thanks a lot, Oksana. I think we will come back to the critical points you had been mentioning in our conversation. I now would like to pass the floor to you, to Jerzy Pomanowski. I would say from your double Polish and European angle, what is your big picture?
Thank you, Ralph. Thank you very much for Forum 2000 for inviting. Sorry for my voice. It is not a cold. I was cheering my son's football team on Saturday. And as you could see, their results. Let me answer your question, Ralph. First of all, if answer a straightforward question from the strategic or even geopolitical perspective, yes, it is success. I don't see any chance for Ukraine in any way to go back to the status quo that Putin would like to have a control of so-called close neighborhood. To have Ukraine shifting from or drifting from the path being pro-European, pro-NATO country, no chance. So in that sense, this is definitely a successful story. The nation has made its own choice and trying to pursue those priorities. With regard to democracy or effective state or maturing institutions, still a huge work to be done. With regard to, I would say, political elites' awareness, what is their interest and what is interest of the country, still big work to be done. Not every member of political elite is equally, I would say, driven by center political agenda, but very often by very narrowly understood interests. Did Europe everything enough and well to help Ukraine? Yes, Europe did a lot, but Nord Stream 2 is not helping. So not everything is perfect on our side as well. And we have to also see this. We cannot close our eyes to inefficiency that are there, but we shouldn't also pump Putin's propaganda by only pointing that judiciary system is not working, that the oligarchization process is not advancing, that anti-corruption is still huge. It is true, but if we look into some European countries, let's say Italy in 70s and 80s, how many years it took to eradicate some of the core dramatic issues for the European country. So in that sense, we have to be patient. Democracy development and building is never linear. It's going to be ups and downs. I am in contact through my work as an executive director of European Endowment for Democracy with the best part of the Europeans, of the Ukrainian society, because I am dealing with independent media, I am dealing with people from civil society. This is the hope of Ukraine. These people will maintain Ukraine on the course. Unfortunately, some of them, especially locally, if we go to Odessa, if we go to Khabarovsk, if we go to Kryvyi Rih, are not having easy life. They are harassed, they are stopped. Even attempt to shut activists in Odessa happened. And the governor Trukhanov is under trial for how many years? 6 or 7? And nothing happens. Nothing happens. And he is still a governor under President Zelensky. So my question is how it can be. Because I would say from external judgment, there are good reasons for a prosecution. So these are elements where we have to help, we have to do more, and the hope is in this best part of the society that is so active and is building strength and drives changes toward optimistic future.
Thanks a lot. I would agree at least with 3 major observations from my humble experience and knowledge. Compared to other post-Soviet countries which didn't manage to get access to the European Union in the 90s, which of course makes a huge difference. Ukraine is by far the most promising. An example, if you compare to the Southern Caucasus countries, or not to mention Central Asia. I think the most promising asset is this kind of vibrant civil society. It's really impressive. And the deep, I would say, spirit of freedom and independence, which is rooted in the society. But at the same time, it seems a very sober experience how deeply rooted these corrupt structures are, and how strong this oligarchic system is, which is not only an economic structure, of course, it's about political influence.
Media,
yeah.
The narratives are controlled by
and
oligarchs.
media control, yeah. So I would like you to comment a little bit on these two, I would say, hard issues, like corruption and the oligarchization. What do you see what the state of things, and what do you think has to be done? What would be necessary?
Sure, gladly. Well, first of all, obviously, that's one of the consequences of the sabotage of the implementation of the anti-corruption reform that we have been experiencing after the revolution. Even though we have managed to establish this enormous and unprecedented anti-corruption infrastructure, we still struggle with these institutions to deliver the result, and that's one of the consequences of the sabotage that has been taking place. So it's obvious that there needs to be a different strategy how to address this issue. So the strategy is currently being, basically looks the following. First, you probably know that the president has initiated this law on so-called de-oligarchization, which aim is obviously, to limit the oligarchic influence on high-level decisions. Although disputable, it's a clear position of the president, demonstration of the political will, for the very first time in the history of Ukraine, I should say, to actually reduce this oligarchic influence. The next question is that whether it's going to be successful if there is no system in place and a clear strategy on different tools that have to be in action to deliver the result. That's why I was mentioning this anti-corruption strategy, which actually takes this two-dimensional approach. First, to enforce and build the capacity of the anti-corruption infrastructure. Second, to address specific spheres that are most prone to corruption. By reducing the corruption risks in these specific areas, we actually aim to get to this result of reducing the oligarchic influence in these very specific spheres, which have been historically most interesting for oligarchs and which have been most suffering from oligarchic influence. So this is the first part of this. Second is obviously the reform of the judiciary, which has never taken place, like a proper reform of the judiciary. And again, we see the consequences of this, including the decisions of the Constitutional Court, that brings into the risks of basically all key results and achievements that Ukraine has achieved over these last years. So currently the law on the reform of the judiciary bodies has passed in the parliament. We currently see the struggle on implementation of this law, but it's a work in progress. One important thing that I believe is important to understand, that it's not a success yet, it's a work in progress. But it is important to understand, to see even the interim results in order to move forward to the success that we would like to achieve.
Okay, thank you very much. Oksana.
May I add the voice from the civil society? Yes. So I would like to share some statistics on the judicial reform and what people in Ukraine think about Ukrainian courts. So statistics says that only 2% of Ukrainians fully trust Ukrainian court. 2%. Rather trust another 11%. At the same time, 40% do not trust the courts at all. There is still a problem of understaffing of judges. I think I will not go into details on that. And according to the survey, 35% of the Ukrainians agree that the courts are corrupt, politically dependent and biased. I think that's something that's very important to understand when we're thinking about judicial reform in Ukraine. So on the one hand, as Alexandra said, there is a couple of attempts to make these changes. But on the other hand, we see that there is no such a dialogue between authorities and Ukrainians about the court system, about what these new laws will bring to Ukrainians.
So, and what do you think is the ruling elite, and especially Zelensky and his team, are they interested in an independent judiciary, or do they want it to use as a political instrument as the previous presidents and cabinets have done?
We see that now there is still a competition between former President Poroshenko and Zelensky and his team. So there is a risk that some changes might lead only to make some changes only in some areas that, for example, controlled by former President Poroshenko, but not to the whole system. So I don't feel that the team now, the Zelensky's team now, is interested in a full and transparent judicial reform, because it would lead definitely to some changes in his team too.
Jerzy, to come back to Europe, Alexandra, in her initial statement, say Ukraine needs a clear and reliable European perspective. This would be the biggest incentive for further political and economic reforms. Why is it so difficult? Why is the European so hesitant in seeing the Ukraine as a strategic asset, not only concerning the country itself and its huge potential, but also the whole geopolitical environment? I think I would even say that Ukraine is the key country for the future of Russia.
I couldn't agree more. It is. But Europe is not a one. You know the famous joke, when External Action Service was established, there was a question, what is the telephone number? So someone gave telephone number to the famous American politician, and when he called Brussels to this number, automatic machine said, for German foreign policy, press 1, for British one, press 2, for French, press 3. So it is true that it is not easy to act as one within EU. It is true that many instruments that are possible are already launched. So I would say the type of support, also organizational structure, the support group for Ukraine, this is the only such a setup within the EU, within the European Commission. So this is something that shows extremely focused approach. Is it enough? I would say not. We can still do more. But that requires much more consensus and much more vision, which I think at the moment is still missing. Also awaiting elections in the biggest EU countries like Berlin and Paris, and what is the next government priorities, and so on. So there are elements here that are also unknown to the side of EU. But for a moment, I want to come back to this very strategic issues, because we were also discussing, we were asked at the beginning about success and what is optimistic. And of course, we talk about this. But we have to remember that war is something that always destroys democracy, always. And in case of Ukraine, war was never used as an excuse not to advance democracy. And this is the biggest success of Ukrainian society.
Yeah, it could have been a temptation to declare a kind of emergency.
Easily.
Forever.
And that's exactly what Putin was counting on.
Yeah. And still, I think this kind of heritage of the Maidan, of the second Maidan, of this kind of strong democratic aspiration from civil society. But coming back to the European file, so you already mentioned Nord Stream 2, because I think I have to confess it's still, I would say, the dominant mindset in political and even more in economic elites in Germany, Russia first, Ukraine second. I think we have to change that equation basically and see the strategic potential of then Ukraine, making it a success model would have a huge impact also on the future developments of Russia.
And we also have to remember logic of EU. Now we are busy with Western Balkans. Now we are busy with Serbia, whether there is enough democracy or not enough democracy to advance membership, or accession process. So this is also the way how EU works. EU has no capacity to focus on everything at the same time. That is the weakness, definitely, because the opportunities could be missed. So we also have to give more and more strong signals to the people of Ukraine. We have been demanding. We cannot close eyes on all weaknesses that we were talking here, both Oksana and Alexandra. But at the same time, we have to be supportive, and we have to give all the time new signals, never allow ourselves to go into certain fatigue, because that is actually the worst policy we can have, when things disappears from the headlines and then it disappears from our attention. That's not right.
We have two questions from the digital audience, both on EU-Ukraine relations. I think we have covered them more or less already. So I would like to continue with another area. Of course, we know that the support for democracy is also depending from the economic and social situation in the country. So maybe you could elaborate a little bit on that. Yeah, which kind of, to which extent we see economic progress, also in changing the inherited structures. And what's about the social situation of the population? Ukraine is one of the poorest countries in Europe, if you take income per capita as criteria. So what's going on there? And there's a huge gap between rich and poor in Ukraine.
Well, first of all, Ukraine has achieved much more in land reform, for instance, during the past 2 years than in the 10 previous years. The land market has been officially opened in Ukraine this year, to be precise. Ukraine has started the corporatization reform, the reform of the privatization. There is a number of initiatives in public service reform. There is a number of reforms going on in medical service, in social support service. So basically, when I'm saying about these priority areas, these are exactly the areas where the changes are most felt by the population. And if you look at what happened with Ukraine over this period of the quarantine and COVID-19 situation in general, even being engaged into an ongoing war, even with the situation with the COVID, Ukraine has managed to keep the society and the economic situation in general under control, and even progress slightly in what we expect to have more effect in future. Although obviously with the COVID situation we cannot predict anything that is going to happen in the coming years, whether it's going to affect us, to hit us once again as it did just recently. So basically what matters now is how successful will be those initiatives that have been launched initially. Like, for instance, the digitalization reform in general has been one of the key priorities, and this is one of the reforms that has already brought some result. Like, for instance, I was, if we take the statistics, specifically because of the digital tools that have been already introduced, 2 times less people actually have a direct experience with bribes. Of course, you can, there are some limitation with regard to the quarantine and the COVID-19, but in general, it's precisely the effect that people feel through the introduction of these digital tools. So these digital tools are currently being applied all over the government in order to digitize the services, administrative services, different that people can actually use, and when they can actually benefit from having these tools at their hand. You probably know that Ukraine has introduced this digital tool called DIA, the one that I have my passport, my ID card, my COVID certificate all in one place in my iPhone. So this is something created by the state. Obviously, if it's going to become so easy for the person not to have to be involved into direct communication with a public official, it makes it reduces the risks of corruption. It reduces the number of time that the person has to spend. It reduces trying to get some service, for instance. And at the end of the day, it makes the entire process of communication with the state much easier. So obviously, it has been the priority and it will be the priority. And the more we get into the post-COVID era, if I may say so, the more we understand the importance of the effects that digitalization brings to the state and the people there, how they feel it.
Thanks a lot. And interesting insight in the cross-cutting impact of digitalization also on governance, transparency, citizens' participation. Oksana, because the Forum 2000 is a civil society forum, what are your expectations to European and international civil society actors? What could we do? What should we do to support Ukraine?
I would say that talking about the very biggest question of our panel is like the success story. That the biggest success story for me from Ukraine is a civil society, what we have now. And the European institutions gave and done a lot to build those civil society institutions, anti-corruption institutions, different forms of being active in Ukraine came to be possible thanks to EU actors, EU money, EU step towards Ukraine. So from my point of view, from civil society point of view, I would say is for us it's very important to feel that we matter. Our position is important. We are heard, and our voice is still important for the EU. And we started the process of development of civil society only maybe 7 years ago, be honestly, as it is now, as strong as it is now. And I would ask just to continue to support us in a different forms that is possible for different the EU authorities or citizens.
Thanks a lot. We are already beyond our time limit. So yes, a final question. The current as well as the previous Ukrainian government, they are permanently calling for NATO accession and EU accession, and as we know, NATO and the EU are constantly ignoring that. So what would you think could be steps beyond this, I would say, final stages of Western integration of Ukraine? What should we proceed with to keep a dynamic of the integration of Ukraine in the EU and Western institutions open?
Honestly, I don't think we are ignoring, because this is, of course, what I said, it's optimistic that all leaders, I mean, all majority leaders of Ukraine, they repeat the same request. We want accession, we want NATO membership. That's our direction. So from that point of view, that's exactly how it should be. Let us remind here that both our hosting country or neighboring Poland, we were also asking for NATO and for EU membership for years. Yeah, we first declared this in 1991, and then we entered EU 2004. So it was a 13, 14 years long process. So here I don't think that we can blame EU that is ignoring. I already mentioned the weaknesses that are where EU cannot focus on everything at the same time. Now, Western Balkans is a kind of main focus with regard to accession. But I think way the relations are now built, they are providing all premise for successful eventual membership. And that is something that should be kept high on the agenda for next years on both sides, in Kiev and in Brussels.
Thanks a lot. I'm told, Ralph, time is out. So I will respect the order. Thank you very much for your insights, your contributions, and thank you all for your interest in Ukraine and European integration of Ukraine. So let's go on. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very rich.
Okay, welcome everyone to the next session, which deals with
economic issues, and in particular where the world economy is heading, and the balance between democratic and authoritarian type regimes. We're very fortunate to have with us two excellent panelists who are coming online. All three of us are from Columbia University. I'm Jan Schweinar, and I am a professor at the School of International Public Affairs at Columbia, and I also direct the Center on Global Economic Governance, where the two distinguished speakers are also members of. Let me start with Saskia Sassen, who many of you know is the most distinguished sociologist, indeed a social scientist par excellence. She has done a lot of work on development, on globalization, transnational issues. She coined the term global city, which has become a nomenclature in this area. And she is the Robert S. Lind Professor of Sociology at Columbia University. I see she's not connected right now. We lost connection, but she knows her CV, so I'm introducing her to you. I'm sure when she comes back, she'll be right with it. The second professor that's joining us is Arvind Panagaria, who is the foremost expert on international economics, development economics, and economics of India. He is the Jagdish Bhagwati Professor of Indian Political Economy and Professor of Economics at Columbia. He has written, just like Saskia, numerous articles. Both of them have written more than a dozen books, and Arvind has indeed written some very fundamental treatises, including on India. I should mention that both of our panelists have considerable public sector experience. Arvind was actually vice chairman of Niti Aayog, government of India, from 2015 to 2017. It's a position that carries the rank of a cabinet minister. So he was minister in the Indian government from 2015 to 2017. Both of them have received numerous prizes and honorary doctorates. So I'm really very happy that we have this exquisite team. It all comes from Columbia University. So in a way, it's an intramural. And by way of complete candor, I should mention that Arvind and I happened to be born on the same day and same year. And I found out, as we accidentally found this out, that we're born on the same day as Mahatma Gandhi. So in India, when I say I'm born on the day of Mahatma Gandhi, everybody knows when I'm born. So this is just by way of introduction. So let me start. I'll invite Saskia to say a few introductory remarks, then Arvind, then I will. And Saskia, if you don't mind, start with a sort of larger scale view. Are we entering a new epoch? Do we know how that is happening, if it is happening, and what kind of consequences does it have for us? Are you online with us? She's not? Okay. Well, Arvind, if you're there, maybe then I'll ask you to start while we are getting Saskia back. Saskia, do you hear us? Are you with us? No. Okay, so she's not. Okay, so Arvind, maybe I'll turn to you then, and if you'd like to start with some remarks, obviously it would be wonderful if you can bring in India being both one of the large economies and a democracy at that, and any kind of introductory remarks relating to that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Jan. Well, first of all, belated happy birthday.
Thank you.
Not too long ago.
Same to you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think Saskia will give you the broader kind of perspective. I will focus largely on India, maybe give it a little bit of comparison with China. So I'll take a few minutes to outline some of my thoughts, and then we can hopefully engage in full conversation. My own sort of view is that, COVID-19 was a major kind of calamity that struck the entire humanity, really, the entire world. Whenever there is such a calamity, human nature is to build defenses against a repeat of the same calamity in the future, rebuild and return to the original way of life. Two examples I want to give here. This was the case, for instance, when Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans back in August 2005. People of New Orleans went on to rebuild the city, created stronger levees to protect themselves against a similar future storm, and returned to living their lives the way they had always lived. A second example is, of course, 9/11, when the Twin Towers in New York City got struck by these terrorists. And of course, that ultimately had an impact on the entire United States. It was not just New York City that got impacted. But once again, the United States took extensive security measures against future terrorist attacks. And so, for example, security at the airports got beefed up as the security checks for individual travelers became much tougher. All kinds of X-ray equipment got installed and so forth. New York City itself, of course, gradually regained its own confidence, and eventually the country returned to living its life as it had done in the past. So in that context, COVID-19 is the latest such calamity to strike the entire humanity, as I just mentioned. The difference in this case is that the calamity has struck the entire world and at once. Therefore, each nation must now kind of build its defenses against future COVID-19 waves, rebuild the economy, and return to the original way of life. It's against this sort of background that I want to describe the evolution of post-COVID-19 economy in the world's largest democracy, that is India, and contrast it briefly, at least, with the world's largest authoritarian regime, China. So far, India has suffered two waves of COVID-19. The first wave struck in the second quarter of 2020. That was roughly where the wave started in much of the rest of the world. And the second came a year later in the second quarter of 2021. These were the two major waves in India. Given the total lack of preparedness and massive uncertainty surrounding the potential of the virus to take human lives in a highly populous country such as India, the government went for a very harsh nationwide lockdown during the first wave. And the result was, of course, that the GDP fell by almost a quarter, 24% to be exact, during that second quarter of 2020. The full fiscal year 2021, which ends on March 31, 2021. So India's fiscal year goes from April 1 to March 31. So during this fiscal year 2021, India saw a pretty large decline in the GDP, 7.4%. This was despite the fact that in the second half of the fiscal year, GDP did actually return to pre-COVID-19 level. Now, the second COVID wave in India in second quarter of 2021 took the government by complete surprise. At that time, everybody had thought that we had actually conquered COVID-19. And then, of course, this very virulent Delta variant of the virus struck. And the devastation it wrought was widely reported in the Western press, so I don't need to explain, how badly India got impacted during that particular quarter. But this time around, the government did not resort to a strict nationwide lockdown. Instead, it let the states make decisions depending on the local circumstances. So learning had happened. There's somewhat better preparedness in terms of knowing, what this menace was. So the result was that the economy took a much smaller hit during this quarter, second quarter of 2021, and it ended up 20% above the Q2 quarter of the second quarter of 2020. But remember that second quarter of 2020, there had been a decline of almost a quarter of the GDP. So it was a base effect that this 20% rise happened, but that still was left a little below COVID-19 level simply because this wave was so intense. So against that background, let me finally come to what is India's strategy to return to where it had left prior to the pandemic. There are three parts to this. First and foremost, of course, a safeguard against future onslaught of COVID-19. And to do that, the country has been on a massive vaccination drive since June. It has already administered more than 950 million jabs. Now, you know, in a democracy, which is also relatively low income, you know, India's per capita income today is only $2,100 per year. So it's not by any means a well-to-do economy. But even in spite of that, you know, limited resources, it has already more than 950 million jabs. About 72% of India's adult population has now received at least one jab. And currently the country is administering about 7 million jabs per day on average, which is, you know, except for China, it is quite a record. And there was one particular day on which they administered 25 million jabs in just one day. So that I suspect that no country has really done in just one day. The second part of India's strategy has been to implement a number of policy reforms. So the government felt that the coronavirus crisis offered an opportunity to advance reforms that had been pending for more than a decade. The reforms have included lowering and simplification of corporate profit tax, replacement of 30-odd labor laws by 4 codes which make the labor laws much more flexible, labor markets much more flexible, expanding the rights of farmers with respect to the sales of their produce, opening new sectors to foreign investment, and privatization of public sector enterprises. The latest step has been just 2 days ago, actually, Air India, which had been bleeding the public finances for more than a decade, has finally been privatized. And now it goes back to Tata, which is where it had originated. So these reforms would help boost the long-term growth in post-COVID-19 decades. The third and final part of the strategy has been to boost capital expenditure of the government to address the problem of growth in the short term. Naturally, you know, the demand has been impacted quite badly, and private consumption has taken a hit. So the government has stepped in, and the strategy it has assumed is to boost the capital expenditure. Unlike most Western economies, India did not opt for a large fiscal transfer to support aggregate demand. Its transfers during the pandemic were largely confined to the provision of food and shelter for all. Beyond these modest transfers, to ensure the viability, to ensure that viable enterprises do not go bankrupt due to COVID-19 induced interruptions of cash flow, India also practiced forbearance with respect to the bank loans. So this has also helped the economy recover faster with the threat of the pandemic receding and normal life resuming.
Arvind, if I may interrupt you, I didn't realize we actually have a little bit less time than I thought. So maybe, is it okay if I let you conclude the introductory remarks and switch to Saskia?
Okay, very good. Sure.
Yeah.
So let me just, you know, then say that, you know, what is going on in China is quite the opposite. It's perhaps not directly related to COVID, but, you know, in China, authoritarian China, very different motivations seem to be at work. And as a result, you know, what we have seen is, you know, massive kind of a suppression of wealth creation. You know, suddenly China has turned from wealth creation to wealth suppression. And so, you know, you have all read about this. I need not elaborate. But large number of these, you know, almost like $5 trillion worth of wealth seems to be under threat of destruction. So this is not necessarily all related to COVID, but it's certainly happening in the post-COVID era. So that is where the authoritarian China has been quite different, actually, in the evolution than the democratic India. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Arvind. I think it's amazing how the largest, most populous democracy at low level of income has actually remarkably face the adverse conditions and managed to really, on the second rebound at least, to do extremely well. Saskia, welcome back. I know you were interrupted for a while, so welcome back. And could you maybe look at it a little bit more globally in terms of, are we in a new epoch at this point? If so, do we know, and how can we tell? And yeah, please, go ahead.
Yes, well, one way of sort of starting this discussion is that when we're dealing with complex systems, such as our societies are, it is not easy to identify that something foundational may have changed. Yes, we can notice the small change, but we cannot quite capture fully, or it's difficult, what is an emergent condition that may in fact alter, not everything, never everything, but just a few critical items. And so in my reading, I found it very interesting to sit in this conference, which also deals with parts of the world which we in the West often do not really deal with sufficiently, that's for sure. How the analysis about Eastern Europe is quite different from the analysis that we may have, say, in New York City, to mention a very, very concrete instance. And so the question, that is just one instantiation, but there are many such. And so the question then emerges, where are we actually at in our current conditions? My reading is, number one, in complex systems, it is difficult to establish that a new epoch has started, because these complex systems make us feel that this is it, this is what we have achieved. Number two, where, what places, what zones of the world are we leaving out of our analyses far too often? And that is, I think, one of the great values of this conference, that you are not leaving out certain zones of the world that we too easily in the West, yeah, we think we know and we think we understand, but actually we don't. So that I found extremely interesting. Now, having said sort of those two terms, we're still left with a set of, I won't say paradoxes, but things that are contradictory. There are contradictions in play that I would argue we don't quite know how they will end. We know they will end because we know, historically speaking, that just about everything can end. But the remnants are there. We still live with remnants of very, very old cultures, the Roman Empire, whatever. We still have a few monuments, that were built at that time. So in the current condition, and also in a much broader setting where you have so many different cultures in play, different logics in play, different modes of running a country, where are we at? And so I inevitably, I like to experiment, and inevitably I think that we are that we're witnessing the emergence of new conditions that we in the West, the narrow West, simply we are either taken by surprise, we're not aware of, we have not looked at enough, we don't understand enough. What I find absolutely interesting in the current period for us in the West is that we're beginning to understand in a very profound way how little we know about the rest of the world, and that the rest of the world actually is a critical part of our existence as well, of course. So that is sort of one kind of issue. Second kind of issue, which is quite different, are we generating whole new ghettos? I don't mean the ghetto in the original sense of the term. I mean concentrations of power and concentrations of losses of power, in different parts of the world, in different parts within given countries. And that for me is one of the markers of this current period. We are producing new silos. we are producing new divisions. We are generating quite a few negatives. I have a sense, and I may be wrong, and it will depend on what are parts of Europe and the West we might be speaking about, but I have a sense that there is a lot of decay happening. We generated, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, certainly after World War II, we generated enormous capabilities. We were impressed with ourselves. I mean, I don't mean we as individuals, I mean the West, I mean the big actors. And I think now we have to get out of that notion. We need to really recognize what we confront. We're losing ground, waters are rising, etc., that whole very, by now, familiar discourse. That is just one. It's a major one, but that's just one of, and the most familiar, of the multiple other little breaking points that we're witnessing. And many of these breaking points are visible, and many are not visible at all. So in my current research, I'm really trying to detect what is it that is emerging as a positive in our current condition, where we are losing ground, where we have more dead water zones than we should have, etc., etc. So what is it that points to possibilities, options that are available to us, but that we are not using? What is it in the many capabilities that we in the West and we in the East, but perhaps not quite, in South America and in some more distant places, but what is it that we have generated that we could be using in a better way in the current period? I see the current period as a period that truly marks a break with a past that is quite present still and is close to us, but it is a difference. Again, with complex systems, it is not easy to detect that difference. It's not easy to understand what is my point of entry, what is my point of exit, this variety, this mix of elements. So the question is, for me as a professor also, very interested in how the young of today's world, but I mean people who are, in their 20s and their 30s, how do they see it all? Because I remember, and I'm sure in my generation many do remember, I remember when we sort of felt that we were part of a whole set of innovations that were coming up. I think today, but I may be wrong, you see, I may be wrong there. I think that today that is far more difficult. Just to track the innovations is a massive project, which already means that more and more people are simply not engaged by that. That is a problem. I think leaving it all to certain narrow domains of knowledge with super experts, but still narrow domains, is one of the dangers that we confront nowadays. And for me, that becomes a kind of field for almost combat. A certain type of combat, the combat that you execute through language, through contestations of certain types of analyses, that kind of combat. But we need to engage that combat. And that is not easy because we have so many different sites, so many different modes of seeing it, so many different also levels of development or lack of development, so many different sites that have been destroyed and that we cannot recover, and sites that have been destroyed but we could recover but are not recovering. So when I look at our current moment, I say this is a moment where you have both the disassembling of some of the very good things that we have produced in the last few decades, and some of the rather problematic things that we have produced also in this later period. And there is work to be done, as one famous writer said once. There really is work to be done. And I don't know how ready we are to do that on a scale that would make a difference. This doesn't mean every part of the world. This doesn't mean, you know, the whole world or anything like that. This means simply engaging to a very large extent in localities. We have neglected the attention to localities in our major cities, in our factories, in all kinds of places where there is abuse, there is maluse of workers, etc., etc. I mean, there are also some very good things, clearly. So where are we really at? Have we entered a new epoch? I say yes. Is the fact of this new epoch highly visible? No, because it is made up of a multiplicity of conditionalities. And to simply invoke a new innovation as being, say, the evidence of this transformation, it's not enough. Because these transformations also arise out of the familiar condition. It's not just the innovation that is in play. Yes, we need the innovations, but, and just to finalize, speaking about innovations, I think we need to expand the domain of the innovative options that we have. I think we need to expand that domain in a very significant way. We are a bit stuck or embedded or enamored, choose your term, with certain current developments. It's not enough in my reading. And the not enough means not only all the other great discoveries that are being made in parts of the world that we do not connect with very much, but we should connect more with. But it is also the fact that there is more and more a division in many parts of the world, perhaps not in all, but in many countries, between those who are advancing, learning, innovating, contributing in a very, very significant way, and those who are not. And among those who are not, there are really two major modes. One is the ones who are not interested, the ones that are happy with how everything is going, etc. And the other one is, of course, the poor, the neglected poor, the forgotten poor, the enormous growth of the poor that is also happening. So I would say we confront a world that has, on the one hand, developed extraordinary tools that really have made a difference, a good difference. And on the other hand, we have a mix of conditions that we could maybe help change and make better, but we have to handle that with enormous care, because the West by now is famous for being dominant, for believing that we in the West have the tools that we need. And I think that is wrong. I think there are many places in the world where they are doing innovations vis-à-vis how to handle land and water bodies and things that are really important, that are very, very well done, and that are simply overlooked, that people are not interested in learning from. So I would say that we in the West have ahead of us a task of recognizing forms of knowledge, forms of intervening into whatever the situations of a city, of a territory, of a water body that may be dying, etc., etc. So when you look at the larger world and you select out some very interesting places where they are really doing it right, I think that is a lesson for us. And we somehow seem to have a bit of trouble working with those other elements. You know, we are pretty convinced that we in the West have done it very well, and I think we should be on alert to the fact that there are extraordinary innovations happening across the world, and some of them deserve our recognition, deserve our support to advance. So I am engaged with a whole bunch of people in different parts of the world, mostly poor areas in often poor countries, but also often rich countries that have poor areas. And I I think that there is work to be done in terms of capturing those innovations and supporting them, developing them further. And that, in many ways, for me, emerges as a key priority. That we have to develop certain tools that enable the disadvantaged, the poor, those who have limited resources. And I could go on, but I will not do that to you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Saskia. So let me just conclude from this. I think that you have actually produced a very interesting juxtaposition. Arvind's position is that major shock has occurred, but that in many respects, both in India and in the United States, the world is coming back more or less to where it was with major innovations. Your view is that the world is actually going through a major epochal change, which is difficult to completely capture as of now, but it is fundamental, right? And I think that really for this conference, the important thing to think about as we go out from this is what does it mean for the existing model, let's say, of Western liberal democracy? Is it going to proceed the way it is, or does it need to be changed? Is it going through an epochal change? And what does it mean for the major competing systemic alternative, which is, let's say, the Chinese authoritarian state-type market economy with lots of regulation, right? Will that one be actually becoming a dominant one? Will it have to go through an epochal change? And if so, which one is it going to dominate, or are they going to live side by side? Apparently, we're running out of time, so thank you very much for participating in this. Thank you for your thoughts, and I'm sure that the conference will take this further, and of course, we will talk about it within our intramural Columbia type setting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
Thank you.
Pleased to meet you. Okay. It seems that we are all set. Please apologize for the slight delay. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here with you today, ladies and gentlemen, both of you who are here physically and those of you who are online. My name is Jan Hornat. I will be moderating this wonderful panel today, which is going to ask a precarious question. Can Europe protect its values in the digital space? And to help me find answers to this question, I have a splendid panel here today. First, we have Laila Fetic, co-project leader of Ethics of Algorithms at the Bertelsmann Stiftung in Germany. Laila is joining us online.
Hi.
In alphabetical order, we have Thibaut Kleine, Director for Policy, Strategy and Outreach at DG Connect of the European Commission. Good to meet you, sir. Next, here with me, we have Dimitri Teperik, Chief Executive at the International Center for Defense and Security of Estonia.
Good afternoon.
And last but not least, we have Franciszek Wieczorka, Vice President of the Digital Communication Network and Senior Advisor to Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, the Belarusian opposition leader. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel is going to talk about the EU and the digital space. The digital space is a large space. It's a space that is difficult to grasp, but it's also a space that we very often hear in connection with posing a problem and a threat to democratic values and values that are embraced by the transatlantic community and other democratic states. We have about 45 minutes to take a look at this question, and I will go directly to ask our panelists here, and I will start in alphabetical order. So first up, Ms. Fetic, speaking of the protection of European values in the digital space, how can these values actually be compromised in the digital sphere or by the digital sphere? In other words, can we identify the concrete digital threats to these values for Europe?
Thank you very much, and thank you for asking me to join the panelists. First of all, I'm not quite sure if I could say we have like European values that we can or should support in the digital sphere. There are well over 200 ethical guidelines for artificial intelligence worldwide. The Pope has already published AI ethics guidelines. There are Beijing AI principles. So a lot of stakeholders are actually thinking about the ethical and social or value-based sides of technology. And I don't see a specific European approach here being the one we have to follow, but maybe we could think of a global approach to the societal side of technology. But let me dive deeper into what you have asked. From my perspective, there are two types of threats we have to tackle. First of all, there are threats that are amplified by the use of technology that actually originate from the real world, not really from the digital sphere, but from the real world, and that are kind of reproduced by using and deploying technology. And second of all, there are threats that originate in the digital sphere that are really coming from the digital world to us in the real world. For the first one, I'd like to mention one example. So we have like face recognition software, and we know as people that are working in the technology field that face recognition software does not work equally fine for all people. So we have like discrimination, we have biases in the technology because technology is produced following a capitalist idea, following only limited knowledge about what people really need, and it kind of reproduces all the discriminatory ideas we have in society. So the real origin of discrimination here is not technology as such, but the people working and actually designing technology. And with face recognition, we see that it does not equally work fine for all people in the world. And the second type of threat is actually, we can put this into the face recognition software debate as well, we see that the use of such technology can have a huge impact on how we actually live and work together, and it can impact our society as such. And this threat does not originate in the digital, in the analog world or the real world, but it comes from the digital or the use of mass surveillance software as such. So we really need to think about how and when do we want to use technology, and what kind of impact can it have on our societal well-being. And these kind of threats are, I would say, the major types of challenges we have to face. But again, I don't think that European values as such are a thing that we can like pinpoint at and be very sure about what we really mean, because the debate around AI ethics has shown there are a lot of different approaches to values. There are different ideas about what human rights could look like in the digital sphere. So I guess in the first point, we have to clarify what kind of values we want to protect really.
Okay, thank you very much. This is an interesting point, and apart from posing the same question about identifying the threats to Mr. Kleiner, I would also like to ask him whether, from the position of European Commission, whether you agree with the statement that there is no such thing as common European values in the digital sphere.
Yes, hello, and I'm really happy that I can participate also in this event today, and just to underline that I totally disagree with this idea that there is no such thing as European values for the digital sector. In fact, I think the problem is more that we've not spelled them out clearly enough. Europe is about putting humans at the center. I think this is the first distinguishing element. We don't put the technology first, we put the people first. Secondly, Europe is also about inclusion. We don't want to leave elderly, we don't want to leave poor people out of the digital revolution. We want everybody to benefit. Europe is about sustainability. We don't want the digital sector to go at the cost of the environment. Europe is also about making sure that the technology brings prosperity and benefits. So I think that there are a lot of elements, and I would also link with our fundamental values like the protection of personal data and so on. So I think there is really something which is the European way to digital, and I'm really actually happy to mention that we are currently working on a kind of declaration, a kind of Bill of Rights for the digital sector. It is being prepared right now in Brussels and across Europe. We've had a very extensive consultation. More than 600 people contributed. We will have also a Eurobarometer result in a few days. And all this will crystallize in spelling out in a short document the principles, the values, the rights that Europe stands for in the digital sector. So I think there is such a thing. Maybe we didn't spell it out clearly enough, but I think this is happening right now, and you should soon, I think, be able to see it and also to participate in delivering it. Because I think, by and large, really the digital sector has been a positive story. It has been bringing benefits to a large extent. It's true that because of the acceleration of this transformation and because of the size of the digital sector today, the risks are magnified. And I would just quote a few. The first risk is actually that people do not have access to this revolution. So the digital divide, as we call it, the fact that regions don't have the internet is a first big problem. And again, it goes against the inclusion idea that we stand for in Europe. But there are also many more risks. Privacy breaches, cybercrime, attacks on citizens, the spread of illegal content, disinformation, wrong products protection, mass surveillance of citizens, online censorship, algorithmic bias, as the previous speaker was mentioning, and also the provision of discrimination in the private or public sector. All these problems and risks have grown exponentially. We need to tackle them. And I think in the Commission, we are determined and we have actually developed legislation to address this. But I think the first thing will be to define where we stand, and I think this declaration on digital rights and principles will be a key instrument to that extent.
Thank you, Mr. Kleine. I think we're all looking forward to seeing that document come into life. Moving on to my co-panelist, Mr. Teparik. Estonia is on the forefront, let's say, of cybersecurity issues and on Europe's border in this sense also. What is the vision from Estonia in terms of what are the threats from the cyber domain?
Right. Thank you very much for having me here. And two previous speakers mentioned so many important keywords already, so it's difficult to add something, but I'm still trying to sense actually the real problem. For me, speaking about threat, so we should name actually the actors on that landscape. And I'm totally aware about challenges within the European Union, but we still have also, well, unfriendly, autocratic powers who implement tools of cyber espionage against democracies, and also those Chinese and other technologies which are widely used not just in Europe but elsewhere in the world. And there are very concrete actors behind these processes. And speaking about the actors, I also would like to bring in another layer of that, maybe speaking about protecting or defending the values in digital era. Basically, who will be, namely, those people, or I don't know, European institutions, European organizations, or maybe national institutions, organizations, but mostly who will be the people who are dealing with that, namely the next generation of European youth. And looking at the surveys and looking at the results, well, I think we are in a trouble because European youth actually cannot name those values very much stipulated by the European Commission, unified values, let's say, from Portugal to Estonia, or even in a broader sense, let's say, from England to Belarus and Ukraine. So I think we should start or restart maybe again debate with the European youth, speaking first of all about those values they are going to protect in 30 and 50 years, and there will be not us sitting on the panel, there will be, you know, the next generation of the youth. And the debate should also tackle the question of balance between the security concerns, security threats, and freedoms, and those values. Because people who are born, let's say, 10 years ago, they don't feel the right balance between security threats because they don't have such perception of security threats as we have here. So the balance between security threats and those freedoms they take for granted. And I think COVID is a good example that no single freedom, especially in digital era, can be taken for granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vyachorka, Belarus is going through a tumultuous period. Can we, from the practice and experience of what is happening in Belarus today, learn some lessons as to how the digital sphere, surveillance, etc., can become a threat to Europe's values in the future?
Thank you for this question, and thanks for having this panel. First of all, I'd like to say that digital space opened so many opportunities for democratic movements, and we should not underestimate the importance of accessibility of social networks. In Belarus, for example, our revolution was fueled basically by energy on social media, by messengers such as Telegram. People started to exchange information, and traditional media, controlled mostly by the oppressive regime, they definitely lost in this fight to digital technologies. But we see some kind of pushback right now. We see that tech companies, which are supposed to create spaces of freedom, of exchange of information, for communication, they started to be more cautious. And we could see in Russian elections, for example, the application which is supposed to help Russian citizens to vote and to support democratic movement, it was taken down from Apple Store. In Belarus, we could see that Google and YouTube is taking down videos where Lukashenko is being mentioned, or which are explicitly political or mobilization videos, because it believes that it can harm or it can harm their employees in Belarus or in Russia. At the same time, we could see advertisement put by KGB, where people who are kept in prisons of KGB are saying that they're guilty, they're foreign spies, they are recognizing their mistakes, and they are praising Lukashenko. This kind of video are available, and moreover, they are boosted by Google AdWords. So I don't know if this can be solved by imposing some additional regulations. Perhaps what we have to do, we have to promote good practices. If we see that tech companies are doing good job, promoting good cause, work with civil society, NGOs, democratic movement, we should give them the boost. We should put spotlight on them, and to create the right incentives for tech companies to do good things. Because if we take Google, for example, which has a huge operation in Russia, let's say, they are always choosing between supporting democratic values and having their people safe in Russia and having profits. If we will not create right incentives, they will always choose the second option, to have profits, because they're still profits-focused companies. And I think this collaboration between governments, democratic governments, tech companies, and NGOs, especially those promoting democratic values, is crucial. Organizations such as Forum 2000, European Values here in Prague, all those who are catching disinformation and trying to trace propagandists, manipulators, they must work together, because companies that possess data can share this data with NGOs, and these NGOs can use this data for good cause, to build right frameworks, schemes to fight disinformation, but also to develop good practices, for example, of promoting media literacy. We often speak about media literacy for many years, and we still don't have the solution and the way to promote and strengthen media literacy in our countries.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Mr. Teperik.
Yeah, very shortly or briefly, just to add to that, I think it's a very crucial point of trust, because, well, last week I think all of us experienced that very unpleasant shutdown for several hours of Facebook and other services. And I'm just wondering, some countries, some governments actually trusted Facebook channels for its strategic communications and its crisis communications. And I think we are being too naive. I mean, so with all the respect to Facebook and other technological companies, but strategic communication within and outside your country and crisis communication cannot be delegated to some private country. And I think that it's a good question to our societies. What if something happened more seriously?
Very well. So you have both already touched on a question that I wanted to pass in the next round, and so I will move to or touched upon certain issues related to the question. So I will now move in a mixed order and ask Mr. Kleine, what active measures can the EU take to protect its values? And we have heard some suggestions here already. Do we need more governance in the digital realm, for example, in setting standards and norms for technologies based on autonomous decision-making, artificial intelligence? So what are the practical steps? Now, you've already mentioned the declaration, the Bill of Rights, which I think is an important step. But can we go beyond that in implementing, let's say, this Bill of Rights?
No, I think that's the right question. I think that first, we need indeed to define what we stand for. And I think as Europeans, we should spell it out. I think it's worrying what also the previous speaker was saying, that our youth doesn't really know what these values are. So we need really to do better in terms of spelling out what is our voice, what is that difference. Very often we say that we are not like the US because we don't leave it all to the market. We are not like China because we don't leave it all to the state in a non-democratic way. We stand for our own model for the digital sector. And at the level of the European institutions, indeed, not only do we want to spell it out, but we want to make sure that we have a proper legal framework. So here again, I mean, the rule of law is something that we have to defend overall, online and offline. But as far as the digital space is concerned, we have started at the level of the EU already some years ago to frame the possibilities, to make sure that the risks are really tackled and that we somehow regulate these risks. I mean, a recent example was our proposal on artificial intelligence. We've defined certain applications, like for instance, social scoring, that are against our rules, or rather even against our values, and therefore they should be prohibited. And that's what we are proposing, that things that contravene fundamentally our values, our fundamental rights, should not be allowed in the EU. And the way to enforce it is precisely to have also the right type of structures around the digital sector, to make sure that you have fines, that you have also authorities that have the capacity to track these problems and to intervene. A final point I would like to raise is that we also need to work together in this area. We cannot just expect that regions do it alone. We need to help out, because in front of us we have platforms sometimes that are more interested in making profits, as I think the recent whistleblowing cases around Facebook indicates. And we also have malicious governments, if I may say so. I mean, it is clear that we are under attack as far as disinformation is concerned, as far also as cybercrime is concerned. And in the EU, we are developing actually concrete capabilities. We are putting on the table millions of investment to have the infrastructures, to have the networks, to have also the tools to fight back and to protect our economies, our society, and our digital infrastructure. So I think that this combination, defining the rules, enforcing the rules, and getting the capabilities is what we should have as solutions.
Thank you. Ms. Fetic, it seems that you have been nodding your head. So in this question, you are in agreement with Mr. Kleiner.
Yeah, thank you. Let me make one point clear. I think we are agreeing also in the first point about the European values. Just let me make this clear. From my point of view, we have to make values comes first and humans comes first, and then you have what is technologically possible. I guess this is an approach we should foster and we should all agree on. But my point was more about whose values are we really protecting. So if you ask citizens, they will tell you that privacy is an issue that becomes more and more important to them. And if you ask Chinese people, I'm sure they would answer in free service that human dignity should be part of technological approaches every time. So I think that we are not really looking only on European values, but really on basic human rights in the digital sphere here. So I just want to make sure that we don't have a Eurocentric debate around how digitalization should be and what we could do with technology, but really we should open our eyes and look around, and we will see that there are a lot of partners and a lot of affected people that we could also think of when talking about values in the digital space. But let me come back to your question and to what Mr. Kleiner said, because I can agree. One really important step was the AI Act, the proposed AI Act, and I see that the risk approach is here a good one in order to cope with, on the one hand, the threats to our society, and also with the idea of having or being innovative in our time. So I guess the AI Act is a good start, but from my point of view and what the Bertelsmann Stiftung does, I see that the very first step must be to raise awareness among the affected people, because we see that a lot of people don't know if they are discriminated by algorithmic decision making. They really don't know about the systems operating and how their lives are affected by these. So the first step is to actually establish a mindset, or let's say the idea of technology having an influence on society. And then the next steps can be like governance. I'm looking at the AI Act, but also looking at internal governance mechanisms within companies. We've seen well over 200 AI ethics guidelines out there, and now companies need to have or show how they are operationalize those guidelines, those ethics guidelines they have issued. And I see that the companies must do their steps as well here. But also, and maybe this is the last point, we need to establish like external overviews over what companies do really. So oversight boards at any level could be a first step in order to increase the human-centric approach to digitalization.
Thank you very much. Mr. Viachorka, would you have any policy recommendations for the European Union in this field in terms of protecting its democratic values?
You know, we should take every case separately. If we'll take Belarus, for example, what we want, especially from tech companies, for those who possess the platforms, to not collaborate with dictators. We all understand that almost every technology we use, it's a dual-use technology, so they can be used both for good and for bad. But if you collaborate with dictator, if you are taking down the content because some KGB guy requested, that doesn't help to promote European values. Opposite, it seeds the frustration in the society, and they are afraid of speaking out and using technologies, using the internet for good, for exchanging opinions, for commenting, etc. Also, we have to on one hand, to help people with this, with the right for privacy. 250 people got detained in the last 8 months in Belarus just for commenting on the death of KGB officer who was raiding the apartments and killed the IT guy. They were detained because they were commenting. And we have the version that this data, personal data, was given to KGB, to secret services, by tech companies. Because they did not reveal their identity, they didn't use their own names, but still they were traced, identified and traced, and finally detained, and now they face up to 15 years in prison just for comments.
And so which 10 companies are we talking about?
So we are speaking basically on social media companies, most of all, but also messengers and messaging apps. So we have to find the way of non-collaborating, or name and shame such cases, to show that it's not good, to do this. Because again, limiting and regulating not enough, as I mentioned before, but promoting good experiences, good practices is very, very efficient. We should help people also to protect their property on digital space at the same time, because right now they don't feel secure. If they post something, they don't have guarantee that, it will not be stolen by others. Anyway, my policy recommendation would be to not collaborate with dictators, to make all possible to prevent private companies from doing this, and definitely to create forums or spaces or channels of collaboration and partnerships between NGO sector and tech sector and governments.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for that answer. Mr. Tepperk, you already mentioned that it's important that we focus on our youth in terms of the youth both knowing what the values are and what the threats in the digital space are. So do you think in this sense that the European Union is setting its priorities right at this point in terms of tackling the threats in the digital space? We have heard about the Declaration on Ethics. There's an ethics guidelines on the level of European Union. So at this point we're largely talking about the issue of ethics, for example.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to assess the European Union's policies. Well, I think we are doing rather well. Well, the issue here is that I think sometimes we are just focusing too much on the dark side of technologies and dark sides of artificial intelligence. But basically, there are also a bright side of that. Endless possibilities of making our life within the European Union more efficient and more prosperous. Well, the thing is that well, in addition to this legal framework previous speakers were talking about and the ethical regulations, I think we should also cultivate within young generation this ambition and this inspiration not just to regulate but also to innovate. So we are reacting by numerous regulations and numerous legal acts to the different phenomena. But what we need, obviously we are too late for that, at least for this generation. But for the next generation, cultivation of culture to be innovators, to be brave and dare explore and new processes, name new processes and phenomena, but actually Americans do very well. That could be our ambitious goal, for, let's say, for the next generation. And that could be done with the resources and taking into account the values of the European Union.
Thank you very much. At this point, we have about 13 minutes left. If any of you have a question here who are personally in Žofín Palace, please prepare that question and you will be handed a microphone. But I also have quite a few questions here from our viewers who are online. And some of these questions we can merge together, and we have already touched upon here. Mr. Viachorka mentioned the necessity not to cooperate with authoritarians, for example. And here is a related question that is perhaps more pointed. How should the EU respond to tech companies who work with undemocratic actors to suppress freedom of speech, thought, political action, etc.? For example, Google removing the Navalny app during the Russian elections. So, what in practice should Europe do in these particular events? Anyone want to take this question? Otherwise, what I will do, I will address it to Mr. Kleiner, who is the closest to the policy making within the EU.
I'm happy to take it, and if you want, I would reply by also concretely telling you what we are trying to develop now with the United States, because we have now launched something which is called the Trade and Technology Council, and myself, I'm fortunate enough to chair one of the working groups in this venture, which is dedicated to how we can act together between EU and US to avoid that digital technologies go against human rights. So it's, I think, very close to what we're discussing about here. And we are just in early days, if you want. But clearly, if we join forces, it is clear that we can have more influence on these large platforms, because they are somehow partly in our jurisdictions. So if we cannot regulate what they are doing in Russia or in China as such, but we have some tools, nevertheless, at our disposal to influence them. And that's what we have already discussed with the United States, that we should try to bring them on board. And I would very much support what was said earlier, that we need to make it transparent. If certain platforms are doing things that go against European values, we need to point the finger at them. We need to make sure that somehow their customers, their users are aware of it. We did that actually in other areas. I mean, child labor, for instance, is something that was unfortunately happening a few years ago in the textile industry. And thanks to citizens' interventions, there has been auditing, there has been transparency on these practices, and there has been, as a result, a lot of improvement. I think we need to take the platforms seriously. 20 years ago, the motto was that you don't need to regulate the internet, that it is a place of freedom that will self-regulate and will be all the better. There is some truth in it, but not anymore for some of these issues. So I think that really taking the platforms for what they are, which is that when they have this side, they have responsibilities. And that's what we have introduced in Europe through the Digital Services Act, for instance, where we very clearly make this point that, if you are a very large platform, if you are a gatekeeper, as we define them, you have responsibilities. You cannot just escape these responsibilities, and you must be in line with our European values. And that's why it's important to also start from somewhere. And I think that starting from the EU, we have tools, we have ways to influence the platforms and the digital actor. And I'm telling you that we are in the process of doing more than we did in the past.
Thank you for this comment, because I totally agree. And also I want to repeat about create right incentives for the companies. On one hand, we point out their mistakes, but also we have to motivate them somehow. What also we lack, which is very important for Belarus and many small nations, these are a right to use the language. Basically, Belarus territory was given to Russia by creating the one big office in Moscow, and Belarus language, for example, is not allowed in Google AdWords. And many Belarusian media outlets, businesses started to make advertisement and content in Russian language and make videos in Russian language. They switched to Russian because it's the only way to get through Google moderation. And Belarusians right now, they are passing through that national revival process. They want to speak Belarusian, they want to use Belarusian language, but Google says, you are not allowed. And here what we can do, because on one hand they don't violate any right, but on the other hand they contain somehow the national building process, which is very important for democratic transition in Belarus right now. That's the question to the audience and to speakers as well. But there are multiple problems, we are neglecting, because we are always thinking about the EU as as the English-speaking space, but we often forget about many small problems that appear with every new technology emerges at the market.
Thank you. That's a very important and interesting piece of information. Yes, Mr. Teperik, and then I saw Ms. Fetic.
Thank you. Another comment I would like to see within the European Union is actually better cohesion between different policies. Well, I do understand the importance of Digital Act and reaction to tech companies' behavior, but then again, if some major geopolitical power is involved, somehow we are not rushing to label its company of misconducting something against the European sanctions. I mean, we should be coherent. I mean, if we would like to label, let's say, Google or Facebook for breaching things against the European values, then should we do against some German companies building Nord Stream 2? I mean, that's if we're speaking about the European values, and if we're speaking about framing and labeling some private companies, then it should be coherent across all spheres and all spectrums, not just in digital sphere, but also in physical sphere.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Fetic.
Yeah, one point I wanted to make is to stress the importance of innovation here. My colleagues did this already, but I think regulation is one part of the story, and we see the European Union indeed making its steps towards a more coherent framework. But again, we need some alternatives to the big tech players coming from other regions of the world. So actually we need to stress the importance of innovation here and the creating a common vision for the European digitalization. So I don't see that many companies thinking of, okay, how can we create a European alternative to, let's say, global tech players, really. So innovation is, for me, a key here alongside regulation. And maybe let me stress one point about the labeling and the certification. With the upcoming AI Act, we see a lot of standardization organizations popping up and discussing how to label AI technology, for instance. And I appreciate that a lot of companies or organizations are dealing with this problem now and trying to operationalize somehow vague values. However, these standardization organizations are mostly private. So again, we see here the privatization of a value-based discussion, and civil society and society as such should definitely play a key role in defining how regulatory and other control mechanisms should be designed in order to actually make sure that technology sets humans first.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have about 5 more minutes left, and we have to be sharp. And so I would like to give you one last chance of those who you are here, if you want to ask a question. Yes, there, right next to you. Thank you.
Thank you for really interesting remarks. My question is about the authoritarian surveillance technology, or surveillance technology that is being sold to authoritarian governments around the world. And sure, panelists are familiar with many, and then Franek here, about what's happening in Belarus. But my question is, we didn't really mention the work around preventing countries that are selling this surveillance technology, either on the EU level or any really level. So what are your take on the steps that are being taken? What needs to be done for this to really be prevented? Thanks.
Thank you. That's a great question. Anyone like to take it? Just off the table?
Maybe I can mention that in the EU we have some legislation on export controls, precisely to avoid that, and it's not only in the field, in the digital field, but we can put limitations to technology access from certain regions that can be used against, the people of this regime. So that's something that we try to cope with. The problem is that very often in the digital sector, you have the phenomenon of dual-use technologies. So things that on the face of it may be actually very good can be, misused, and this is more difficult to control. But I think that, in principle, we can prevent this, and we can make sure that, certain types of technologies are not used for the wrong reasons and with the wrong purpose.
Okay. Anyone else would like to react? If not, then at this point we are 2 minutes. We have 2 remaining minutes. So let me just wrap up with a few notions that we talked about here. I would like to thank the panelists for a wonderful discussion, and we have discussed many issues regarding the rule of law and the legal frameworks related to the digital sphere. We have talked about preparing the young generation to understand the threats that lie in the digital sphere related to democratic and European values. And now the notion of European values, we have talked about the fact that we indeed do have a common European vision on values in the digital sphere, but it's not that easy to arrive at their definition, and perhaps this is the time to really define those values. So, and we have also talked about the problems related to the cooperation of democratic states with or the tolerance of democratic states at technology companies cooperating with authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. So, thank you very much, those of you who have been present here at personally at this panel, and those of you who have joined us online. And please join me in a round of applause for our panelists. And I invite you to the next panel, which is just starting right after ours. So thank you.
I'm talking today to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the world leading economist, or maybe to be more precise, the world leading hands-on economist, one of that rare breed that actually practices economics on top of thinking about it and writing about it. Professor Sachs is the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. He is also the director of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, a UN advocate for sustainable development goals, and he is absolutely most famous for tirelessly advocating, explaining, and working for sustainable development globally. Professor Sachs, thank you for being part of Forum 2000 this year. And I will go to my first questions.
Great.
I will go to my first question. Democracy presupposes or assumes that there is a certain level of equality, or that there is a certain level of civic equality among citizens. With hugely increasing inequality in wealth, something that you very often mentioned yourself, but also in access to healthcare, to education, to security. In some countries, absolutely also even to food security. Is democracy possible? Is it something that we have outlived or somehow marginalized because we have created such huge inequalities that participation doesn't really make sense?
Great question. Actually, Aristotle asked the same question back in 2,000, 300 years ago, around 330 BC or so, because Aristotle's theory of politics, probably the first political science text, said that all forms of government are unstable, and the good governments, whether it's by the one, the few, or the many, as he said, can deteriorate into very bad outcomes And so the philosopher king or the good monarch can become a tyrant. The government of the few, the aristocracy can become an oligarchy, and the democracy can become a mob rule or populism or turn into tyranny. And I mentioned that as the starting point because what Aristotle and his teacher Plato emphasized was several conditions for things not to go wrong. For Aristotle, on almost anything, the answer was stick to the middle way, including middle class. He said if the gaps are too big between the rich and the poor, that will lead to huge social instability. And of course, Athens had known that. That's what had led to reforms by Solon and other lawgivers in the past. But one thing that they also emphasized was, both Plato and Aristotle, was that we need not only economic relative equality, but we need a citizenry that has some ethics, some virtue, because a virtuous or good government depends on a citizenry that's well educated, that is not going off with demagogic rule, and so on. So there are lots of risks to democracy right now. You asked, can it work? Yeah, we have good examples of well-functioning democracies. Look at Scandinavia, for example. In general, things work very well. Inequalities are kept relatively small. Corruption is amazingly low. The population trusts the government. Elections are clean and just run normally. And when a government loses, it leaves. That's it. And another one comes in. If you look at America right now, well, my God, we have almost none of that right now. The American democratic system is broken, and we don't know how badly broken. To have a man like Trump as president, he's a psychopath, in my opinion. But the public voted for him. By the way, not a majority of the public ever, but enough under our strange electoral college system that Trump won the election in 2016. He lost in 2020, but because he is so psychopathic, I don't think he even knows that he lost, although he also doesn't care whether he lost or not. He wanted to stay in power, and he tried an insurrection in order to do that. So what's wrong with the United States? Which is a good question, because a lot of the rest of the world also needs to understand what's wrong with the United States. One is we have unbelievable inequalities of income and wealth. Our top 1% has about 20 to 22% of the national income, the highest in our modern history for sure. Our billionaires are gazillionaires, and our political system is corrupt because election cycles spend this time, probably in 2020, something like $14 billion for campaign financing, advertising, direct outreach, media, and so on. Well, if you have $14 billion coming from businesses, from rich individuals, how could you have a functioning democracy that's proper? But also, we have a large part of the population which is poorly educated. And as always in America, one of the parts of the American creed is you don't have to like each other. So our country has been riven with racism, with ethnic divides, religious divides, and so on. And it's gotten pretty bad, actually. So all in all, long-winded answer to your question. Yes, democracy can survive, but it depends on underlying conditions. It depends on not being pulled apart by a large part of the population being uneducated, by a large part of the population being so poor that it can't function properly, not being pulled apart by pervasive racism or hate between different religious groups. And I think the classic philosophers had it right, which is government is fragile, democracy is not robust, and it takes care, and it takes ethics to hold things together. Democracy isn't just a set of institutions for a vote. It's an ethical system that, when that is ignored or frayed or abandoned, is going to lead the society in a very bad way.
I couldn't agree more. However, unfortunately, most of the people, and especially most of politicians, and I come from the Balkans, which in itself represents questionable politicians very often, are unfortunately not looking at Scandinavia, not looking at Aristotle. They're looking at the US. And what they see in the US, they very often find or treat as a justification for their own behavior or their own roads to autocracy and roads to authoritarianism, which actually is quite present not only in Southeastern Europe, but around the world. And something you said, I think, would also need a follow-up question. If your elections, if American elections costed, as you said, cost $14 billion, and if in order for the democracy to function, you need some level of equality, in other words, some redistribution of wealth, how do we get elected officials who've just spent $14 billion to actually legislate redistribution? In other words, can government redistribute the wealth?
And it's not only that they spent $14 billion, they received $14 billion, mainly from rich people. And the rich people aren't doing it out of a sense of deep social justice, I can tell you. They are doing it because they expect when they pay that they're going to get something in return. And in the American system, they do get something in return. And I think America, unfortunately, serves not merely as an example, and I think an increasingly bad example, but as a direct mechanism. How many American political advisors are out there advising politicians on how to sway votes, how to manipulate social media, how to do direct campaign actions, the tactics? How many politicians did Steve Bannon and others around Trump go out to support actively, like Bolsonaro in Brazil, who's another demagogic figure and a very dangerous figure for his population? You look at the deaths in Brazil because of COVID. That's because you have a person at the top who is completely irresponsible. And he's a Trumpist. And not just a Trumpist by example, but a Trumpist because Trump's supporters helped to put him in office in direct linkages. So this is not a good situation and a good scene. And in the United States, we're asking exactly that question right now of whether this political system can work. You know, if you go back actually throughout American history, it's always been a bit of a plutocracy. It was always a deeply racist society. It always had great ideas alongside those that were somewhat contradictory, like we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. So wonderful ideas, but by very rich slaveholders and all sorts of contradictions in American history. But right now, it's not a good situation. And we're facing exactly these days in the United States this question, President Biden is a good and decent person, and I know him for a long time, and he has put forward, I believe, the right approach, which is tax rich people and companies to increase social services. By the way, Biden's program, which I strongly support, is pretty modest in scale, maybe a little more than 1% of GDP. But in the United States discourse, oh my God, this is socialism. This is, it's the worst possible thing. And we have a press, which is Rupert Murdoch's press, the Wall Street Journal and Fox News, which is a pure plutocratic operation to try to get people to just turn away from the unbelievable abuses of a plutocratic, unfair society. So they attack Biden, even these modest steps, as, oh my God, they're going to destroy everything in the economy. But it comes down to this. The Democrats have a tiny majority in the House of Representatives, and in the Senate, it's a 50-50 divide between the Democratic Party of Biden and the Republican Party, which is basically a Trump party. Because it's a Trump party, it's 50 votes automatically against anything decent and sensible that Biden will propose. So the way that our politics works is it's a complete 50-50 divide, and if you get a 50-50 vote in the Senate, then the tie-breaking vote is the Vice President Harris, which would put it for the Democrats. So the question you're asking is really an interesting one. Can the Democrats, who profess to be fair and redistributive, actually do this right now? And what we're seeing is the so-called Democratic centrists, but I would just say the ones that are in the pay of the corporate interests, the one that get big campaign contributions, or the ones that happen by name to be Democrats but are themselves millionaires or multimillionaires. They're saying to Biden, oh, why are you raising taxes on the rich and so forth? And so we don't know whether our political system can really deliver anymore. In the last 40 years, inequalities have widened so dramatically that we've never seen anything like this. We have a really deeply entrenched poverty. We have people struggling. We have a youth generation that instead of getting support to go to college, had to take loans. And so many young people bankrupt from their student debts. And because of technological changes, which are favoring professionals and people with advanced degrees, but basically creating robotics and artificial intelligence systems for routinized work done by lower skilled or less people with less educational attainment, the whole labor market is shifting more and more towards capital and towards high skills. And if the political system can't address this, this widening income inequality is just going to continue in this relentless and incredibly destructive way. And the question you ask, well, can we still redistribute income in the United States? That's literally what we're going to find out in the coming days and weeks. And it's absolutely unclear what the answer is.
Another thing I think related to that, and in some ways also attacked by former President Trump, but in a way a topic that you've been working on for many years, is the issue of global cooperation. And in a way, America withdrew for a while from this global cooperation and is now hopefully slowly coming back. But I think you once said that this alliance of democracies against autocracies that even some people from the Biden administration support is the wrong approach. And I understood that you thought it was a wrong approach because in a way, cooperation is more important than preaching democracy to the countries of the world. Could you comment on that?
I think one thing is really important. No society anywhere has a completely predetermined future. And no society is intrinsically bad and evil. No society has some God-given gift of always being on the right side. And therefore, I am in general, I'd say more than in general, I am in almost every way for building cooperative, mutually respectful dialogue and problem solving across societies, cultures, and political systems. Because I think that if there are good things to offer, that by doing that, we're more likely to bring the not so good systems in a better direction, and we're much more likely to have the good systems not deteriorate. So as a starting point, I don't think the US is exactly in a position to be lecturing other countries about just about anything. We spent 30 years in wars that were on false pretenses, lies, destructive, mass deaths. I'm talking about Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, and a lot more. And we had a hate-filled presidency. We had an insurrection. We have deep social divides in the United States. So I don't even know what U.S. leadership means in that context. I want U.S. normalcy, U.S. decency, and not U.S. lecturing anybody right now, frankly, except getting our own house in order. Second, this idea that, well, China's implacably out to take over the world is absurd. China is a country filled with challenges, just like the rest of our societies. China's society is aging quickly. China's going to have a decline of population in the second half of the 21st century from about 1.4 billion to about 1 billion. That's going to be it's going to be a huge social, cultural, economic set of challenges. China's not going to take over the world. China's going to do its best to be a stable, prosperous, harmonious place, to use a Confucian concept. And what kind of politics China will have will evolve in the future. And the more we're cooperating with China, the more we're working together on climate change, the more we're working together on stopping a pandemic, the more we're working together on ending poverty in low-income countries, for instance, in Africa, the more we're working together on building infrastructure, the more likely it is that China and the West, as it were, will co-evolve in not only a safer direction, but a much better direction. I don't know why Europe has to have its own infrastructure program to, quote, compete with the Belt and Road Initiative. I would like to see Europe have an infrastructure program that cooperates with the Belt and Road Initiative. After all, we're sharing Eurasia, right? So Europe's on one end, China's on the other. There is South and Central and Western Asia in between. And all of Eurasia, as far as I'm concerned, needs good fiber optics, renewable energy, fast rail, zero carbon energy systems, 5G, many important things together. So this is an opportunity actually to build, but it's not seen that way. Oh, we have to compete. They're doing this. That's awful. They're tricking countries. They're getting them into debt. So many senseless things are said. The United States has most of them, but Europe has this tendency also sometimes to project the worst on the others. And if you project the worst on the counterpart, you're much more likely to get the worst, actually. These are self-fulfilling conflicts. And I know from the US side, people here know nothing about Chinese history, Chinese society, China's perspectives. I go to China several times a year and have been doing so basically for the last 40 years. I have students, friends, colleagues that I have worked with. It just is mind-boggling to me to have some ignorant politician here who probably doesn't have a passport, who knows nothing, to be railing about China wanting to take over the world. And that's what we're facing right now. So this, to my mind, is why it's so important that we take a whole different approach, an approach of lots of dialogue, lots of cooperation, and so on. By the way, I'm not keen on China meeting with the 16+1 countries of Central and Eastern Europe, for example, or somehow trying to pull apart Europe, but I am very keen on the European Union saying to China, let's cooperate, let's work out differences, let's have a good understanding, let's help Eurasia to have the 21st century clean, green infrastructure, let's work on problems in other parts of the world together. I have a lot of confidence that that would work.
If I may use harsh words, stupid politics actually thrives on conflict. It almost doesn't know anything else. But I think we should finish this conversation, or sort of hopefully that will lead to future conversations, with this incredible picture that you've painted of this big landmass of Eurasia, with China and Europe hanging on to different sides of the same huge landmass and being responsible for it in a way together. Thank you, Professor Sachs, and thank you for being part of Forum 2000.
Great to be with you. Thank you so much for the discussion.
Welcome, everybody. You are more than welcome on the next panel discussion during Forum 2000 this year. My name is Błażej Lankowski. I'm the president of Liberty Foundation from Poland and also director of Freedom Games. And I will have the great pleasure to be the moderator of today's discussion. Our topic will be how to counter the populist threat, inspirations from the Baltics. And I will have the great pleasure to discuss with our great interlocutors. Professor Jan Zielonka is a professor of European politics at the University of Oxford. Mr. Vytautas Mitalas, deputy speaker at the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. Mirosław Zinger, economist, former governor of National Bank of Czech Republic, and Ms. Aneta Zachova, editor-in-chief of Interactive in Czech Republic. Well, what will be the main topic of our discussion? Central Europe and Baltics states share a lot in common. Today, however, when we are looking closer to the situation, we can see a different picture. Whereas in Central Europe, a democratic backlash and increase of illiberal tendencies are to be observed, the situation in Estonia and Lithuania is quite different. I think that new government seems to be countering the populism and leading the way to new, more democratic future. So we'll be asking what has driven the Baltic success story and what inspiration it can be for Central Europe and other countries. However, I hope that we'll be discussing also about most recent happenings. I think that is very important for the story of populists in our region. I mean, the last results of the elections in Czech Republic, and also the last situation in Poland, where, as you know, politically dependent constitutional court decided to pass some kind of unacceptable judgment that I think threatens to the future of European Union construction and the place of Poland within the community. And as you know, yesterday the huge protests were present in main big cities in Poland. I think that is also important for the future of populism in our region. So we will have around 50 minutes for the discussion. Firstly, I will give you 5 minutes for some introductory speeches. And my first question will be if we see the deep differences between countries of the region of Central and Eastern Europe, why populists are getting into power in some countries and the other not? Can we search for some kind of historical, regional, economical, or religious causes? And also to what extent we are the part of global processes. And maybe I would like to start with Vytautas Mitalas.
Thank you for an opportunity to be here. It's really a pleasure to be here. So I have several bullet points to start. 2 of them are general remarks and the others are region-specific observations. So since I have so little time, let me start with the general ones. What we are seeing and discussing today is trying to grasp a really difficult to understand process. It is happening before our eyes. Some politicians are trying to attack democratic institutions in the way we have not seen before. And populism is a chameleon. It can attach itself to many political or societal processes. Therefore, it's sometimes difficult to understand and to, how could I say, sort it out. Especially when it is becoming mixed with models of entertainment, continuous trigger of emotions, not arguments, and mixed with a whole different planets of facts that grows like mushrooms on, especially on social media. Second of that, what are the necessary conditions for that to happen? One I would say for sure is changing understanding of what is the way forward in general or how the prosperity is born. The key to prosperity was the same as the key to liberal democracy. Maybe even it was one key. In the golden years of second half of 20th century, it has become a worldwide consensus, and we've seen that. You cannot have economic prosperity, true welfare, without respecting private ownership and basically capitalism. You cannot have free market and capitalism without rule of law and democratic institutions. And of course, you cannot have democratic institutions without the defense of human dignity, or basically without human rights. And it goes all the way around, making liberal democracy like a la carte menu in the restaurant. You basically cannot have one thing without taking the whole menu. I don't know who or when exactly started to change the perception, how to make prosperity. Maybe it was China which showed the world a way to create some prosperity without true democratic institutions and human rights. Maybe it is Russia which started its process of re-establishing Tsar's rule and quite convincingly communicating its message outwards about sovereign democracy, dream of sovereign democracy. Then Hungary, Poland. What we see in front of our eyes is that liberal democracy is turning from a la carte menu into a buffet. It started to look like you can go into the restaurant and pick what you want. Try economic welfare without capitalism, maybe try a kind of capitalism without rule of law, nepotism of some sort, or a hybrid rule of law without human rights. It may not work at the end of the day, but maybe it will work for your political term, and who knows. By the way, this COVID makes this carousel goes full crazy. Liberals who firmly stood for the principles of human rights and self-determination need to sometimes excuse themselves why they lost their principles in favor of trying to adjust to the changing context. Why do they sometimes need to be for new rules of society? Would it be quarantine requirements, intensively recommended, or even mandatory vaccination for some occupations? Anti-vaxxers are now trying to take place of liberals and trying to defend somebody from state oppression. The situation changed the roles and on ideological level, and it gives fuel to the populism also. Now, specific remarks about Central European, Central and Eastern Europe. All I have mentioned before adds up to some common challenges of the countries we are living. Our civil societies are still on the way to full maturity, and therefore we see that our national identities are in rapid evolution. I guess they are evolving everywhere, but in these parts of Europe it was and it's still a pretty fast pace. I can see clearly back home. It gives a pretty fertile ground to all kinds of populists to experiment in trying to their version of portrayed national identity or a national pride. Maybe it will resonate with the citizens, who knows. Sometimes we see politicians in Lithuania try to mimic the process we see in Hungary or Poland, talking about the ruling elites, of course, but on a very small scale. The reason why these processes did not gain further reach are several, and 4 reasons I came when I was thinking about that. Firstly, the deep reason. One of my hypotheses is that Lithuanian national sentiment is very much an open question, and the debating sides are of equal size. There are countries which have their imperial sentiment somewhere deeply entrenched. For example, I would see that looking into Hungary or Poland, but back in Lithuania, we largely did not decide who we are, and that helps us. Are we, Eastern, or are we trying to mimic Nordic countries? Are we rural, or are we modern? Killers would sing, are we human, or are we dancer? But that's not the case. We see people in Lithuania who are remembering their medieval history, but we also see people who are remembering how we, together with Poland, made the first written constitution in Europe. In the 19th century, there was a saying, that who is a Lithuanian? And the answer was the Lithuanian is a person who loves freedom and respects the law of national statute. No ethnicity in that description. And there are different groups, and no group really made big progress of achieving a big chunk of national sentiment, and therefore, at least so far, we did not see a huge rise of populism in Lithuania. There was a populism from the left side. For many years, there was a discussion about the, social justice and equality. The main promises were related to such issues as raising the minimum wage and creating new jobs and declining rural areas, as well as fighting corruption. But this did not grow powerful enough to change our country's, westward direction, and it did not produce attack to the judicial system, for example, or free press. There are lots of right-wing populist politicians nowadays back home, but also we are lucky since they constantly fight each other and are far from uniting. The story repeats itself and gives us the time to really grow civic society to the level that we would be even more resilient to populism in the future. And finally, my remark or my hypothesis about the populism back home and in this region is today, we in Lithuania are starting to experience successes and continuity in our foreign policy. Solidarity back home, first with Georgian people, then to Ukrainians, then with Belarusians, then with Taiwanese and many other peoples who are striving for democracy, is giving us the unity and the right codes to strengthen our understanding of ourselves. And it brings me back to this, let's say, hypothesis about what we are and where we are heading to. And this really, for now, I could say, works as a fertilizer for our civil society, and it also is quite a big cure for the populist challenges that may rise ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Aneta Zachova for your introductory speech.
Thank you very much. I would like to speak about the roots of the populism that I can see in not only in my country, in the Czech Republic, but also in the Central Europe and the Europe. I think that populism is extremely linked to mistrust, and we saw in the past years that the trust into governments, into institutions, was really hit hard, and that people lost trust in their institution. They lost trust in the establishment. And who filled the vacuum? The vacuum, of course, was filled by populist politicians. And we could see it in Czech Republic pretty much. Even now, our Prime Minister, Andrej Babiš, he is saying to people, you are the one who created me. He's also saying it to the opposition parties, you are the one who created me. So if we want to talk about fighting against populism, we have to think about fighting or filling this kind of vacuum to building trust of people into institutions. And unfortunately now in Europe or in the Central Europe, we can't really see any willingness from, let's say democratic coalition, democratic blocs to really touch the people as the populists do. For populists, it is important to play with emotions, with people. And that's something that the democratic parties before were never ever doing. They were doing their politics, they were making decisions, but they never attacked people's heart. I know it's quite basic to say it like that, but I think that it's quite important in discussion about the populism. And now we can see that even the democratic parties, and we saw it during the election campaign ahead of the Czech elections, that even the democratic blocs were trying to use the tools that populist parties are normally using to touch the people, to, as I said, to somehow attack their hearts. And we had elections on Friday and Saturday, and we saw that it quite worked. That we can now really see some kind of willingness of people for a change, and that they perhaps really they were happy about the campaign launched by the two opposition blocs. That really I could see like many kind of tools, many similarities between the campaigns of the democratic bloc and of the populist parties. So what I would like to emphasize is that populism, this kind of link or trying to link the people with politics, this fight against the establishment is something that should be considered by democratic parties as not as an example, but as a source of inspiration, how to make things better, how to better communicate with people. As we've said, my job is chief editor, so I'm focusing on communication, and the communication before the rise of the populism that we can see since 2010 or 2010 or something like that, that the communication before was like zero, that the politicians were not really willing to be in touch with people. Now we can see kind of a different, and I think that now it is something that the democratic parties learned from the populists. So that's what I wanted to highlight. And yeah, the main thing, I think that to counter populism, we need to fill the vacuum. We need to have like the real leaders. And without that, we can't, and we never can win. And I think that it is also explaining to us these disparities between the states, that simply in states where is strong leadership, where is good communication between the government, the institution, and between the people, where we, for example, saw the rising concept of smart cities or smart regions, where really the regional leaders are trying to take the people on board, to let them decide about what is happening. The situation is much more better than in countries where we face lack of leadership and lack of, let's say, this tight links between the public sphere, between the political representation and the people. So other than filling this vacuum, I think it's important to really focus on kind of strategic communication. Now, in many countries, we can see that there is a chance for a change, as it is now in the Czech Republic, and the politicians should really work on the communication to be able to explain to citizens why institutions are important, why we should have and should build institutions to make them stronger. With this, I think that people will not have the reason they had before to stick to the populist rhetoric and yeah, to vote for them. So that's only a short introduction for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now I would like to give the floor to Professor Jan Zielonka, if you are online with us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm also pleased to be here once again. And I will not repeat what I just heard from previous speakers, particularly from Annette. I fully agree with the issue of trust, communication, and empathy. What maybe I should add only here is that populism is unavoidably part of democracy, because if democracy means sovereignty of the people, rule of the people, you basically assumes that decisions are being taken not just by experts or professors, but by ordinary voters who, go for the instincts and basically vote en masse. And in fact, I'm old enough to remember that populists were always with us. I remember Father Le Pen being elected to the French Parliament and then to European Parliament. I remember Jörg Haider and his party joining a coalition government in Austria first time, and very rather hostile reactions from other states within the EU. My colleague from University of Rotterdam, turned politicians, Pim Fortuyn, later assassinated, was a prototype of populist leader. The difference with those times and now is that the populists were there, but they were not winning so many votes as today in many of those countries. And let's not forget that that super populist became president of the United States, which prides itself of being the leader of free world. So we have to ask ourselves the questions why people who voted center-left and center-right parties abandoned them at a certain moment and started to vote populists. And here the questions, of course, are complicated. Yes, mistrust, but because liberals like myself and my colleagues who were in government sometimes said one thing and did another. Yes, they didn't have enough patience for the electorate. They preached to the electorate rather than listening to them. This is absolutely true. In fact, there was a tendency to take more and more important decisions away from the electorate and to move it to bodies which are not directly elected, like constitutional courts, like central banks, like the European Commission. We know why. It was important because certain decisions, for instance, about monetary stability, required expert knowledge. It was important to put more power to constitutional courts because democracy is not just about majority rule of the day, but about protections of the Constitution, which gives some rights to minorities and not just majorities. But of course, this at a certain moment went too far, and it was skillfully employed by populists. And here we just heard the Polish case where the current government thinks that the European Commission or the EU as such is not going to tell them on which conditions they are going to receive EU money because it violates their sovereignty. So those things, of course, have been exploited. And yes, we've been learning from populists, but sometimes in a wrong way, because some liberal politicians decided that the best way to fight with populists was to adopt populist rhetoric and policies. When I for instance, look at the issue of migration, I'm not very proud with liberal effort. I see basically that our policies were not just illiberal, they were frankly stupid. We all emphasize always that we can defend our borders and at the same time observe human rights, but we've been tested time and again through this. We hardly ever said to our electorates that if you want to have a serious migration policy, you need to have development aid and investments in North Africa and Middle East, where those migrants come from, and to reduce the wealth gap between South and rich Europe. We time and again interfered militarily in those countries, sometimes even illegally, like in Iraq. Or we supported dictators in those countries like Gaddafi or Ben Ali, and thought that they will sort our migration problems by keeping migrants out if we bribe them. Then we sometimes cross with those dictators like Gaddafi, we bomb them. Then we left those countries in the hands of local warlords. And then we were surprised that people are fleeing war and poverty. So this is not very credible. And if you ask me what is our current migration policy, basically our current migration policy is a deal with another dictator in Ankara, to whom we paid a lot of money to sort out our migration problems. So why I'm saying those things is that if we want to regain trust, we have to be credible. But we have to be not just sexy, we have to show that we have a plausible solutions to problems which concern citizens. And those and I believe, and here I finish, I believe that the best way is to convince electorate that we have better policies than populists to sort their concerns. And therefore, I think it is self-defeating for liberal center-left and center-right parties to imitate populists, because in these situations, populists basically exploit it. They love situations of polarization in our countries. They love the decisions being decided in a white and black colors. They feel like predators in the jungle in this situation. And liberals should simply do politics different way. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have certain self-criticism, because there are things we've done wrong. You know, think about inequalities, about which previous session was about. You know, Jeffrey Sachs told us about this rampant inequalities which were rising during the liberal era. There is a problem of peace and war, and basically relations with less fortunate part of the world. And we instead of just having high moral tones, we should discuss with the electorate and show them that we can do certain things better. And if we've done something wrong, we should acknowledge this and not just point fingers to populists. Because to be very honest, I think populists are strong when we are weak. I don't find any of those populist leaders very charismatic, very strategic. They are strong because we are weak. So I always prefer to talk about us than about them. For me, they are not so interesting political creatures. They always were there, and it's just you know, because it's our fault that they got so much public support, and we have to get these voters back on our side. This is my way of dealing with populism.
Thank you very much. And now the floor is for Mirosław Singer.
Thanks. Thanks a lot for invitation, and thanks a lot for a chance to participate in this rather interesting debate. I would start with just pointing out something that's so obvious that we tend to miss it. Yeah. We've been living in a free world for a very long period of time. I mean, like from 1990 till now, it's 31 years. This country, for example, identifies itself with democratic tradition of between war Czechoslovakia, which lasted 20 years. And now we are discussing 1 or 2 years of this democracy of part of the region, trying to find why it looks kind of a pattern or benchmark for all of us, which I'm not sure is going to stay for the next 5 years. I mean, perhaps we are a little bit overburdening the recent times. Yeah, first things, and now I'll go to. Anyway, if we want to find the differences, I believe we should try to find them in these last 30 years. And one of my major economic aspects is the fact that the Baltic states lost more of its industry in the crash of Soviet Union than Central and Eastern Europe. Central and Eastern Europe is a highly industrialized part, most industrialized part of EU, as a matter of fact, with exception of Baltics. I mean, like the new EU member states are industrial powerhouse. Just to give you an example, Romania has the same weight of industry like Germany on its value added, relatively speaking, of course. It's not the case of Baltics. Estonia and Latvia are below EU average. One of the only 3 states of New Europe, which is below EU average in terms of importance of industry, and Lithuania is very close to the average. So in this respect, the current transformation is easier for this region than for Central and Eastern Europe. And now on a few things which are derived from this. First, Greens are, again, Baltic states are the only part of New Europe in which Greens are either clearly successful as a parties or green policies, I believe that's the case of Estonia, are deeply ingrained in political system. By the way, latest EU elections also shown that it's not the interest in EU that's driving the results. Estonians have one of the lowest turnout in EU elections, together with us, I must certainly say. On political culture, I'm not an expert. I can see only my word or my ex-word. And I will name two names, yeah? Imar Slimšević, Vitas Vasiliuskas, both are the governors of independent central bank. One was asked to resign by his own prime minister. The second one was asked to resign officially by a significant group of members of parliament in last years. This never happened in this country. I would not make too much out of political culture. I would be very skeptical on the value of this. By the way, we started, and I had to say this, we started this discussion with moderator making a statement about unacceptable decision of Constitutional Court. I think we are a little bit in mess in terms of independence and political culture. Another thing that I believe goes with the industrialization, and this is something that really surprised me when I looked at the numbers, which are, I believe, well known in Baltics, but less known outside. These are countries which really lost a significant share of population. I mean, like, all Baltics together has now 1/4, roughly 1/4 of population less than in 1990. I mean, that's only Estonia has a number of population growing from last decade, from 2014 or 2015. Lithuania lost 24% of population, Latvia 29% of. I'm not saying lost it has less than 29% of population. Estonia less than 15% of population than in 1990. And by the way, here now I believe we sort of think that these elections produced a less populistic result than we expected, or many people. That's the general sense of comments I hear here, which is obviously done by the fact that votes of more than 1 million of voters were lost in these elections, thanks to a 5% limit to make it in the parliament, which is about twice that much than in all than the max from all previous elections. Yeah. So in a sense, probably losing the discontented I don't find it as a working recipe how to cope populism, but that might be part of explanation of what we are seeing. Yeah. Last comment of mine, which makes me even more puzzled, and I'm not an expert, but migration-wise, this country gained something like 500,000 permanent residents or new citizens from outside world. So we've been growing in terms of population from, I believe, beginning of this millennium. And Poland gains significant lot from migration. Poland have years in which it got more migrants than Germany, just not from Maghreb, but from ex-Soviet Union and Baltics, mainly. And that makes me wonder whether we are not discussing something that's more a trifle in the development than something like permanent phenomenon. And let me end up here.
Thank you very much. We are terribly out of time. I have so many questions to you, but I think that we have to skip my questions and just go to some kind of your short 2 minutes summary. And I would like to ask you to concentrate on your advices, how to make the victory of liberal-minded forces over populists, where you would see the most important steps leading to such successes. And maybe this time we will start from Professor Jan Zielonka. And please keep probably short your responses. We have 4 minutes to end of official time.
First, you have to talk to voters, particularly those voters who you have lost to populists, and try to get them on your side. This is the most important. And you cannot start this conversation by saying to these voters, oh, you've been just fooled out by those cheap promises of populists. No. Or simply saying, oh, you are racist, xenophobes. No, you have to simply take voters as they are sovereigns. But you shouldn't, of course, compromise your liberal principles, as I said before. But you need to talk to them, and you have to find the solutions to their problems, which is a liberal one. And here, you know, you for instance, and you have to be credible on this. You cannot, for instance, say that you will invest in health service, public health service, public schools or transport, and at the same time, in the same breath, say, well, we will guard inflation and will not raise taxes. This is not credible. If you want to have more support for public sectors, you have to either raise taxes or allow the inflations and to find the solutions how you can work with European institutions or financial institutions to help you doing this. So you have to be credible on that, and that's it. Democracy is very simple. It's about convincing voters that you have better solutions than your opponent. And don't imitate populists. Try to stick to liberal values, but don't be arrogant. Don't tell them, I know better. And you basically either are stupid or naive, believing populists. No. At the end of the day, the voters in democracy is the king. And we have to understand this rule of the game.
Thank you. And Mirosław?
Well, as I said, I would very much stick with the principle of what was just said. I think the voter is, and in my age, I grew up till relatively older age in these rules in which there was no space for populism and for shocks and white, yellow press, and I must say I'm still enjoying this current world, and I'm enjoying the voters' unpredictability and the decision, and I'm just trying to warn that in what's coming, we in Central Europe will be in many ways driven by the solution to our economies, which are heavy industrial based, and that's going to be a driver of this part of the world. I end up here.
Thank you. And Vytautas, can you try to sum up?
Well, I fully agree with what has been said, and I notice myself that sometimes politicians are really lazy animals. They try to, you know, think that it's their uninformed voters or just, you know, mistaken voters did their vote in the past, and I do not want to talk to them anymore. They try sometimes to brag about themselves and think that the voters should love them because of what they did sometime in the past. And what really we need to understand is that every election is and should be about the vision for the future. It's important to be credible. It's important to say things why some voters should, trust in you. But it's still a contest of visions of the future, and not about that you have done wonderful things in the past and everybody should love you because of that. So being direct and go to those voters, present their vision for the future is the right answer, I guess, to win every election. So I really I hope that the populists are not listening to us right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Aneta, you will have the privilege to sum up our whole discussion.
Thank you very much. I would like to follow up on what has been said, that the future is extremely important to give people the vision of the better future. It's true that we saw it in one campaign ahead of Czech elections. But anyway, what I'm missing right now is what I said already, leadership, communication. And maybe third point that is important is to focus also on younger generation. Because me as a young person, for example, during the elections, I felt a bit abandoned from the campaign. I didn't feel that someone from the parties is really offering something new. And I have to say that many young people around me, because I'm from a small village, I'm from a rural area, that I can see that even young people, even educated people are now turning to populists because they were the only ones who are communicating with them directly, that they are the people who are offering them something real, something tangible, like security, for example. So what I would like to recommend to our leaders is to become the real leaders and to not only like give some kind of gifts to people that are their electorate, but to focus on young people and on people that are now not voting, that have kind of lost trust in politics, to encourage them that their vote is important and that they can change something with their vote.
Thank you so much. I would love to continue this discussion because I see so many plots to be developed, but we are completely out of time. So thank you very much for this discussion, and I would like to invite you to next events during the Forum 2000. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ta svoboda je těžká věc, komplikovaná a v každém člověku ve větší či menší míře dříme ta chuť vrátit se do toho vězení, řečeno metaforicky.
Už 25 let dáváme zaznít hlasu demokracie. 25. ročník konference Fórum 2000 sledujte online.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakwala, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, now think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas. And then important is
pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Fórum 2000.
I think what is really interesting to me is the geopolitical lens through which we could look at these trends. And what you see here is the emergence of an alternative model, I would say, a techno-authoritarian model that tells us through the use of emerging technologies, we can create a stable authoritarian system that can be exported, that can promise prosperity, that can promise stability, but without freedom. And that's very appealing to many countries around the world. And I think we should keep our eye on that prize and think about how do we create and sustain a competitive alternative model.
Dear friends, welcome to another
Forum 2000 online chat.
You know, COVID-19 is really the new stage of what you might call a battle of narratives between authoritarian countries and democracies.
But crises are, in many cases historically, an opportunity for autocratic-minded leaders to consolidate powers.
Partly because of the impact of the pandemic, that Cold War II is happening, and that it's not going to be easy to be non-aligned in this new Cold War.
The pandemic is not good news for civic activism, for civil society around the world.
An increasing social inequality after the financial crisis, potentially even more now after the corona crisis.
And I think the democratic world have never really experienced such a challenge in the last 2 decades.
The inadequate measures put by the government to protect people, to ensure that people's livelihoods are protected and people can continue to have access to food and basic human rights.
By closing the borders, you confirm to the nativists that A, the problem comes from abroad, and B, you can stop that by closing the borders.
You know, there are a lot of challenges that are out in front of the private sector because of the COVID environment, and some opportunities, to be honest.
In some senses, we're seeing the emergence of new kinds of civic initiatives, trying to help out on the health emergency.
The inability of political leaders to find binding collective solutions to global problems reinforces the shift towards state-centralist policies.
That the pandemic is actually being used by certain governments as an excuse to refuse to kind of like be held accountable for some of their actions.
We still have to work together in a kind of competitive coexistence for the future of the planet.
I think here is that we are indeed, though, capable on tackling several crises at the same time if we decided that we want to.
countries with shared values need to work together to safeguard what we have.
83 countries currently have adopted China's digital authoritarianism.
And in ways that with modern digital surveillance technology that even George Orwell didn't fully imagine.
It is not sufficient for individual countries to take individual action, which is where you need to find ways to work together.
And we will have to do everything we are able to prove that liberal democracies are the better answer to the global challenges we are facing in the coming decades.
A functioning global order is not possible without collaboration of democracies.
We understand that we can't solve this problem by ourselves, by the strength of Belarusian people, so we had to ask for mediation in starting these negotiations with authorities. And for this mediation, all the countries are welcomed.
We need to remain continual when it comes to our support to Belarusian civil society and to people like Svetlana in their efforts to change Belarus into a democratic country.
That we have to look at new ways of innovating politics so that we can have greater deliberation, greater debate, and a livelier and healthier democracy.
Politický populismus, který postupně zabíjí pravdu, odpovědnost a solidaritu.
It is about understanding the conditions that these politicians, that these authoritarian leaders are creating to build on the politics of demonization and the politics of fear.
We want democratic rules to rule the digital world, not digital rules to rule the democratic world.
This environment is a gift for autocrats, whose main goal is to undermine democracy, to show that their systems of governments are on equal footing with democracies.
It's time to get together and start setting up the rules that will make sure that Russia and China will not have an upper hand in this newly emerged digital world.
If we have these four, truth, solidarity, strategy, and responsibility, there will be brighter times ahead.
Executive Director of the Václav Havel Library. I will start with a quote. human freedom, human rights, democratic political system, and human responsibility for the world are, in the words of Václav Havel, this was Václav Havel in Washington in 2002, are the ideas that connect and link together the two sides of the Atlantic. There are other parts of the world where one or more of these ideas will be respected and honored, but there are very few places other than on the two sides of the Atlantic where all of them constitute the basic pillars of our political and social system. And this has led to the idea of the Václav Havel transatlantic dialogues that we in the Václav Havel Library conceived, and in which we consecutively explore one of these ideas after another with a number of partners both home and abroad. Today it is my pleasure and honor to join the Forum 2000, our long-standing partner in the Václav Havel Transatlantic Dialogues on human rights and democratic transformation. It will be a rather intimate session because, first of all, two of our panelists are a few miles away on either side of the Atlantic, and one of our planned panelists did not, for pressing reasons, materialize. Reka Semerkeni from the International Republican Institute, our Hungarian friend, was unable to join us. So if someone points out that this panel will be composed exclusively of men, I claim innocence in that regard. But we still have three outstanding experts, one from Europe, he's with me on the podium, Nicolas Tanzer, the professor at Sciences Po and foreign and security policy analyst from France, Michael Abramowitz, the president of the Freedom House from the United States, and Charles Grant, director of the Center for European Reform in the United Kingdom. Because we are not forgetting that in today's architecture, the two sides of the Atlantic consist not just of the United States on the one hand and of the European Union of the other, but also of our friends in the United Kingdom, whom we still consider Europeans no matter what. So, but let me start with the questions right away, and let's start with the other part of the Atlantic. The Biden administration has stated that human rights will constitute one of the core parts of its agenda, of its foreign policy agenda. Should we take this at face value, and has the record so far shown it to be true, Michael Abramowitz?
Thank you, Michael, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this important panel. It's a pleasure to be with you. I think the honest truth on this is that it's a little bit too early to tell. And so far, I think it's fair to say that, actions have not followed words, but I'd like to be optimistic, and it's still early in the administration. I think one important thing to point out is that the administration has placed in the kind of strategic documents very strong language about the primacy of human rights and democracy in the formulation of its foreign policy. So we are gratified by that. But I think some of the early steps are a little bit uneven in this regard. You know, one of the most important things in the early days of administration is that they failed to sanction MBS, who is the architect of the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. So we were disappointed by that. I suppose some may say it's unpractical to expect the United States to do that. And it's also fair to point out that the president himself has yet to meet with MBS. But I think it's very early to say. I think we were all quite disappointed about the situation in Afghanistan. That clearly was, from a human rights point of view, a major disaster. And we have a lot of work to do to protect the human rights activists and journalists and others who are still at grave risk from the Taliban. So I think the honest truth is it's not a great record so far, but it's still, the administration is young, and there's going to be a summit for democracy at the end of this year, a virtual summit to be followed by an in-person summit a year after that. So we're very hopeful that the administration will come to that summit with some concrete deliverables about things they will do to help protect human rights activists and exiles, to support the independent media, and take other concrete steps. So it's really so it's really action and not words. Thank you.
All right, so as the Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai said when they asked him what he thought about the French Revolution, it's too early to tell. Okay, I'll take that. But by some definitions, self-definitions, the United States seems to be turning inward rather than outward. I mean, it's the language about the foreign policy for the middle class, the priorities of the great power competition. So what can Europeans who are committed to human rights and common democratic values do about this? Nicholas?
Well, I think that what we want to talk about human rights, we have to take action. I mean, basically, to talk about human rights, to have nice words, to blame, for instance, the criminal powers, such as Assad regime, Russia, China, for their crimes, is not enough. And I think that if there is no concrete engagement on human rights issue, for instance, just take Syria. If we don't take action in Syria against Assad regime, Russia and Iran, to talk about human rights is just meaningless. We have to enforce the principles. Of course, we have to give assistance to democracy, human rights groups, free media, etc. But if we are not ready to intervene concretely, to enforce our engagement, to have just a summit on democracy without concrete deliverable, it's meaningless. And for instance, when we talk about, Syria, we see in some news, and recently in Washington Post, some news saying that the US could engage Assad regime, maybe to have some new diplomatic relations. Of course, it could be slowly, but still there is some pressure in this direction. We have exactly the same thing in Europe. And so when you ask Michael about Europe, and I think Europe, very concretely, has to build some military capabilities to concretely be present when human rights are under threat, whether in Ukraine, in Belarus, in the Middle East. And we have also to call a spade a spade. When it comes to Russia, for instance, I was just talking about Assad regime, but many people ignore that, in fact, the Russian troops have killed more Syrian civilians than even ISIS did. When we have criminal powers, how do we act? That's exactly the same in Azerbaijan. That's exactly the same in some African countries, some other Middle East countries, etc., or Latin America. And I think the soft words of both the US and the EU are very damaging. We have certainly, that might be my last words, since 20 years, it seems that the authoritarian powers have won the war. And we have to put an end to this situation very concretely.
Well, I agree with that, Nicholas, but, you know, with all due respect, I would insist that between the United States, Europe, and the UK, and of course in NATO, we have ample military resources to face off puny dictators like Assad or Azerbaijan or you know, any other country of that category. It's the political will that you know, we seem to be lacking. So if we get serious and start walking the walk rather than just talking the talk, how would the British feel about it? Would they be with us on that? Charles?
I think many British people, Michael, would be with you on that. I do have some concerns about the human rights position of the current British government led by Boris Johnson. Certainly because we have very few friends in the world post-Brexit and with a difficult relationship with the US, the British government is very keen to be friends with countries like Turkey, Hungary, Poland, India, and therefore doesn't criticize such countries on human rights, and I regret that. But the bigger picture, as has just been said, is that the West isn't doing very well, hasn't done very well in recent years. All is not lost. I think that Joe Biden, let's be fair, is a big improvement on Donald Trump. Donald Trump, as far as I can see, did not care about human rights at all in his foreign policy. Biden's a more traditional Western leader. He does care a bit about human rights, but he has to balance that with realpolitik as well. And all foreign policy really is somewhere along the spectrum between maximum realpolitik and maximum concern about human rights. Trump is at one end of the spectrum, Biden's more in the middle. And I don't think Biden is all bad at all. I mean, certainly the fact that I gather he refused to meet President Erdogan of Turkey when the president was in Washington, was in the US recently, was this kind of statement. I gather, I was just in Poland recently, I was told that President Biden hasn't found the time to speak to President Duda of Poland recently because they disagree on a number of issues, including human rights. I think that Biden is giving some signals, mostly at the level of rhetoric rather than action, but that's the way it is, I'm afraid. So I think all is not lost. What I worry about is Biden losing power in a few years' time and President Trump coming back, and then I think we're really stuck.
Well, that's hopefully jumping ahead of the queue, Charles. It's, you know, there's 4 years, or almost 4 years left. So we'll see what's going to happen. But I want to go back to what Michael said about Afghanistan, because it is, one way or another, it is an important precedent, what happened there. And it's been widely criticized, not the fact of the United States leaving the country, but the way they left the country. So was the withdrawal from Afghanistan a betrayal of America's commitments to the democratic transformation and human rights in that country, or a reasonable retrenching necessary for the coming contests in world affairs? Was it overreach, and was there perhaps another way, a better way to go about it? Back to you, Michael.
Well, I certainly feel that well, let me put it this way. I think Afghanistan was never sold to the American people as a human rights or democracy situation. It was sold as part of the global war on terror. And so I think, 20 years of reduced terrorism, no attacks, from Al-Qaeda in the United States, I think, from an American political point of view, that's the most important thing from the administration's point of view. I personally feel that we should have stayed engaged and had a small military presence, and I think what's happened is a disaster for human rights. And the way it happened, obviously, I don't know how you withdraw completely militarily and avoid this kind of situation, but it was really pretty bad. So, and I think it was a real black eye for the president and for just for our country in the way that it transpired. I do believe that we have to still stay at it, Michael, on human rights in Afghanistan. There are tens of thousands of people, still at risk in that country. We need to try to do the best we can to help them. And we also have to hold the Taliban accountable. No one appointed the Taliban the leaders of Afghanistan. It was a small faction. They basically had the door left open for them to take over. And we have to really stay on it and not lose sight of the fact that that is a very terrible situation from a human rights point of view. So I wish the administration had done it differently, but that's the way that the hand has been dealt now, and we have to try to make the best of it.
Yeah, there's been an interesting article in the Foreign Affairs by your countryman Charles Rory Stewart about the payback for the maximalism of the goals of the United States in the Afghan war, about the overreach that seems to be happening again and again in some of the American interventions. Would you agree with that?
That addressed to me?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. Yes, of course. Well, I respect everything that Rory Stewart says, because I know him quite well, and he's always interested in Afghanistan, having spent a lot of time there. I do think that, in Britain, it's been quite a big deal in Britain. 450 British soldiers died in Afghanistan. So the fact that they died apparently to achieve nothing at all is quite a big political issue in Britain. It certainly created some ill feeling towards the Biden administration for the way in which they withdrew. I think most people in Britain, certainly the British Army, would have preferred a small number of US troops to stay, maybe even just a few thousand, allowing the other Western allies to stay, which would have led to the stalemate continuing, but at least half the country of Afghanistan would have been able to, we would have had girls going to school and would have had a better and freer environment. I think the big picture, sadly, is that this Western failure in Afghanistan reinforces the narrative very common in Russia, China, but also Iran and Pakistan and other countries in that part of the world, which the West is weak and failing and in decline. The financial crisis of 2010, what's happened in Iraq and the Euro crisis as well hasn't helped, and now Afghanistan, it reinforces the failure of the narrative of Western failure. And there's not much we can do about human rights in Afghanistan now, except for hope that the current Afghan regime, the Taliban today, is a little bit less gruesome than it was 20 years ago. There's some evidence that some parts of it are slightly less gruesome than they were. And I think the best we can do is work through the Pakistanis, the Iranians and the Chinese and the Russians to help influence what's going on there. But I think the truth is we have very little say over what's happening in the country, sadly.
Well, now the US is back again in negotiations with the Taliban about releasing some of the Afghan central bank reserves. Would not that be an opportunity, Nicholas, to extract some palpable human rights concessions in exchange for the hard currency?
Well, I must say that I am not very confident. I am not very confident because we know since long the Taliban. We know what they are ready for. We know that part of them are more ideological than pragmatic. And I think there is still a real issue. Can we really negotiate with extremist groups? With groups whose very purpose is to destroy not only the human rights, but the human life. And I think that's a real problem, because I think that then it creates a kind of legitimation of those groups. And this kind of negotiation has never been in the past a win for the West. And I think that's a true point. And no, we are trying to negotiate, some people say, with the Taliban. But in fact, the withdrawal of American troops in Afghanistan meant that we, or the President Biden and his administration, accepted the role of the Taliban, the yoke of the Taliban. And I think that we cannot say, well, we withdraw the troops from Afghanistan and we don't accept the role of the Taliban. And no, we are trying again to legitimize these groups, which is not acceptable. Then there is a second thing which is very important. We try in the West to protect us from the wars. President Biden was talking about, the end of forever wars. But in fact, the forever wars in many parts of the world continue. And I think that's a kind of illusion if we are not taking these wars seriously to protect ourselves. And the best way to protect ourselves is not to make compromises, deals with the Taliban or with other terrorist groups. I was mentioning just before Assad regime, which is the worst criminal of against humanity of the 21st century. There is no possibility, because then we are undermining our case and our very legitimacy. I think that's a real important point that I wanted to make.
No, it's a valid point. The only exception to this that you suggest, would seem to me to be a humanitarian consideration when a government like the Taliban's basically holds hostage a large part of the population, Afghan women, people who...
Yes, if I may just to make a follow-up remark, very short, that's what we did in Syria, very unfortunately. When President Obama at that time, in 2013, decided not to enforce his own red lines.
True.
I think not only he sacrificed hundreds of thousands of lives, very concretely, and that's concrete, but also he jumped, and the other administration, both Trump and Biden administration follow, into humanitarian considerations. And humanitarians as some things which is a kind of weapon of the weak, which is not a weapon at all. That's only a legitimation tool, I think, which is very dangerous. You see?
Yeah, and to be quite fair, if I remember correctly, President Obama was supported in not adhering to the language about the red lines by a vote in the British Parliament. Isn't that the case?
It is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's move to the future. But it's not a more rosy picture necessarily. The US has now clearly identified China as its principal foreign policy opponent or challenge. And China is also seen by many people, including many in this room, as one of the main human rights violators in the world. Will the security concerns that the United States and others will reflect in their policies exacerbate or sideline the human rights concerns about China? can the US and the Europeans find a common approach in that regard? And this is for all of you, so who wants to start?
Maybe
Michael?
Michael.
Yeah, we will follow the rotation. And I see Charles. Yeah, okay, Michael.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. First of all, I think the important thing about China is that it is going to be, in addition to the security concerns that you outlined, it is going to be the biggest human rights challenge and the biggest freedom challenge, going forward for the next generation. And I just think we have to remind ourselves about what's happened in the last, year or two. China has basically effected a silent, or maybe not so silent, takeover of Hong Kong and a really complete undermining of what they agreed to do in 1997. They've continued the persecution and the incarceration of Uyghurs. They are now exporting their form of, democracy or their form of authoritarianism to other countries. They are. We did a study at Freedom House about this phenomenon of authoritarian countries reaching beyond their borders to silence dissent, kidnap and murder their opponents, and China was the worst perpetrator of this. And then according to our last report on freedom of the net, China is the worst violator of online rights. So this is a really significant challenge. I think we have to remind ourselves that, number one, that we don't really know what's happening in China, inside China, and we don't really know how much popular support President Xi has. There are some very smart people who know much more about China than I that think that that there's a shakier foundation there, and so we just need to remind ourselves that they have to deliver for their people in terms of economic growth and security in the same way that democracies have to. I am heartened that I think there is, compared to 10 years ago, at least in Washington, a bipartisan understanding of the threats from China. And so I'm hopeful. I mean, this cuts across both Republicans and Democrats. It's one of the areas where I think there is more bipartisan concern than in others. So I think there could be, with skillful leadership from members of Congress and from the more of a common approach to China. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but I'd leave it to your European guests to tell me what's going on in Europe with respect to that.
Charles, you want to go next?
Okay. Well, I think there are three brief points. Firstly, I regret that this hugely. I don't see that we in the West have a lot of leverage over human rights in China. I agree with everything that we've just heard from Michael, but I think that, it's not realistic to say we can't impose sanctions on China that would hurt China a lot to make them treat the Uyghurs better or go back to the rule of law in Hong Kong. I think we have to accept that our ability to influence events in China is relatively limited. So of course, we should say what we could say. Second point, I'm afraid it's going to be very hard to get European unity on this, let alone transatlantic unity. Mrs. Merkel has refrained from criticizing China in public because of her desire to promote German exports. 40% of all European exports to China are from Germany. And although Germany as a whole is getting a bit tougher than it was, I think that Germany is at one end of the spectrum. Much more egregious than whatever Germany has done or said is Hungary. Every time the EU tries to pass a resolution criticizing China on human rights, Hungary vetoes it because Hungary has a very close relationship with the CCP, and I worry about that. But hopefully in the long run we can get a more united European position, including the British, who are getting rather tougher on China than they used to be. But my last and third point is the difficulty about getting transatlantic common position on China. So it is true that, as we've heard from Michael, that the US is getting tougher and tougher, and it's a cross-party consensus on that, which is desirable and good, I think. And the Europeans are getting tougher too, but from a much softer position, because I think the fundamental approach of Europeans and Americans will always be rather different. America, I think, sees China as a threat because of its power. Chinese power, the rise of China as a power, is a threat to America per se, however China behaves. While Europeans are more worried about Chinese behavior. Europeans, I think, if China behaved better on human rights and if it stop cheating on intellectual property and state aid regimes and so on, if it behaved better, I think most Europeans would quite happily have a good relationship with China. But my supposition is that even if China behaved better, and it shows not much sign of behaving better, America would see China as a strategic threat in Asia. And of course, another difference between Europe and America is that Europe does depend more on China for trade than the US does. It is harder for the Europeans to cut off economic ties with China. Europeans really need Chinese trade and investment, while America is a bit less dependent, at least depending on the industry you're talking about. So I'm rather pessimistic that we're going to see a great transatlantic rapprochement on China, though I'd love it if we did. And my last point is, I just think that the worry is that China is translating its economic strength into making sure other countries don't criticize it. I mean, all the countries receiving Chinese investment in the Belt and Road Initiative are expected not to criticize China. It tried this with Australia, and it got very angry with Australia for criticizing it on a number of issues. And so, but Australia hasn't played the game. Australia is fighting back and is still critical of China, despite the economic sanctions that China is applying against Australia. New Zealand, a much smaller and more vulnerable country, does not criticize China on human rights because it's scared of China. It's very worrying to see economic strength translated into the ability to stop other countries criticizing you on human rights.
Yeah, this is a very sensitive point you touched upon, and it brings me back to something Michael said, and that I still find a little hard to swallow. You said, Michael, we don't really know what's happening in China. And how is that possible? You know, China is by far and large our biggest trade partner. It's not North Korea. It's not a hermit kingdom. There are thousands and thousands Westerners living and working in China and trading with China. So how can we not know what is happening in China? It's
Michael, let me just say what I should have said. I should have been more precise. I was really talking about the political strength of President Xi Jinping. You know, he has taken China in a decidedly different direction than his predecessors. And I think, you know, the inner workings of the Chinese Communist Party, I think we have to be honest, are relatively opaque. And so yes, there are a lot of people present there. I would, by the way, point out that, you know, China has booted out most of the major, many of the American, you know, major newspapers, you know, in retaliation for some actions we took during the Trump administration. So actually, there is, you know, in terms of, you know, major American newspapers, there's relatively small presence in China now. So but I really was talking about the Chinese Communist Party, and that's what I was talking about.
I take your point. Now, Nicholas, you know, are we really so soft as Europeans that we find it hard to be tough?
Yes, unfortunately. I would say that Charles was making a very, very, very good point on Europe, because basically we are not still considering Russia, but also, I must say, Russia seriously enough. Really, we are just trying to find a kind of third way between the US and between Russia and China. And I think that a third way is just a dead end. It leads absolutely nowhere, but just to the weakening and to the lack of legitimacy and consistency of both European countries. And also, I won't go back to the question of the AUKUS deal, but also it could explain by part, I think, the disillusions that we had, especially, I mean, in my country, France, because sometimes France is not perceived or not to have a very strong stance and to try to accommodate both of the partners. And I think that's just not possible. So, first of all, we have, I think, to consider the threat of China very much seriously. And when I'm talking about threat, it's not about, I mean, human rights issues, but it is human rights issues. I think that, for instance, from the European point of view, we didn't do what we should have done after the violation of the retrocession state treaty of 1997 on Hong Kong. Basically, Europe appears to be very, very weak on that. There were, of course, the condemnation by the European parliaments of the genocide on the Uyghur, and most of the major states, including Germany and France, did nothing. But also, just taking another point, which is the Digital Services Act, we are basically putting the blame, and rightly so, on the GAFAM, US GAFAM. But we are not taking the threats coming from the giants of the tech, of Chinese tech, very much seriously. No, we have a lot of threats, for instance, a lot of lawsuits coming from Russia, coming from China, in many European countries. They are trying to undermine the laws, and we are not reacting. Really, we are weak. And if we are considering, what Macron called strategic autonomy seriously, then we have to take action. What is autonomy, strategic autonomy, if it's not to tackle the threats, the main threats, which are basically Russia, immediate threat, and long-term threat, China?
All right, so if we find China and Russia nuts a little bit too tough to crack, maybe we could get our act together on some of the smaller challenges, countries like Burma, Belarus, and Cuba. I was just attending a previous session here on Cuba, and what I've heard from the Vice President of the European Commission did not fill me with much optimism in that regard either. So what good is our rhetorics on human rights if we can't make Lukashenko to respect what we say, and others? Michael?
Well, first of all, I think we have to take a bit of a longer-term view here. These are really hard problems, and sometimes it's going to take a while. I'm still heartened by what's happened in Sudan. 10 years ago, we thought there would be no hope of democratic reform in Sudan, and yet, it's happening there, despite some troubles. So I just think we need to remind ourselves that this can take a long time. I think that one profitable area for government cooperation is on a couple of areas. One would be on targeted sanctions against individuals. I recognize that there is a big discussion about whether or not country-wide sectoral sanctions work. But I think that targeting individuals who are egregious violators of human rights serves a deterrent effect. There are Magnitsky laws on both sides of the Atlantic. I think we should be looking to target individual violators. I think there should be a big focus on corruption. And I think, the release in the last week or two of the Pandora Papers, I think presents a huge opportunity for the human rights community, because it really showed the incredible corruption and financial secrecy that is fueling the rise of authoritarianism. That is an Achilles heel for autocrats. And I also think there's a lot more we can be doing to support journalists. I think the awarding of the Nobel Prize to Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov was a fantastic opportunity to really highlight the crucial role that journalism is playing in highlighting some of this corrupt practices. And I think there's much more that that European and the U.S. government can do to support journalists. And I think this administration is different in terms of than the last administration on that front as well. So I think, I think we need to kind of continue to be idealistic. I think that these problems are going to take time. We're not going to change China overnight.
Well, a longer-term view is nice if you can afford it, but I remember attending protest demonstrations in Minsk more than 20 years ago. That's quite a long time. Charles?
I have a special interest in Belarus, as my wife is from that country, and I've spent some time there. It's pretty grim, really. I guess the good news is Civil society has developed by leaps and bounds in the last year and a half. It really has. It was a very underdeveloped civil society. Civil society has done very well. People have connected and shown solidarity with each other. The bad news is they've been terrorized into staying at home now. The arrests by the government and the torture inflicted on those arrested has been so horrible that most people are just too scared to demonstrate, and people like my wife are too scared to visit the country now in case they get arrested. And I think the sad truth is that so long as Russia is backing Mr. Lukashenko and his henchmen, nothing much is going to change in Belarus. That's the sad reality. So really, change in Belarus requires change in Russia. As for sanctions, I mean, it is good that the British and the Europeans and the Americans have been more or less trying to stay in step on the sanctions. And for a small country like Belarus, sanctions do matter. They do hurt, which is good in a way. Even though I guess one of the effects is that it forces Belarus even more closely into the grip of Russia, but that's an inevitable consequence, sadly. But I think one of the questions is, do you want to go for the sanctions that really hurt a country's economy? I think Mrs. Tikhanovskaya is calling for such sanctions now, sanctions on trade, not just individuals, not just targeting a few bad pennies, but really targeting the country as a whole. That would make the people poorer, but might increase the chances of instability and therefore political change. Just one footnote. I'm not sure air sanctions are such a good idea. After the kidnapping of that airplane a while ago, the Western countries basically banned flights to and fro Belarus. But that actually traps the people in the country. It's very hard for Belarusians to leave the country now, except if you fly via Moscow or Istanbul, which is very difficult and expensive. So I'm not sure aeroplane sanctions are the right way forward.
Yeah, I take your point on that. But one single data point. About 40% of Russia's foreign trade is with the EU. About 4% of EU's foreign trade is with Russia. So who has the leverage? I mean, who are we kidding here? No, Nicholas.
Well, I think that basically when it comes to Belarus and Russia, because basically Belarus without Russia wouldn't be an issue, because the revolution led by Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and others would have been a success already. And we were absolutely not serious about that. I remember during the first days of the revolution, you had some leaders, including, President Macron, saying, well, we have to discuss with Russia on the fate of Belarus, which is just incredible. Because I think that Russia, it must be clear to Russia that it must not have a say on Belarus. Second thing, you were mentioning the influence. When we have Nord Stream 2, when we have the Austrian bank that have received an exemptions of the sanctions and so could host Russian oligarchs' accounts, and you have insurance company in Austria as well, exempted from the sanctions. So we are not serious about the fight against corruption. I fully agree with what Michael, for me, I wrote many pieces on that. I think the fundamental thing is to fight against corruption, and also within the European countries and the UK, corruption linked to foreign influence. Charles knows that perfectly well, in the city of London, hosting a lot of oligarchs. And we have also in France, or in Germany, in Austria, also some people, including former minister or prime minister, working from Russia. And also some of them, hiddenly, also being consultants for the Russian state and the Russian companies. That's not acceptable. There must be law. It's not illegal right now. It must be.
Yeah. In my 6 years in London, I had the city nicknamed Londongrad, and there was a reason for that. In the spirit of Václav Havel, I must allow for at least one question from the floor, because we are nearing the end. So please.
Thank you. Leila Yunus. I am sure that it will be sanctions against activists who torch people built in Belarus, in Russia. But think, after the fall of the Soviet Union, majority of the Christian republics go to democracy. First of all, Baltic states, then Ukraine, only Russia and Belarus. But what about Muslim republics, Muslim countries? All of them just autocratic regimes. Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan. Political prisoners, tortures. Attention from Europe? Not at all. In September, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Czech Republic visited Baku and with a group of businessmen and told that cooperation, business cooperation. And we spoke about Taliban. Taliban is not so dangerous as Khomeini regime, but with support Reza Shah Pahlavi in 1979, it was great support to Reza Shah Pahlavi, and as a result, horrible Khomeini regime.
Okay,
then,
I think
then you support
I think you made yourself quite clear.
Why Europe and United States
well,
support horrible dictatorship in Azerbaijan? It's my question.
The only thing I can tell you is that that foreign minister is on his way to be a former foreign minister now, as of today. So I will have to close. I will have to thank Michael, Charles, and Nicholas. We do not have time for any summaries or formalities, but it was great having you guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. And stay with the Forum 2000 program and the next event.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Please think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
But my father, that was killed by the communist authoritarian regime of Cuba, he used to say that the cost of freedom is the cost of peace. So each time the West made the wrong decision of support what they call stability, instead of supporting the people's right to be free, they end up with situations as the one that we are facing today in our hemisphere, the one that we're facing today in Latin America. I was born in 1989, and But I heard that it was victorious, that for Europe the perception was that democracy was finally defeated communist totalitarianism. And in the Americas was pretty much the same. Oscar Arias won a Nobel Peace Prize because of his contribution to the peace in Central America. The national opposition, the Union of National Opposition, the UNO, won the elections against the Marxist-Leninist FSLN of Ortega, and in some way the Americas started like something called or similar to a democratic period. Of course, the exception was Cuba, and for some reason I don't get, the countries and the governments that helped the process of democratization and liberation in Central and Eastern Europe, they didn't try that harder with Cuba. So that our ambitions in 2019 are pretty much the same that they were in 1989, to defeat a communist totalitarian regime.
Dear friends,
welcome to another
Forum 2000
on mindset.
So the Taiwanese government actually sent some scientists to China to try to figure out what that was. And the Taiwanese government actually told the WHO.
Now, many experts have said, had the Chinese government intervened early, 95% of the coronavirus pandemic in the whole world, including in China, could have been prevented.
My worry is that China, because of these pressures, may take greater risks in its domestic and foreign policy.
The COVID business is spreading because of the help of China and the kind of structure of propaganda they have.
The supporting rate of pro-democracy camp gradually increased in the past few months because everyone realized how Beijing lies result in people die all over the world.
So it seems to me that the Chinese are occupying all the empty space left by the Americans.
I would like to see the so-called West, the developed democratic countries of Europe and the USA and others, to be more involved in Africa and to compete with China in Africa.
In other words, universal values. And I think what people really don't understand is that China sees these values as a threat to its very survival, because its system is based upon a totalitarian idea.
And there is a real competition going forth, especially in emerging markets, for whose values, whose business models are going to win out.
If we are to fulfill our mission, which remains the same, we have to be able to understand how the world around us changes. So, of course, we also have to talk and think about issues like the rise of China.
It looks like that the globalization is kicking back. After years of globalization, the fear came to us.
Fear destroys solidarity. Look at all countries and in all service, we see if there is any fear, the people start to become anti-democratic.
There is a huge uncertainty about politics and politicians today, and we see it in the elections everywhere.
Nobody can overlook the fact that nationalist groups are gaining weight.
The rise of populism, anti-system parties, and so forth. This is something very troubling.
Populists demonstrate themselves as moral heroes, and this is an important reason why they are so much liked.
My platform was populist. I promised people whatever. Because one of my main promises was that I would break all my promises anyway, and I was elected.
And I don't think that this is a passing wave. I don't think it's just something that happened in 2016. I don't think that we are past the high point of populism.
What I'm trying to say is, if you don't do politics, politics will do you.
It needs to be discussion-based. So not only principles of democracy, what it is, why it's important, but engage with the people.
Working with young people, with young women, I realized that in my country, for instance, there is no culture of young women participation in public spaces, and that could be said for a lot of countries as well.
In the midst of all the uncertainties of our world, I believe that nothing would be worse than despair or loss of interest in our shared future.
Free, fair elections, institutions, free press, opposition.
Liberal democracy is really the only system that exists that can defend and protect the dignity of the individual.
We need to improve our democracies because it's the best tool that we have for development.
Democracy, freedom, liberty, human rights are eternal. Let us renew our efforts to fight together as a coalition for democracy.
We need to make national pride an asset for democracy.
We need to make sure that citizens have such a deep commitment to their democratic ideals and enough political information that the conspiracy theories and the hatred and the fake news that spreads on social media doesn't impact them as deeply as it does.
There is a need for active defense of liberal democracy.
Or it's a little bit far from us.
No, thanks.
So it's my real pleasure to welcome the audience to this session, which is titled Facing the Authoritarian Techno-Challenge. And this is a part of the Forum 2000 program, which itself is called Building Back Democratically. And I think it's fair to say that if we are going to build back democratically, it's going to be terribly important to get the technological challenges and deal with the technological revolution in a way that is consistent with liberal democratic values. But as the title of this session suggests, the challenges that have emerged in the recent past offer us some real serious challenges as it relates to whether the norms and the rules around technology will be more consistent with authoritarian practices, or we can find ways to make these more consistent with liberal democratic practices. And I think what we're looking to get out of this session is a discussion with some really wonderful experts who will talk from diverse perspectives on how we can start to educate our publics, mobilize civil society in ways that will lead to positive outcomes in this regard. So I'm not going to go through the bios of our speakers. Those are available to all of you. I'm just going to briefly introduce them with their affiliations. I'm going to start with Tricia Ray, who's with us as an associate fellow at the Observer Research Foundation based in India. We have Xiao Chang, who's the founder and editor-in-chief of the China Digital Times, which is a wonderful initiative and publication. Eileen Donahoe, who's the executive director of the Global Digital Policy Incubator at Stanford University and a board member at the National Endowment for Democracy, where I work. And Maria Virginia Marin, who's the executive director of ProBox, which is a digital observatory focusing on Latin America. So I'm going to take the opportunity now to kick things off with Eileen. We'll have a chance to hear from all of the speakers. We'll then have a discussion, and if time permits, we'll move to questions with the audience. So I'd like to kick things off maybe at a top order level with Eileen and ask if you could just give us a sense of what is it about the Techno-Challenge that suggests that authoritarians might have the advantage, and why is this so important for democratic societies to be able to respond and get this right?
So great question, Chris, and just want to say what a wonderful program, and I'm so honored to be with these other panelists, and I'm so thrilled that this topic is being taken so seriously. So to this question of, what does the techno-authoritarian challenge look like today in the world? I will start by noting, sort of look at the trajectory of where we've been over the last decade when it comes to technology, and the movement from that completely naive view of digital technology as an inherently liberating force that would disproportionately benefit civil society and really be impossible for repressive states to rein in, to where we are today, which is the polar opposite, the recognition that dictators and autocrats are capitalizing so effectively on digital technologies for repression and control. And I would note AI in particular has kind of been a game changer in that it has turbocharged all the pre-existing forms of repression, from mass and targeted surveillance, censorship, spread of propaganda. All of these things have enabled a whole new level of state control over communication infrastructure and the information realm, which is obviously really consequential for democracy. I will note AI has also provided new capacities for social engineering, shaping citizens' motivations and behaviors. And to me, those are really terrifying because they're not just violations of fundamental rights to privacy, freedom of assembly and association, basic liberty, but they really go to the heart of human agency and the heart of human dignity. So that's part of what this Techno-Challenge looks like. But what's the core concern for democracies and for democratic societies? Here, I would say the key point, the key takeaway is that rather than see this techno-authoritarian threat as a series of discrete applications used for repression and for which we need workarounds or circumvention tools, democratic stakeholders need to see this challenge, this techno-digital authoritarian challenge, as a competing governance model. It's an entire techno-social system that promises control and security for the state, as opposed to the liberty and security for citizens. And that entire model is spreading around the world, posing a threat to the future of democracy. This is being spread obviously through the diffusion of technology, but also through diffusion of values that are embedded in the technologies, as well as norms and concepts about what the purpose of technology is. Here I will say China is the poster child of this spreading model, and I am very confident Xiaochang will delve into that much more deeply. But at this sort of broad level, I will just mention that China is really exerting its influence around the world on a variety of levels, spreading this techno-authoritarian model. First, just by role modeling what they're doing at home with their own, as I say, turbocharged surveillance and censorship, panopticon level control in Xinjiang and Hong Kong, etc. That's one layer, just role modeling what they're able to do with technology. Second layer is more directly abroad by exporting those repressive applications and sort of normalizing them around the world. And then also through economic development efforts like Belt and Road, Digital Silk Road, they're actually exporting these entire information infrastructure systems that create leverage over weaker democracies and fragile states for decades to come, as well as really gaining sources of data that get sucked back to Beijing. Third layer is in the international normative arenas, where they are really flooding the zone, both in traditional norms arenas like the Human Rights Council, and convincing the majority of delegations to go along with their narrative about their own use of technology for extreme repression, obviously in Xinjiang and Hong Kong. They've also done the same in exerting their influence in technology standard setting bodies, where they are sort of trying to make sure that the interoperability protocols of the future are the ones they prefer and that default to Chinese technology and preferences. Then obviously the work, Chris, you have done and so many at NED in terms of the global marketplace of ideas and China spreading propaganda about the weakness of democracy using their wolf warrior diplomats, spreading concepts like cyber sovereignty, which really in their version, even though this, there's some variations on this seen in Europe that I also see as concerning, the Chinese version is basically an assertion that whatever happens within our sovereign borders, now cyber borders, can't be criticized on the basis of international human rights norms. And the final point I just want to make is that all of this starts with massive investment in technology itself. And that's a really important thing for democracies to understand, that we can't ignore the technology battle. China has asserted its desire, it made very public, it intends to beat the United States in the AI battle by 2030, I believe, and they're deeply invested in quantum, they're deeply invested in building fiat sovereign digital currency through which they'll gain much more control. And I just want to say, this just shows a level of sophistication that has been missing in the so-called West, where China's leadership understands dominance in technology translates into power in every other realm, certainly military power, economic power, geopolitical leverage, and in the normative arena. And so that's my primary takeaway. There's an effort to remake the global order in this techno-authoritarian mode, and China is leading that battle. And that's what we all have to be paying attention to.
So thank you so much, Eileen. You've given a very clear-eyed and stark depiction of what we're up against, and it's really a terrific way to frame things for this discussion. So I'd like to turn now for a slightly narrower lens. I'm going to turn to Maria Virginia Marin to just tell us a bit about what she thinks the key issues are in the emerging tech and disinformation domain in Latin America.
Yeah, thanks for the Forum 2000 for having me. I'm not fluent in English, but I'll do my best. Please be kind with me. I think one of the biggest challenge challenge we face as region today is the lack of awareness and consciousness about how authoritarian and populist governments uses technology to confuse, to dominate the digital space, and to impose their narrative over the one told by the citizens. What we have seen from for our investigations in countries as Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua is that they invest money, they invest technology, and they also use their international alliances to impose this narrative in social media. And why in social media? Because they also have censored the traditional media. So social media has become a source for information for citizens inside and outside the country, but also they use it to try to solve a different reality about what's happening inside the country, but also to influence in other contexts in a political way. We have seen trending topics promoted by Maduro's regime that became trend in Ecuador in the last presidential elections, trying to make propaganda supporting one candidate, but we have also seen how Bolsonaro used possible bots to disinform about the pandemic in Brazil. And I think they do it because they need to sell to the public international eye a different reality about what's happening in the country, because they don't only have censored the traditional media, they also harass the journalists that are trying to explain and tell what's happening in the country. They harass the human rights activists telling about what's happening with the crisis inside the country. But they also use this tool because we have the second largest migrant crisis in the world, and we have more than 6 million Venezuelans inside our borders. So the only source for them to be informed is basically social media. And if you go to social media, mostly Twitter in Venezuela, what you can see are these trends promoted by this propaganda apparatus, and they are usually more big and they are more loud than the issues and the problem told by the citizens. So I think one of the things we have to do is to form us and to be prepared to use also social media as a way to organize us and to use the digital activism to fight against these authoritarian ways to control information.
So thank you so much for that. And I'm just going to say for the record, your English is excellent. So you shouldn't hesitate with that at all.
Thank you.
Maria Virginia has touched on the ways in which governments like those in Venezuela and Cuba and Nicaragua have devoted state resources and have learned how to use these technologies to their disproportionate advantage. Eileen talked about how the structures that are evolving can lean in the direction of authoritarian powers. Now I want to turn to Xiao Chang, who has focused his attention and is a great expert on how China, the People's Republic of China, has been building out its own capacities in this realm. So be very interested to hear your sense, Xiao, of how we should understand the ambitions of the Chinese party state in this domain.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity, sharing at the wonderful forum, which is Forum 2000, with my co-panelists. I listened carefully to Eileen and to Maria about their very important points. For example, Maria said China's influence in social media realm outside of China, internationally, in Latin America, in Venezuela, the appearance is large, is trying to build their own narratives to advance their own policy, foreign policy advantage. But we didn't even touch on only appearing on the social media, which is Chinese government do that in the domestic Chinese media too, was only part of the story. The people not only can see the information, people interpret that information, people willing to take that narrative or propaganda, people's willingness to interpret that way also being shaped by China's rising power, financial influence, political influence in those countries, or even repressive contact into the own country, to the own citizen. This, what our wonderful moderator, Chris, has been termed as sharp power. It's not just putting information out there. There is a coercive or manipulation factor behind of that, shaping people's mind, both inside of China and outside of China, to make advance of that kind of narrative. And this is one dimension of the rising, I call it China's digital authoritarianism or digital even totalitarianism, putting a threat to the rest of the world, particularly to democratic countries, right? This morning I woke up and I look at the news, China, Taiwan, looming at large. That's a directly military threat to a democracy. But if you look at the second item of the news, it says the United States, a resigned military software official who told Financial Times that China has won the artificial intelligence battle with the United States and is heading towards global dominance. Wow, really? Let's take a look. Why he said so? He said, and this is just look at the news. He said China was set to dominating the future of the world, controlling everything from media narrative to geopolitics. By what? By working with advanced technology companies, by making them, putting into massive investment, like Eileen said, in AI, and also disregard the ethics, disregard privacy. The state can have that much capacity to get Chinese tech companies working with them. But why United States couldn't? Why Google is resisting reluctance to show their technology working with United States Defense Department? There's extensive ethical debate. I'm not saying that bad or good, but that, according to that story, putting United States technologically behind of China. Let's take that as a point. That is not a conclusion, but just the news point of raising. Another news piece we saw in recent days, right? The Chinese state tech companies are under state scrutiny, security scrutiny. If you think the Chinese state companies or the private companies, tech companies, working with Chinese state 100%, no, that's not what Xi Jinping think. Xi Jinping don't think he has enough control to those tech giants, and they need more control to make sure those technology companies, which are shaping our realities every day, work with the Chinese state, work with his political agenda, work with his belief, Xi Jinping's belief, which is the Mao Zedong type, the Chinese communist type of totalitarian form of organization, that state first, citizens only the subordinates of the state, individual just the subordinate to one party state. That system, Xi Jinping believes, is superior than democratic system. He has that belief, he has a political need, and he has that kind of a power in his hand to make the Chinese market, Chinese tech innovation, the vast Chinese investment into tech, to serve that agenda, to serve that belief. So at cyberspace, we see the infrastructures, not only within China, but Chinese companies, Digital Silk Road, all over the world, dozens of countries that taking Chinese companies building their communication infrastructures. In information space, we already know Chinese domestic censorship, propaganda, disinformation. We just heard from Maria. We know that China's extending its influence all over the world. And in the emerging technology space, which is AI, which is based on the large centralized data possession which China has. So that put China into an advantage that can also disregard privacy protection and work through smoothly to advance their AI systems. That's why the facial recognition, China technology is the world best. That's why the voice recognition, Chinese technology is the world best. Any of those ID, biometric, identification, tracing, surveillance technology, Chinese technology companies are way ahead of the world. I'm not saying AI is only a bad force. It's a good force for good a lot of things, bringing the convenience and economic development in the society, not only in China and everywhere in the world. But AI is a forecasting tool. It's a profiling tool. It can help to make automatic decision making. And those kind of machine learning technologies in the hand of authoritarian state can be used to manipulate, to surveil, and to disinform the information of its citizens or citizens in other part of the world. And I'll just stop here and come back to what Eileen said. At the core of this, it's not even what we, last century we have addressed on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the fundamental freedoms, freedom from torture, freedom of expression. This technology, which we all enjoy today, has a potential threat to the human agency and human dignity. And this technology right now is not just in democratic country citizens' hand. It's in authoritarian, even totalitarian government hand. Do they have an upper hand? I don't know. I call it the great digital contest. And for democratic countries, for every citizen to care about freedom in the world, we have to win this contest.
So thank you so much, Xiao. I think this great digital contest is a good way to frame things, and we've spent the first part of our discussion really laying out the challenges, and they're significant. They're global, they're complex, they're fast-moving. We'll take the opportunity now to start shifting into how we can respond, and I'm very pleased to introduce Tricia Ray. And I'd note for the audience that Tricia was a co-author of a paper that was done in the context of the Forum 2000 conference titled Global Cooperation of Democracies in the Digital Realm. It's a terrific paper. It has some thought-provoking ideas. I commend everyone to it. And I'm going to ask Tricia, if she would, just to say a few words about what she thinks the most important aspects of a response might be, but also why it's so important for democracies to cooperate in this great global digital competition.
Certainly. Thank you, Chris, and I'm honored to be joining this session, albeit virtually. As you mentioned, I'll be drawing upon the paper I co-wrote for this conference. And through the paper, we really sought to answer three key questions within the limited word space of the paper, of course. The first is, what is digital democracy and how is it different from digital authoritarianism? The second was, what challenges does the rise of this authoritarian model of the internet pose for democracies? And then a subtext to that question is, can such tendencies be exported to democracies as well? And then the last, of course, as you mentioned, is what can democracies do to counter this threat that originates both from outside their borders, but increasingly from within their borders as well. Now, as Eileen, Xiaoqiang, and Marie mentioned, we roughly know what digital authoritarianism looks like. It involves policing free speech, censorship based on arbitrary standards, usually set by the state, and widespread surveillance. And the censorship can take many forms. It's not just account takedowns and banned words and online surveillance. They may also employ tools like cyber troops, which are groups of organized online guns for hire, essentially, who mass report certain accounts and harass individuals and communities. And as the other speakers also mentioned, they may also employ these narratives and methods outside of their borders to undermine democratic systems. Now, increasingly, these threats also apply to the basic physical infrastructure that the internet operates on. And we see this particularly increasingly in the narrative around 5G and the need to partner with suppliers from trusted countries, from like-minded nations. We can also, of course, think about this in terms of data flows, undersea cables, really a range of digital infrastructures. We also analyze what digital democracy really entails, because the practice of democracy is very contextually, socially, historically driven. But since that's outside of the question you asked, I'd be happy to go into more detail later on this. Now, there are several initiatives already that have especially cropped up in the last half decade or so that marry democratic values with digital norms and rules. And this forum, of course, is one of them, but there are also processes ongoing at multilateral, multi-stakeholder forums like GPay, for example, which are initiated both by governments and civil society. So there's a lot of movement in this space. I will say that at the same time, the global south seems to be a little underrepresented, and not a lot of these initiatives are south-led. There are several hypothetical reasons for this. We delved into a few of these in our recommendations. And that's where I really want to focus my solution-oriented comment on. One reason, of course, is that this digital democracy versus digital authoritarianism narrative is often paired with the US versus China tech war narrative. And that may lead to certain countries who would not like to take sides in this technology contest, not wanting to be involved in this side of the debate as well. Another very simple factor could just be lack of funding for these projects in the global south, because think tank funding is still heavily concentrated in the US and Europe. Not a lot of global south think tanks have the kind of funding and support that Western think tanks do. So one of the recommendations we actually make in the paper is on the importance of diversified sources of funding for think tanks and universities across geographies. The idea, of course, is to keep momentum going on existing cooperation between democracies, which we've laid out in a handy table as part of this paper, but also not to create a fenced-off Western club that dictates what constitutes acceptable behavior in the digital realm. So I'll just conclude my comments there. Thank you.
Great, and thank you so much for that. It just speaks to the range of complexity that we faced in organizing a response to this, building on some positive, I would say nascent efforts that have emerged, making sure that there's regional diversity in the participation in the response, but also recognizing that the field is changing very quickly. I think one of the takeaways I have when I listen to Eileen and Xiao and others is that the Chinese authorities in particular, often working with like-minded governments, are moving very quickly to see through their vision of how technology should be organized. At the same time, it doesn't seem, at least, that free societies are moving with the same degree of focus and purpose. And so maybe I'll turn to Eileen on that count, and we'll continue in this direction of talking about what else we need to build out in terms of our responses. And if you wish, Eileen, if you want to put this in the context of what we might suggest or recommend in the Summit for Democracy context, we'd certainly welcome that. But I would turn over to you on that count.
Yeah, so I want to start by restating Xiaoqiang's point about the importance of recognizing we are in a great digital contest. And if you don't see it as a great digital contest, you are not going to end up developing the solutions to the problem we really are in. This is not about piecemeal approaches to little discrete problems. This is a great contest. And I see the next fundamental point is that in that contest, there are two sides to the coin. One side of the coin we have described, which is the very aggressive spread of a digital authoritarian model, technology, concepts, propaganda, narratives. You know, Tricia and Maria both hit on both that narrative and propaganda side. The other side of the coin, though, is the lack of a compelling democratic alternative model. And that is just as big a problem. So authoritarians have capitalized on digital technology, and they are moving in full force on all of the layers we've all been discussing. Democracies have been caught flat-footed, and I will acknowledge digitization of everything, digitization of society. It is a radical transformation. It has happened very quickly, but we have been slow and flat-footed. And what we've actually seen is tension between democracies on small pieces, and we're not quite seeing that big picture. And I really do believe we need to band together and work together, as Tricia has emphasized. So what are the elements of that? I would highlight three big buckets of activity. And at the Summit for Democracy, there are three pillars that have been laid out. One is combating authoritarianism, one is combating kleptocracy and corruption, and the third is protecting human rights. I will emphasize in the tech agenda, obviously the tech agenda runs across all of those, but it's really the first pillar and the third pillar that are centrally relevant to what we're talking about. And what I've been trying to argue is there are three things that need to happen. Bucket number one is get your own house in order. You will not provide a compelling alternative to the world if democracies themselves do not figure out how to govern in a digital society, digitized context, in ways that are consistent with their own values. That includes protection of privacy and all fundamental liberties. But it also goes to a point Tricia has raised in her paper. What's the difference between an authoritarian version of a digital society and a democratic version? It is the institutional constraints that are built in on use of data and regulation of technology at home. And for me, the heart of this is within the existing international human rights law framework. Necessity, proportionality, legality, analysis. Those process principles need to be brought into our own government's use of technology and data, as well as our efforts to regulate data and technology. We are failing in that regard. At a practical level, I've said, you know, we need human rights impact assessments, both for government, and then they should be mandated for the private sector operating in our own societies. So that's bucket number one. We need to do the right thing at home and figure out what does that look like in practice. I think the essential point here is we don't need new values. We're just not living up to our values. We don't know what it looks like to adhere to our existing principles in the digital context. And that's part of why there's so much division, particularly in the transatlantic context, over digital technology and data. The second big bucket is we need to reassert leadership in the international normative arena. We have ceded that territory to the authoritarians, and because we've been so inwardly focused and battling among ourselves, so focused on American tech companies, so focused on differences between democracies, we are sort of missing the action in the international arena. And as we were discussing earlier, that's both the normative arenas and it's the technology standard setting bodies where values are embedded. But the third bucket, and this is something that Democratic Alliance, is we're starting to see activity here with the Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council, et cetera. We have to win the technology battle. And a lot of democratic governments have sort of seen technology as the enemy rather than the vehicle through which we embed our values and export them to the world. And so those three buckets go together. Get your own house in order, win in the international normative arena, and then win in the technology battle itself. And those things must be mutually reinforcing, and that's the democratic alternative to digital authoritarianism.
And thank you so much, Eileen. I think you hit on this point that's so important. And when you boil it down to its essence, if free societies can't find ways to develop models that adhere to liberal democratic values, nobody's going to do that. And in fact, if free societies don't do that, it's almost bound to be the case that the unfree societies will set the standard. And so we're in this place where we really need to catalyze action that will allow us to achieve the important objectives that you just listed so eloquently in your remarks. Let me turn now to Maria again. Maybe we can go back into Latin America. You had mentioned in your comments that one of the big problems was a lack of awareness of the top order issues, and admittedly, it's incredibly difficult to keep up with these issues. And for an ordinary consumer of news trying to get their minds around these complex issues to figure out how they should situate themselves, what is your sense of how civil society could help the cause to get wider society to understand these big challenges that we've been discussing so far?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's hard to understand how these authoritarian regimes have and implement these strategies because we don't have food, we don't have vaccines, and these issues like digital rights are not being taken in consideration against the other problems. The big issue here is that we don't have any other space to communicate, to denounce what we're living, and to know what's happening inside and outside our borders. We can't know what's happening outside if we can't access to a free internet. So I think awareness is key to put our gloves and get into the ring. As Eileen just said, we have to give this fight against these authoritarian regimes in the best and the most democratic way. We have to train activists and how to avoid censorship, how to use VPNs, how to use this space in a safer way, to not be exposed to the authoritarian regimes. But we have to use it because it's the only means that we still have today. And I think support for the activists and the civil society is very important because they're the only ones telling the truth that they are living. So for us to understand what's happening, we need to listen to them, and we need to support them to their truth be heard in a best way.
So you just mentioned in your comments something that's so important, and it's a part of the larger challenge that's emerged. It's dramatically different from even a decade ago, and that is the degree to which authoritarians can surveil and otherwise harass activists. Ron Diebert at the Citizen Lab at the University of Toronto has been doing this amazing work relating to Pegasus and spyware. And it's a part of the spectrum of challenges ranging from narrative dominance to manipulation of algorithms to surveillance. I'm going to turn to Xiaochang and start to integrate audience questions now. We have a question from an online audience member that's related to this topic, which is, how do you think the autocrats will develop their social credit control systems over time? And I think this gets the most attention in the context of China, but I think it's also fair to say that the notion of social credit is not simply applicable in the Chinese context, that it has application in other places as more sophisticated methods of observing data, using algorithms to track it, are operationalized and developed. So I'm just wondering, Xiao, if you could say a word about how you see the trajectory of social credit system-like treatments, both within China and beyond it.
Sure. I'll say three things, also follow my co-panelists in this wonderful discussion. The first was, maybe I should confess or admit, I'm an activist myself. I'm from China and living in exile. So I am one of those early digital optimists, right? The full of hope, think that digital technology will, in the digital technology era, no authoritarian regime will survive. The internet will top all these Chinese Communist Party or other authoritarian regimes. That's 20 years ago, or even 10 years ago. But the technology change and the social political changes and economic changes wake me up to the reality. And I'm also the research scientist of UC Berkeley School of Information, and I have to see things on factual based and look at the data and look at where it goes, understand the technology impact to the society, to the economy. And it's not this time, this round, big data and artificial intelligence, it's not serving the individual users. It's serving the bigger players, the large corporation, or the state. So technology is not always neutral. And sometimes the technology is in favor of more egalitarian use of the distribution of voices or power. And this round, current round, is serving the big players. And that's where we see the danger and threat. And I'll give you an example. Pandemic. Yes, China's authoritarian regime, control of information, suppress censorship, caused the pandemic becoming a global pandemic, the coronavirus. But we cannot underestimate that China's success, because it's a tight surveillance country, because government has so much power over the individual citizen's life, they were able to control the pandemic far better until now than many other democratic countries. And this gives them a comparative advantage. We cannot be naive saying authoritarian regime has no advantage. They only have their downside. But the downside, the people paying freedom, the expense of that, giving the state authority autocrats some upper side, including control of society, including control of pandemic, including giving them the confidence their systems are better. Now they're economically doing better. And they're politically can advance their agenda even more so. And even their own weakness, their insecurities, make them even more aggressive and dangerous when they have the power of technology. So that's what we're facing. Coming to the social credit system, yes, it's a China thing. Chinese government has been always want to control the citizens and knows everything. So now you have a technology can do so in your the daily life, the financial transactions, your the social trace, everything can be traced by the digital data. And if the government can get a hand to those data, then they are using the digital technology to rank, to profile, even to predict or nudge your action, shaping your action to what state want. And again, that's extremely dangerous. People living in Europe didn't forget, right? It's not something new. When the state saying their goal is above the individual goal, that's fascism. And if the fascist country can hold the technology advance, and you know what's going to happen. It has happened last century. Does China providing another example raising it? Now, look at it in the world. we are all living in a digitalized or more and more digitalized society. More and more data are being in the hands of companies and other entities. And the technology makes use of those individual data every day. Our economy is working toward a direction. As Eileen said, if we don't have institution differences to protect citizens' freedom and privacy, those technologies will be easily being used, just like China, to erode and to overwhelm our individual space completely. So that's the danger in front of us. If we cannot put our house in order, if we cannot provide a competitive, attractive, technology-embedded democratic system functioning well, then the authoritarian model will advance.
And I think it's worth adding to what you said, Xiao, that in China's case, one of the other advantages that are available, given the lack of checks or controls on the authorities, is that they've been able to, in essence, pilot test and road test these technologies in Xinjiang and Tibet in ways that would be unthinkable in free societies. And that offers a practical application advantage that you won't find in so many other places. I'd like to turn to Tricia, but I'd also like to open the discussion to others here, should they wish. I think there's a microphone, and we can integrate questions if you have them. I'd like to turn now to Tricia as part of the ongoing discussion relating to our responses. If you were to think about, if we were to fast forward, let me put it this way, 5 years from now to our future selves, and we were sitting here, what would be the things that you would say, boy, I really hope that in terms of democracy's cooperation, we got that done? And conversely, what would you be fearful of if you said, oh my gosh, I'm really worried that we wouldn't get that done?
So I would say, and what I'm going to say is, it kind of ties back to what Eileen was talking about in terms of getting your own house in order. I would argue that big tech, regulating big tech, is part of that. I know that it's a big point of contention between democracies around the world and the US and China on the other hand. But because these platforms have played such a big part in the dissemination of disinformation, in really failing to act until things had gotten to a stage where we are essentially now. But at the same time, I would say that governments are also still trying to figure out, democratic governments are still trying to figure out how to really regulate these online spaces. And part of this can be chalked up to the fact that they're playing catch up and still building that tech fluency. And so you have actions, policy actions that can sometimes slide into territory that may not be considered as democratic, right? So there's a fine line between censorship in the sense of arbitrary restrictions on free speech and then reasonable restrictions based on protecting citizens and communities from online harms. There's also a fine line between self-reliance, which is actually a strong part of the cyber sovereignty narrative outside of China. But there's, on the flip side of self-reliance, is isolationism, which are not interchangeable terms, but there is a tendency to slide from one to the other. So I would say, again, going back to the point of getting our own house in order and big tech being a part of that, there's also the fact that these platforms, because they're headquartered in one country, the resources they have for fact-checking, for moderating, for new policies are mostly focused on their country of origin, in their headquarters, the US usually. So content in local languages often goes unchecked. So you have misinformation spreading rampantly on many of these platforms, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, and so on. There's also the fact that antitrust actions in the US have a global impact because the consolidation of these services also concentrates power and data in the hands of a few really powerful corporations. Yes, I'll conclude my comments there.
And then in the future, in the present context, if there were one thing you'd want to put forward as an idea for the Summit for Democracy, what would you suggest as a concrete suggestion?
Certainly. So one of the recommendations we make in the paper is that in addition to discussions on digital authoritarianism and the threats posed and what that means, that democracies themselves need to really figure out standards for what constitutes democracy in digital spaces, and really examine how they themselves may be denying some fundamental digital rights in the initial implementation of technologies. Yeah, that's I think one key recommendation we should take forward.
Great, and what I'll do now is, with the limited time we have, I'll avail our speakers an opportunity to add any thoughts they have in conclusion, and if they wish to add to anything in the current context of the summit, by all means do so. But why don't we turn now in short order first to Eileen.
So great conversation. It's such a pleasure and privilege to have this conversation with all of you. What I would say is we've emphasized this grand contest and the existential threat posed by this techno-authoritarian model of governance. But I want to link that and what we do about it to the point Maria made and a second point Tricia made. Maria just said this, she brought up the fact that in a lot of countries in the world, they're struggling with food, they're struggling with vaccine access, and also the basic idea of lack of access to digital technology itself and failure of digital inclusion. And the other existential threat to democracy that we're starting to recognize is inequality itself. And that has led to the attraction of populism and more authoritarian governance. So I would say for the wealthier democracies of the world and the folks at this democracy summit, thinking about the solutions through the lens of providing digital access to the rest of the world as an essential part of how they compete with digital authoritarianism. It's easy to see through if you're going to compete with Belt and Road and you don't want authoritarian infrastructure and coercion and leverage that's being built by China and other places. Give them a democratic alternative with democratic values embedded. And similarly, on Tricia's point of lack of inadequate inclusion in the global South, I would say in the AI community, there's this multi-dimensional notion of inclusion, which is not only digital inclusion, but inclusion in the benefits of AI. We have to think about the economic benefits, inclusion in the data, inclusion in the coding community, and oh, by the way, inclusion in the governance community that's setting the rules. And I think there's growing sophistication in that regard, and I would emphasize that as another part of the solution.
Great. Thanks so much for that. And why don't I turn to Maria, if you'd like to add a thought.
Yeah, I think the importance of this issue have to be taken in consideration also for the ones making the political decisions. Sometimes this is a problem just for the activist or the journalist, but it's not for the ones who make the decisions. So they need to understand this, they need to get involved in the solution to these strategies used by authoritarian regimes, and also to support the activists on this fight that they are doing daily, because it's not the only fight that they have. They have the reality that is against them, but they also have this digital imposed reality that goes also against them.
And I think what I would stress on this really interesting point is that what we see in so many places around the world is that when authoritarian tech arrives in a country, especially in open societies, it's often not discussed in the public. And the decisions taken to adopt hardware or to adopt platforms is done, and then the public learns out after the fact, and it's very difficult after the fact to either unwind or take back what's already been decided. So I think this is something we really need to focus on even more. Let me turn to Xiao now for a last comment.
Thank you. From someone who born in China, grew up in China, that I want to share this understanding of what we are facing in terms of particularly on the China cases, right? Chinese people are just people like everywhere else, where we have same inspiration and the same sense of want freedom, dignity. But Chinese political system has been involved in thousands of years, has been something fundamentally authoritarian and even totalitarian, that's back to Qing dynasty. And it has not been really changed. What has changed is facing the modernity, modern societies, industrial society, information society's challenge in the last 2 centuries. How to Chinese system responding to that challenge essentially does 2 things. One is trying to keep its authoritarian, fundamental, totalitarian concept in the root of its system, which President Xi Jinping exactly what he does. Chairman Mao, who used the word of communism, but end up it's another dynasty of totalitarian regime. And Xi Jinping trying to keep this. And then Chinese system also wants to adapt and adjust itself in this changing world. It's called 全或变, or change. You see the Chinese diplomacy or even the propaganda or narrative, it's constantly changing, adjusting it. It looks like they're including the Chinese ways to adopt the technology. It's make it to use for keeping that totalitarian, fundamentally conceptual regime, which is see every Chinese citizen as actually a subordinate of the state. So this kind of China, when it's rising technically and politically and economically, it fundamentally threats the democratic values of the world. Every democratic countries, not only just the United States, not only just the West. So this is just simple fact. And vice versa, the fundamental existence of Taiwan, of Japan, of South Korea, of any functioning democratic system of India is a threat, existential threat to this Chinese authoritarian regime. So they've always been at odds. We cannot be naive about it. But now, let me put one more thing to it. We cannot also to underestimate the challenge in front of us. It's not even there's a Cold War, there's a communism, there's a capitalism when, so we can do it twice. Well, it's not exactly the same. Political value system, there are 2 different ones. That's the context. But we're in the global supply chain. Every country is doing business with the other country. Every technology is transferring to somewhere else. It's not the Soviet Union has a spaceship and the United States has its own space technology. It's all entangled together. Indians are using Chinese cell phones, right? The Japanese, the factories investing in the United States, the United States or China, et cetera, et cetera. This new challenge, how we decouple certain aspects of how do we compete and how do we actually cooperate in terms of global, say, the climate change and everything else? It's a huge challenge. Well, saying the challenge, I'm going to conclude to, let's say, some of our advantage. Let's say something that Chinese authoritarian regime has its weakness. It has a weakness of having no friends. China has no real allies in the world. Therefore, democratic countries need to build our ally systems. This is our strength. Secondly, no matter how seemingly powerful the Chinese state is, it's fundamentally fragile. It cannot even afford to tell its people truth. It cannot even afford to take down the Great Firewall, let the people to see what's information out there, let people to say things they really want to say. Well, that's really fragile. And that fundamental insecurity should be our advantage to dominate our narratives in the cyberspace.
So Xiao has reminded us of some terribly important points that we shouldn't lose sight of, that China under its current leadership is not invulnerable. So Tricia, if you would like to say a final word, by all means, we're right at the end.
Yes, I'll make my final remark really quick. I just want to echo something Maria said, which is that civil society and community should not be treated as an afterthought in a lot of these discussions and narratives. If there's anything that the pandemic proved, especially in India, especially, which is that as the state was flailing and unable to respond to the pandemic, it was communities that were our lifelines and our pathways for action. And so that's, I think, one takeaway we should definitely keep in mind for these discussions, that these communities should be central, not just part of like our not just tangentially related to our discussion.
Thank you so much for that. And the organizers have asked me just to do three quick wrap-up points, and I'm going to do this in very short order, and it won't do justice to this terrific discussion with the speakers, but I think it's very clear that the extent of the changes that our societies are undergoing that started some years ago and which are gathering momentum are truly profound. And it's been described in this conversation as a great digital contest, but I take that to mean as kind of sweeping global changes being driven by technology, but that are revealing themselves at the local level in hundreds of different ways across the globe, and that creates some real complexity. Eileen has stressed the point, as did others, that we're not going to succeed in this contest in the absence of offering a meaningful alternative that's animated by liberal democratic values, and this is something we really have to get off the blocks on quickly. This includes democratic alternatives in the infrastructure realm, the hardware, the software, but also in the ideas and norms realm. And then finally, it's crystal clear from this discussion for me, and it's very much at the center of Tricia Ray's paper, that we need new forms of collaboration and new mechanisms to make sure we can see these things through. And I think for all those reasons, it's so useful that Forum 2000 has used this rubric for this discussion. And so I commend them for their foresight and prescience for organizing this. And so I'm going to take this opportunity to thank the speakers, Tricia, Xiaochang, Eileen Donahoe, and Maria. Thank you so much for just great comments, and to the audience for your attention and questions here where we are later in the day. And so special thanks. And with that, thanks to everybody.
Thank you.
And to everyone here, I've been told to tell you that there is a reception in the Delegates Lounge, so that may be the most important part of the session.